the wrong target. The rifle remained steady against his shoulder long after the shot had been taken. Wind shifted through the buildings, thinning the sound of the gunfire. Below, Mike Donovan's body lay motionless where it had fallen, blood spreading slowly across the concrete. The assassin had studied Mike extensively before choosing his position, studying his movement patterns, his protective instincts, his positioning relative to Patrick. Donovan had moved exactly as anticipated. The moment the laser sight had found Patrick, the older man had reacted with military instinct, stepping forward, positioning himself in front of Patrick. It was the response of someone trained to protect. The assassin pulled back from his position. The mission remained incomplete. Patrick Kahn, the primary target, remained alive and unharmed. The hotel room across the city provided temporary sanctuary, a sterile environment where he could reassess without interference. He disassembled the rifle. Each component returned to its designated compartment within the case. He did not think too much about the missed opportunity. Emotion was inefficient. Instead, he calculated the next approach. Patrick would return to the Kahn estate. Logic and circumstance force it. The boy had witnessed Mike jump in front of him, a move that cost his life. He will go back to his grandfather's estate, the shelter and defenses it provided. The assassin understood this pattern. Targets, when threatened, moved toward perceived safety in their mind. They gathered their allies, consolidated their position, believed that walls and distance could provide protection. They were predictable in their fear. Patrick Kahn would be no different. He relocated to the estate's perimeter, selecting height and cover rather than range. From this viewpoint, the structure revealed itself in windows, hallways, and glimpses of activity within. He rebuilt the weapon, not for firing, but for observation. The scope locked into position, requiring one calibration before the view sharpened. Inside, the response had already tightened. Extra guards had been brought in, and movement concentrated around the living room. He tracked faces without interest, allowing them to pass through his view until one held his attention. Alexander Kahn. He stood apart from the movement around him, while others shifted between rooms, coordinated security personnel, managed the immediate crisis. Alexander remained stationary, watching. His eyes moved systematically, cataloging details. The assassin shifted the angle slightly, compensating for window reflection and interior depth, adjusting the focus to penetrate deeper into the estate's layered activity. The scope moved past peripheral figures, beyond the controlled urgency of security personnel and household staff, searching for the primary objective. Then he found him. Patrick. Alive. Uninjured. The boy stood in the corner of the main room, but his presence defied the surrounding activity. While others moved with urgency, checking perimeters, securing entrances, managing the immediate aftermath, Patrick remained motionless. The chaos flowed around him without touching him, as though he existed in a separate space entirely. There was no visible grief, no confusion, no reaction that followed Mike's death. Only stillness. The assassin held the image longer than necessary, studying it without conclusion, then eased the scope away. Time passed, nightfall. The estate settled into darkness. Movement changed. He remained in position, waiting. It was deep into the night when a side door opened. No security presence, no escort. Patrick stepped out alone. The assassin adjusted the scope without changing position, bringing him back into focus. The boy had changed. The clothing no longer belonged to this world, monk garments. The detail registered in his mind. Across his shoulder rested a bow and a small backpack. No additional gear was visible. He walked toward the edge of the property where the grounds met the trees. For a moment, he stood there without turning back, without acknowledging the estate behind him. Then he stepped forward, into the trees. The assassin did not move immediately. He kept the scope on the tree line long after the last trace of movement disappeared, allowing the image to settle, to confirm what had already been seen. The assassin lowered the rifle slowly and disassembled it one more time. This time, he left the case behind. Extra weight would slow him, and there would be no need for distance where he was going. Now, finally, it began. He did not follow Patrick's exact path. That was a mistake less experienced trackers made, leaving themselves vulnerable to ambush or misdirection. Instead, he moved offset by long distance, reading the patterns without stepping directly into the trail. The ground offered all types of information scattered like breadcrumbs: slight change in the ground where feet had stepped on, displaced leaves that caught his eyes, a thin branch that had been pushed aside. Speed alone did not interest him. He had pursued targets who moved like deer through familiar terrain, only to find them trapped by their own momentum when the landscape changed. It was the pattern beneath the speed that mattered, the underlying logic in each decision. Direction revealed intention, and intention revealed outcome. Everything else was simply movement without purpose. Hours passed without interruption, the rhythm of pursuit settling into his body. The mountain itself changed gradually around him, differences in the density of trees, in the species of trees. The ground composition shifted beneath his feet, becoming rockier, more stable. Climbing, always climbing. The pattern was becoming clear. He adjusted his breathing without effort, conserving energy while maintaining pace. He had tracked men across deserts where heat erased judgment, and across jungles where every step has his own challenge. This terrain presented neither extreme, yet something about it required attention beyond the physical. He stopped. The pause came naturally, without decision. The mountain had gone quiet, though not in a way that suggested danger. It was simply still. No birds, no distant movement echoed through the trees, nothing. His eyes moved slowly, not searching, only registering. Then he continued. The day was over quickly. Darkness falls in the spaces between trees, turning depth into uncertainty. The assassin did not light a fire. He is used to being in the dark. He always did live his life in the dark. He selected a position along with a slight rise, where a natural formation offered partial cover without limiting awareness. Rest did not mean sleep. It meant reducing movement while maintaining readiness. His breathing slowed, his body conserving energy without losing control. This was not meditation in any philosophical sense. It was simply the disciplined management of attention, keeping awareness sharp while allowing the body to recover what energy it could. His mind processed the day's observations systematically. The target's movement patterns, the terrain ahead, the gradual transition from forest to something rocky. Each detail was examined once, then stored in his mind. No conclusion was drawn before sufficient information existed to support it. Patrick's face surfaced briefly in his mind, not as memory, but as pure observation. There had been no panic in his face during the shooting. When Donovan had stepped into the line of fire, positioning himself as a shield, he had not reacted the way most would under such circumstances. Instead, there was stillness. Complete, controlled stillness that lasted exactly as long as it needed to. No wasted motion, no excess energy, no unnecessary action. Those details remained lodged in his assessment. The assassin opened his eyes again without realizing they had closed at some point during the night. Morning came colder than the previous dawn, carrying the sharp cold of altitude and the promise of thinner air ahead. Frost had settled on the exposed surfaces around his position, creating a delicate crystalline layer that would disappear within the first hour of sunlight. He resumed the track, falling into the rhythm that had carried him this far up the mountain. The terrain shifted again, soil thinned, giving way to roots and stone. The direction had not changed. Patrick continued climbing. By the second day, the pattern should have broken down. Every target he had previously pursued eventually revealed inconsistency moments. Fear overrode planning, where exhaustion compromised judgment, where the basic human need to survive created predictable mistakes. Patrick did not make any mistake. No attempt to circle back through previously covered ground. No effort to conceal movement. No misdirection designed to throw off pursuit or buy additional time. The trail was not obvious. Each step remained carefully placed. Each direction shift held purpose, but it was consistent in a way that defied normal survival behavior. That fact, more than anything else he had observed during the climb, began to register as significant. It was wrong. Wrong in a way that suggested something entirely different was taking place, something that demanded reassessment of every assumption he made since the climb began. The realization settled into his mind. He continued at the same measured pace, maintaining the rhythm, but his assessment of the situation had begun to change. This was not the behavior of someone running, not the scattered movements of prey fleeing a predator. It was the behavior of someone leading, someone who had chosen this path with intention and was guiding the pursuit along it. He stopped again, turning his head just enough to listen. Wind moved through the trees in a steady pattern. He continued, moving with renewed focus. By the third day, the realization formed he was no longer tracking Patrick. He was following a path that had been chosen with intention from the beginning, a path that was revealed with a purpose. Patrick was not running in any recognizable form. He was positioning his target where he wanted it. He paused once more, his scanning of the terrain methodically and thorough, moving across the landscape, cataloging every detail. Behind him, the terrain descended further into the valleys. He had not seen the boy, not once during the entire climb, not at the distance, not in brief glimpses, not in any of the moments this absence itself became significant. Fatigue created mistakes. Time created mistakes. Pressure created mistakes. The basic human need for rest, for food, for shelter, created predictable windows where judgment failed. There had been none of these errors, no deviation from the path. At night, he selected a position against a rock face, one side protected, while the other remained exposed by deliberate choice. No fire to announce position, no sound to carry down wind, no unnecessary movement that might reveal anything to an observer. His thoughts remained contained, focused only on what mattered for survival and tactical advantage. The boy did not fit within any known structure, no recognizable system from his experience, no identifiable training pattern from any documented source. Something else guided it, something that suggested preparation and understanding that went deeper than normal boy capability. He shifted slightly, adjusting his body against the stone, settling into position for observation and response. Then he stopped. Something had changed. It was not sound in any conventional sense, no movement that could be traced or direction that could be identified. It was the absence of something that had been present before. The wind. He stood slowly. His eyes moved across the black landscape, allowing shape and depth to form naturally through years of training that had taught him to see without relying on light. Shadows became something. Nothing revealed itself to immediate observation. Years of training compressed into seconds of assessment. Then it came. A sound. Distant. So soft, but it was there, separate from the mountain's natural sound. He shifted his weight, adjusting his stance to prepare for response. His breathing stayed even, his pulse maintained at a level that indicated calm assessment. The sound did not repeat. He stepped forward, then stopped. A faint movement of air passed along the back of his neck, not the natural flow of air through the wind. Human breath. The realization, struck with crystalline clarity, someone had moved behind him, close enough to change the air itself, silent enough to avoid detection until this exact moment. His body reacted immediately, in the way that decades of training had programmed into his nervous system, turning, shifting, attempting to regain tactical position and create distance between himself and whoever is behind him. Too late. Contact came not with force or impact in the way he expected or had been trained to counter, but something precise struck along the side of his neck, not hard, not moving with the speed he anticipated, but exact in a way that suggested knowledge of body that went beyond his understanding. The pressure found a point of vulnerability he had never consciously known existed. His vision narrowed instantly, balance failed without warning. His legs, steady moments before, lost their connection to muscles. He turned as much as his body allowed, fighting against the spreading numbness that moved through his body. And then he saw him, close, closer than expected, closer than should have been physically possible. Patrick stood within arm's reach. The assassin attempted to respond, to access the combat reflexes and muscle memory that had never failed during his decades of operations, but his body no longer followed command in any reliable fashion. It was not paralysis in any recognizable medical form, not the loss of sensation that would indicate spinal damage. Darkness pulled him downward into unconsciousness. The last image remained fixed in his failing vision, the absolute stillness in the boy's eyes, a calm that belonged to someone who had already seen the outcome long before it arrived, who had known how this would end before the climb began. Then, darkness. Alexander Khan's office remained closed longer than usual. No one approached the door unless called. The city moved beyond the glass traffic, light, distance, but none of it entered the room. Alexander Khan stood near the window, though he had not looked out once since he walked in. Behind him, 2 attorneys sat across the desk, their voices down, but the restraint in the room did not come from them. It came from him. A file lay open on the desk between them. Pages had been reviewed, marked, turned, and returned to the same place more than once without progress. One of the attorneys finally spoke. "The confirmation came through at 1923, he said, keeping his tone even. "Digital and secondary channel. It matches their previous communication pattern. There's no indication the message was altered." Alexander did not turn. "And 20 minutes later," the second attorney added carefully, "the incident occurred on our property." The word incident lingered longer than it should have. Alexander remained still for another moment before speaking. "Say it correctly." Neither man answered immediately. The first attorney adjusted slightly in his chair. "An attempt was made on your grandson's life." Alexander turned then. Slowly. There was no outward display of anger in the movement, but something in him had shifted. "They confirmed the agreement," Alexander said, his voice low, measured. "They confirmed terms they requested, and within the same hour they sent a man to kill my grandson." "Yes," the second attorney said, "based on what we know." "What we know," Alexander repeated, as if testing the phrase. Silence settled again. The attorneys exchanged a brief glance, professional but present. They had worked with him long enough to understand the silence. It was not indecision. It was restraint. "The structure of the deal still holds," the first attorney said, choosing his words with care. "Nothing in the agreement itself suggests a breach. If anything, the timing suggests the action was taken outside of it." Alexander stepped away from the window and moved toward the desk, not hurried, not slow. His hand rested briefly on the back of the chair but did not sit. "They confirmed," he said again. "They understood exactly what was being agreed to." "Yes." "And they chose to act anyway." Neither attorney answered. Alexander looked down at the file without touching it. "For 20 years, he said, almost to himself, every agreement in that region has followed a structure, predictable, measured, controlled." He lifted his eyes. "This is not controlled." "No," the second attorney said quietly. "It is not." Another pause. "Which means," Alexander continued, "either they are no longer in control, or someone else is." The thought remained in the air. The attorneys did not challenge it. "That is one possibility," the first said carefully. "We are still confirming channels so we can talk." Alexander gave a slight nod, though it carried no agreement. "And the man?" he asked. "Unidentified," the second attorney said. "Highly trained. Entry and exit path still being reviewed." "Not one of theirs," Alexander said. It was not a question. "We don't have confirmation of affiliation." Alexander's expression did not change. "No," he said. "You don't." He turned away from the desk again, walking a short distance before stopping. His hand came to rest against the edge of a cabinet. For a moment the image of the courtyard returned, the sound, the movement, Mike stepping forward without hesitation. Alexander closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the room returned. "Patrick," he said. The attorneys waited. They understood that any discussion of Patrick Khan required careful navigation. "He left the house," Alexander continued, his voice maintaining its control, "alone, on foot, approximately 6 hours after the incident concluded." "We were informed of the departure," the first attorney said, choosing his words. "Security attempted to—" "I know what security attempted," Alexander interrupted, though he did not raise his voice. "I am asking what they accomplished." "They followed at distance," the attorney said, consulting notes that appeared to have been prepared for this exact question. Protocol was to maintain visibility without direct engagement or escalation. He moved through the gardens, past the eastern gate, and entered the wooded area beyond the boundary. And then? They lost visual contact within the first quarter-mile. The words hung in the air like an admission of failure, though no one in the room would characterize it as such. Not directly. Silence returned to the office, heavier now, with implications that extended beyond a simple security lapse. "Mr. Khan," the first attorney began, his tone suggesting a prepared recommendation, "we can coordinate an expanded response throughout the surrounding area. Additional personnel, wider search parameters." "No." The answer came without hesitation, without consideration, delivered with the finality of a door closing. "We will not send more men into terrain we do not understand, pursuing someone who clearly does not wish to be followed." Alexander's look moved between the two attorneys, ensuring his position was completely understood before continuing. Another pause stretched through the room, filled with unspoken concerns. "Your grandson may be in considerable danger," the second attorney said carefully, testing the boundaries of acceptable counsel. "The individuals responsible for the attack may still be active in the area." Alexander turned toward him, accustomed to having his decisions questioned by those who did not possess enough information to understand them. "He has been in danger since the moment he returned to this house," he said, each word selected for maximum clarity. "The shift now isn't in danger's existence, but in our understanding of where it comes from." Alexander moved back behind the desk, but remained standing. "Continue with the confirmations," he said. "Every channel, every contact. I want to know who authorized the message, and I want to know who acted outside of it." "Yes, Mr. Khan?" "And until that is clear," Alexander added, "nothing moves forward." The attorneys understood immediately. The deal was frozen. That alone carried consequence. When they stood, Alexander did not acknowledge them. The door opened quietly, closed the same way. For a long moment, Alexander did not move. Here, in this sanctuary of controlled power, uncertainty had found its way inside. Then he lowered himself into the chair behind the desk. His hand came to rest on the table, fingers pressing lightly against the wood. A knock came at the door, soft and respectful. "Come in." The door opened. Robert entered first, followed by Ethan, who moved with the quiet walk that had made him indispensable over the years. Neither man spoke immediately. Both had learned to read the temperature of a room before starting talking. Robert closed the door behind them, the soft click of the latch somehow final in the stillness. "Where is Patrick?" he asked. No greetings. The question cut straight to what mattered. Alexander did not look up right away, his eyes fixed on documents that no longer held his attention. When he finally raised his eyes, they carried weariness that few had ever been permitted to see. "He left." The words hung in the air. "When?" Robert's voice remained professional, but something had tightened beneath the surface. "Earlier." Robert took a measured step forward, his hands clasped behind his back. "Left where?" Alexander's eyes met his son's directly, and for a moment, Alexander allowed his uncertainty to show. "The mountain." The answer landed between them, sending ripples of implication through the room. Ethan shifted almost unnoticeably, but he did not interrupt. Years of proximity to power had taught him when to remain invisible. Robert's expression tightened, not with shock. He had moved beyond surprise in matters concerning Patrick, but with the cold calculation of a man assessing strategic disadvantage. "Alone?" he asked, though he already knew the answer. "Yes." "And security? Lost him?" Robert let out a short breath, a sound caught somewhere between frustration and the grim recognition. His eyes moved briefly to the window. "That's not possible," he said, though his tone suggested he knew better. "It is," Alexander replied. Silence settled over them again, thicker now, filled with the implications of what could not be controlled or managed through the usual channels of the Khan influence. Robert glanced briefly at Ethan, a look that passed between them in the space of professional acknowledgement of a situation. When he turned back to his father, his expression had hardened into something more resolute. "There's something else," he said, his voice dropping. Alexander turns to the window. Robert continued anyway. "There's a rumor circulating," he said, each word selected by a man who understood how information became weapon. It started this morning. It's spreading fast enough that it's not random. Alexander's look sharpened slightly, the focused attention of a man who had built an empire by understanding how perception became reality. What rumor? Robert held the moment for precisely as long as necessary, then delivered it with the directness that difficult truths required. That Patrick killed 5 men a week ago. Ethan's eyes moved toward Alexander, watching for the response that would tell him how to position himself in whatever came next. Robert continued. His voice has the controlled authority he had learned from years of managing crises before they became catastrophes. This isn't guesswork or overstatement, he said. It involves exact places, precise timelines, and bodies that might be identified. He paused, allowing the ramifications to sink in. Whoever is saying that has sufficient specifics to make it believable. Alexander remained motionless, his expression giving away nothing of whatever in his head. Do you believe it? He asked finally. Robert did not hesitate, did not look away, did not soften what needed to be said. I don't know what to believe, he said. I know what people are starting to say, and I know what that does if it keeps moving. Alexander considered his son for a long moment, seeing in him the same steel that had built their empire. Then he said, They are not saying it for the truth. No, Robert agreed. They're saying it for effect. Ethan stepped forward slightly, signaling his intention to speak. When Alexander's attention shifted to him, he chose his words with the careful precision that had made him valuable. If it connects to what happened to Mike. It does, Alexander said, cutting him off with the finality of absolute certainty. Both men fell silent, understanding that they had moved into territory where assumptions became dangerous. Alexander leaned back slightly. They are building a narrative, he said, his voice carrying the weight of recognition, before we have one of our own. Robert watched his father carefully, seeing in him both the strength that had commanded respect across continents and facing challenges that existed outside his normal sphere of influence. And what is ours? He asked. Alexander held his look with the steady attention of a man who had never learned to show weakness. We don't have it yet. That answer lingered in the room longer than any of the others. It was perhaps the first time any of them had heard Alexander Khan admit to being unprepared for what was coming. Ethan shifted again, his movement quieter now, more careful. And Patrick? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Patrick, he said slowly, is not what they think he is. Neither man asked what that meant, because they understood that some questions led to answers that changed everything. Whatever it was, whatever Patrick had become, whatever forces had been set in motion, they were no longer ahead of it. They were no longer in control. And for men who had built their lives on the assumption of control, that recognition carried consequences that none of them were yet prepared to face. Breakpoint. Consciousness returned slowly, each piece assembling slowly. At first, there was only pressure tightness across his wrists that suggested rope or wire, his ankles also tied. The assassin opened his eyes. Above him was rough curve of rock, dimly lit by natural light bleeding in from somewhere to his left. A cave. He did not move immediately. Being in similar situations had taught him that the first moments of consciousness were the most revealing. He tested his breathing first, steady, unobstructed. Then, sensation arms, legs, back, everything responded, though movement was restricted. The restraint was real, professionally tied, bound tight enough to restrict movement, not tight enough to cut circulation. He turned his head slightly, allowing the movement to appear natural, unconscious. The edge of the cave opened to the outside like a window frame without glass. Beyond it, nothing held the horizon. The edge of the cave was a cliff cutting straight down into distance he could not measure from where he lay. A canyon, perhaps, or a mountain face that fell away into nothing. He shifted his focus inward again, running through the mental checklist that had kept him alive. Get into the right position. Take your time. His internal clock suggested he had been unconscious for perhaps 3 hours. The binding showed no signs of having been recently adjusted. Then he saw him. Patrick stood several feet away, just inside the opening where light touched him without fully revealing him. He had not moved, had not shifted position or adjusted his stance in the time since the assassin had begun to move. The young man's silhouette was relaxed but alert, hands loose at his sides, no visible weapons, though that meant little. The most dangerous people rarely show their capabilities. The assassin did not react or show that he awakes. Instead, he let his expression settle into something neutral, something less than his usual controlled mask. Confusion, restrained, disorientation, controlled but visible. The carefully crafted body language of a man waking into uncertainty. "Where am I?" he asked, his voice low. Patrick did not answer. The silence stretched between them. The assassin shifted slightly, testing the bindings again with movements that appeared instinctive and not calculated. His eyes moved around the cave as if searching for context, for some familiar landmark or clue to his location, then returned to Patrick's still figure. "I don't remember," he said, allowing genuine puzzlement to color his voice. "I was." He stopped, as if the effort of recollection was painful, as if trying to grasp memories that slipped away. Patrick watched him. "You followed me," Patrick said. It was not a question, it was a statement of established facts. The assassin pauses before responding, as though processing the statement rather than rejecting it outright. He tilted his head slightly, the gesture suggesting confusion. "I don't know what you're talking about." Patrick's look did not change. The bag sat on the ground between them. The assassin had not noticed it at first, his attention focused on the immediate threat, but now it was impossible to ignore. Placed within easy reach of Patrick, well out of reach, not opened, not searched through, just there, like a question waiting to be answered. Patrick knew, not everything perhaps, but enough to make this conversation more than simple interrogation. Silence stretched between them again, filled only by the constant whisper of wind moving through the cave opening. The wind shifted again, stronger this time, rising from below and moving through the cave in a brief cold rush. The assassin adjusted his breathing, slowing it in a way that would appear natural, allowing his body to seem less controlled than it was. "I'm not your enemy," he said, injecting just enough uncertainty into his voice to suggest genuine confusion. Patrick remained still as carved stone. Then, a vibration, soft at first, barely perceptible through the fabric of his clothing, then stronger as it continued. A familiar vibration. Phone. The sound came from the assassin. From his pocket. Neither of them moved immediately. The timing was unfortunate. The phone had been silent for hours, and now it chose this moment to ring. The assassin felt it before acknowledging it, the small, contained pulse of the device against his side. He did not reach for it, could not, with his hands tied. Patrick stepped forward. He crouched just enough to reach into the assassin's pocket and pulled the phone. The screen was already on, glowing with pale light. No name displayed, no number. Just a connection, anonymous and waiting. Patrick looked at it for a long moment, pressing the green button. Then he raised it slightly, bringing it closer to his ear, pressing it against his head. He did not speak. A voice came through, distorted by the speaker but clear enough to understand. Calm, controlled, not loud, but with authority. "You shot the wrong man." The words settled into space, hanging in the air between them. The voice talks with certainty that came from having access to information. Patrick did not hang up. He did not respond or acknowledge what he had heard. He lowered the phone slowly, his eyes remaining on the screen for a moment, as if reading something written there in characters only he could see. Then he let it drop from his hand. It hit the ground once. The connection remained open. The voice did not repeat itself, but the assassin could sense the presence on the other end, waiting with the patience of someone accustomed to being obeyed. Patrick lifted his eyes from the fallen phone, looked directly at the assassin. "Did you kill my friend?" he asked. There was no change in his tone from before, no rise of emotion, no strain of anger or grief. The assassin held his expression carefully, measuring the distance between truth and usefulness, between what this young man suspected and what he could prove. "I don't know who you're talking about," he said, maintaining the same confused uncertainty he had been projecting. Patrick stepped closer. The distance between them disappeared without warning, crossed in a single movement. He reached down and cut the bindings. The blade, a simple folding knife that had appeared in his hand from nowhere, sliced through rope and restraint in a single decisive motion. The rope loosened all at once, falling away from wrists and ankles. The assassin did not hesitate. The moment control returned to his legs, he moved with the sharp movement that had kept him alive across a dozen countries and twice as many conflicts. Shifting his weight, turning his body, driving forward to create space, to regain position, to establish the distance necessary for effective counterattack. Patrick was already there. The first strike came before the assassin could fully see it coming. Heavy, direct, it landed across his shoulder with impact that drove him back against the stone wall. The blow had power beyond the motion itself, as if Patrick's entire body had been behind it, forcing air from his lungs and sending shock waves through his muscle and bone. He recovered instantly. Drawing on reflexes, his arm came up to deflect the next strike. His stance shifted to provide better counterattack. His balance reset to accommodate the small space and uneven ground. But the rhythm was wrong. Patrick did not follow a pattern the assassin could recognize or predict. There was no telegraph, no setup, nothing like any fighting style he had seen before. He closed distance again, faster this time, his movement direct and force-driven. Another strike lower, harder, caught the assassin across the ribs with enough power to crack bones. Something shifted inside his chest. The assassin reacted with trained instinct, countering with a short, precise motion aimed at the neck. Patrick moved through it, not avoiding the strike, not redirecting its energy, ignoring it entirely. He absorbed the contact as if it were nothing more than an inconvenience and continued forward, his hand closing around the assassin's extended arm with grip strength. Twisting, pulling, using leverage and momentum in ways that had nothing to do with martial arts and everything to do with practical application of force. The joint gave with a sound that seemed too loud for the small cave. A loud sound of bone break cut through the air like a gunshot. The assassin's body collapsed. Patrick did not allow time to recover from. He struck again. And again. The assassin attempted to regain footing, to create the distance necessary for counterattack, but there was none to be found in the small space. Patrick did not allow it, would not permit the breathing room necessary for recovery or response. The fight had no rhythm because Patrick refused to give it one. Another strike connected with the side of the head, delivered with enough force to snap the assassin's vision sideways. The world shifted, narrowed, struggled to stabilize as his inner ear fought to process the sudden change in vision. He moved again, attempting to counter, but the response came too slow. His body seemed to give up. Patrick drove him back with relentless forward pressure, forcing him toward the edge of the cliff. The assassin braced against the movement, resisting with what strength remained, but his balance had already been compromised. One leg failed to respond fully, the coordination between mind and muscle disrupted. The broken arm hung useless at his side, a liability rather than a weapon. Patrick stepped in again. This time, he did not strike. Drove him down to his knees with force. The impact against the stone was sharp, disorienting, sending fresh waves of pain through already damaged tissue. The assassin forced himself upright again through pure will, but Patrick's hand closed around his collar, lifting him before he could properly stabilize his position. Another strike, and then another. Direct and purposeful, he could hardly breathe, his vision narrowing to a tunnel that threatened to close entirely. Patrick stopped. The sudden absence of movement was more disorienting than the strikes had been, leaving the assassin struggling to understand why the assault had ended. He struggled to focus, his vision blurred. Patrick stepped back once, creating space but not distance, looked around the cave. Then his attention shifted to something else entirely. The phone. Still on the ground where it had fallen, still connected to whoever waited on the other end. A faint voice, less clear than before, more distant, but unmistakably present. Words that had authority and expectation. Report. Hello? Patrick bent. Picked up the phone and raised it slightly toward his ear. He did not look at the screen, did not check the connection, or verify that the call remained active. Wait, he said, his voice with the same controlled calm. He wants to talk to you. He stepped forward again with purposeful movement, reaching for the assassin, pulled him up with one hand, lifting him with enough force that his feet hang from the stone floor, his weight supported entirely by Patrick's grip on his shirt. The assassin's body resisted out of pure instinct. He had no strength to support any meaningful resistance. Patrick slid the phone into the assassin's shirt pocket, clear enough to be heard by whoever waited on the other end. He held him there for a moment that seemed to stretch longer than the fight itself, close enough that the assassin could see his eyes clearly for the first time. Then, he turned toward the edge of the cliff and threw him over. The assassin's body left the ground without resistance, carried forward in a single motion that seemed to defy the laws of physics, past the edge of the cave and into open space that offered nothing to catch or slow his fall. No sound of contact with stone below, only the absence that followed, the sudden quiet that seemed louder than any noise. Patrick remained where he was for long minutes. His breathing remained steady. His stand was unchanged. Then he turned away from the edge and walked back into the deeper shadows of the cave, where the bag waited and the real work could begin. Morning settled over the estate with a quiet that felt strange. What had happened 5 days earlier no longer existed in the open spaces where staff moved with their usual rhythm, where the morning routine proceeded, as if Patrick's assassination attempt had never touched the carefully maintained world Alexander Khan had built. Alexander Khan sat at the breakfast table without touching the plate in front of him. The meal had been prepared to his exact specifications: eggs, prepared precisely as he preferred, toast cut at the angle he expected, coffee brought at the temperature he required. The coffee cooled beside his hand, untouched for the better part of an hour. Alexander remained composed, spine straight, shoulders level, hands resting with the same control he brought to every boardroom negotiation. But his attention was elsewhere, fixed on something that had not yet resolved itself into a form he could manage or direct. The doors behind him opened without the careful pause that most staff observed before entering his presence. Victoria stepped in, her heels clicking against marble with an urgency that disrupted the careful quiet. She slowed only when she reached the edge of the table, as if the space itself demanded restraint, as if proximity to her father required a different kind of movement entirely. "Where is he?" Alexander did not look up immediately, his eyes remaining fixed on the cooling coffee, on the morning paper folded beside his plate, on anything that did not require him to meet her eyes and acknowledge what they both knew. "He left. That was 5 days ago." Victoria's voice carried the kind of controlled frustration that came from repeating conversations that never reached resolution. 5 full days. Now he raised his eyes, the movement deliberate, measured. "I'm aware." Victoria stepped closer, her hand coming to rest on the back of the chair across from him. 5 days, no call, no message. Security lost him the night he walked out the front door like he was going for an evening stroll. Since then, nothing. No contact, no sightings, no trace. "He doesn't need security," Alexander said, his voice carrying the same tone he used to close discussions in business meetings. "That's not the point." "It is exactly the point." She looks at him, frustration rising beneath the composed surface she had learned to maintain in his presence. He's 20 years old, and he's gone for 5 days without a word. Alexander leaned back slightly in his chair, his expression maintaining the same steady control that had carried him through decades of negotiations. "He was gone for 12 years, he said, each word carrying the memory that had never fully settled. At 7 years old. Dropped into a place where most adults would not survive a week, let alone 12 years. That's not the same thing, and you know it." "No," he said, lifting his coffee cup and pausing with it halfway to his lips before setting it back down without drinking. "It's not the same. It's worse. And he survived it." "He left by choice this time," Alexander continued, his eyes moving past her to the windows that looked out over grounds where Patrick had walked away without looking back. "Not because he was lost, not because circumstances forced him into something beyond his control." Victoria shook her head, the movement sharp with disagreement. "You're talking like this is normal behavior." "For him, it might be." "That's not an answer, Dad. That's an excuse. It's the only explanation that fits what we know about him." Then she spoke again, her voice quieter, carrying something that made Alexander's attention sharpen. "There's something else." Alexander watched her, waiting. "I heard it this morning," she said, her hands tightening slightly on the chair back. More than once. Same story, different sources. People are talking. He didn't ask what they were saying. He didn't need to. They're saying he killed 5 men, a week before he left. She paused, studying his face for any reaction. Street violence that nobody's claiming responsibility for. The words settled into the room without visible reaction from him, but Victoria had known him long enough to recognize the slight shift in his posture, the way his fingers stilled against the table surface. "Are you going to tell me that's not true?" she asked. Alexander stood. The movement slowly suggested careful consideration and not immediate response. "Victoria," he said, turning to face her fully, "Patrick is not a normal young man returning from an unusual childhood." "I know that." "No," he said, with certainty that made her step back slightly. "You don't. Not fully. Not in the way that matters." "Then tell me. Help me understand what we're dealing with." Alexander considered her for a long moment, saying words that had never been spoken aloud, truths that had existed in the space between observation and acknowledgement. "He survived in a place that other will not," he said finally, "for 12 years, in conditions that would break most adults within weeks. That does not happen without fundamental change." "What kind of change?" "The kind that doesn't justify itself to those who have never required it." Victoria's expression tightened, fear beginning to show beneath the frustration. "Are you saying he's capable of that kind of violence?" Alexander did not answer directly, his eyes moving past her to the windows again. "I'm saying what he learned in those mountains was not meant for our world," he said. "It was meant for survival in a place where there are no rules. And now he's here, in our world." "Yes, and people are dead." Alexander held her look. "People die every day, Victoria," he said quietly. "That's not what I asked." "No," he said. "It's not." Victoria's eyes shifted past him toward the windows that looked out over the estate's carefully maintained grounds, then widened. Alexander saw the change immediately and turned, following her stare to the line where trim lawns met the edge of wilderness that marked the estate's boundary. At the edge of the estate, Patrick stepped forward into the morning light. He moved without urgency, without the hurried pace of someone returning from an emergency. The clothing he wore was monk garments, the cloth he had worn when he came down from the mountain for the first time before Lena and May found him. Victoria exhaled, breaking with relief. "He's back." Alexander watched him without visible expression. "Yes," he said, the single word carrying more weight than either of them acknowledged. Victoria stepped back from the table. "I'll let you talk to him. Alone." Alexander gave a slight nod, his attention already focused on Patrick. She left, closing the doors behind her. Patrick entered the house without announcement. His footsteps made no sound on marble floors. No one stopped him. No one asked where he had been or what had taken him so long to return. The staff moved as they always did, maintaining routines that had been established long before his arrival. Conversations paused as he passed. He walked through the main hall, then disappeared down the corridor that led to his private quarters. When he entered Alexander's office, he had changed his cloth. The clothing was different. He was not. He closed the door behind him, then stood for a moment with his hand still on the handle, as if considering whether the conversation that would follow required the additional privacy of a locked door. Alexander remained seated behind the desk that had served as the center of his empire for more than 2 decades, its surface clear except for the papers that required his personal attention and the phone. For a moment, neither spoke. Alexander had a few questions that had accumulated during Patrick's 5 days of absence. Patrick stepped forward and placed a canvas bag on the desk's polished surface. Alexander's eyes moved to it, taking in detail a bag used for travel. "Where did you get that?" he asked. Patrick didn't answer directly, his look steady and untroubled. "He followed me." Alexander's attention sharpened. "And?" Patrick's expression remained still, carrying no emotion that Alexander could read. "He will not follow anyone again. No detail, no explanation beyond simple facts." Alexander studied him, reading what could be read, accepting what could not, then nodded once acknowledgement without judgment, understanding without requiring explanation. Patrick opened the bag with movements that suggested he had already seen what was inside, everything arranged in careful preparation. He removed a folder and placed it flat on the desk, then began laying out its contents. Maps, printed on paper that had been folded and refolded, marked with routes that had already been taken, positions that had been observed, paths that had been tested, records of what had already happened. Alexander leaned forward slightly, his attention focusing on details that transformed the familiar landscape around his estate into something strategic, something that had been studied and measured and used. "These are movement patterns," he said, recognizing the tactical thinking behind the markings. Patrick nodded once. He was watching. Before the shooting. Patrick stepped to the side, selecting one photograph from the stack with the care of someone presenting the most important piece of evidence. He placed it in front of Alexander, centering it on the desk where it could not be ignored or misunderstood. Alexander looked down. The image was clear. A small restaurant, visible through windows, two figures behind the counter, unaware of the camera that had captured their movements. Lena and May. Alexander did not move, his hands remaining flat against the desk surface, his breathing unchanged. His eyes remained on the photograph, taking in the details that transformed two young women he had never met into something that required immediate attention, immediate protection, immediate action. Patrick said nothing. He didn't need to. Trap is set. Inside the conference room, the polished mahogany table stretched between leather chairs that had countless negotiations. Screens along the wall updated in real time, streams of data. Patrick sat at the far end of the table, his chair pushed slightly back from the others. The distance wasn't accidental. It created space between him and the controlled chaos unfolding around him. His hands rested flat against the table's surface, fingers relaxed but aware. He didn't speak. He watched. His eyes moved between faces, the unconscious tapping of fingers against phones and tablets. They were reacting instead of directing, and it showed in every move. Alexander stood near the center of the room, not seated like the others. His position was deliberately elevated, commanding, refusing to be reduced to their level of uncertainty. The attorneys remained positioned around the table like pieces on a chessboard, each occupying their designated space. Paper lay open before them. Phones stayed active, screens glowing with incoming calls and messages. Reports were coming in faster now, overlapping each other with information that needed immediate processing. Each update corrected the last, repeated key details, built each part until a larger picture began to emerge. "The restaurant is closed," one of the men said, his voice cutting through the low murmur of side conversations. He read from a tablet. "Sign posted this morning. Commercial lease available. No prior notice filed with the landlord." Another voice followed immediately, belonging to a younger attorney whose usual composure had developed cracks around the eyes. "Apartment is locked down. Building manager confirms no sign of break at entry point. Neighbors report no activity since yesterday evening." Alexander didn't turn toward either speaker. His attention remained fixed on something beyond the far wall, as if seeing through the glass and steel to the situation unfolding miles away. The silver in his hair caught the overhead lighting, but his expression remained carved from stone. "Open it," he said. The words carried absolute authority, the kind that didn't expect negotiation. "Sir, there may be illegal." "Open it." The interruption was quiet but final. The room understood that this was not a request requiring legal consultation or procedural approval. This was direction, pure and simple. A moment passed, filled with the soft sound of papers shuffling and someone clearing their throat. Then a voice crackled through the conference room speaker system, the audio compressed but clear. "Entry authorized. Moving in now." Silence returned, broken only by the low hum of the building's ventilation system and the distant sound of traffic filtering up from the street below. The screens continued their updates, but no one looked at them now. All attention had shifted to the speaker, waiting. Minutes stretched like pulled wire. "We're inside." All attention remained still, but focus sharpened. Two suitcases positioned near the bedroom, both packed with clothing, personal items, and toiletries, suggest preparation for a flight. One of the attorneys leaned forward slightly, his pen poised over a legal pad. "Signs of struggle?" he asked. "Negative? Property damage?" Negative. Evidence of violence, blood trace. Negative on both counts. The voice on the other end paused, and in that brief silence, the room seemed to contract slightly. Everyone understood what was coming before the words were spoken. They're gone. The words settled into the room. No one moved to challenge the assessment or demand clarification. The conclusion was too clear, too obvious to require further explanation. Patrick didn't shift his position. His expression remained unchanged, but something inside of him turned. It wasn't the relaxed calm. It was the controlled motionlessness of someone who had already processed this information and moved beyond it to what came next. Across the room, Alexander's hands were held behind his back. The control was still there. "Confirmed timing of departure," he said, his voice carrying the same measured authority as before. "Working on it now. Building security is pulling footage." Another voice entered through the conference line, different in tone and origin. One of the senior attorneys adjusted his position slightly, straightening papers that were already perfectly aligned. "We have established contact with the Southeast Regional Triad," he said. "They're responding to our call." Alexander turned just enough to face the speaker. His eyes settled on the man with absolute attention. "Put them through." A new voice emerged from the speakers, calm and deliberate, each word carefully measured before being released. "We have received your expression of concern." Alexander didn't sit, didn't move closer to the speaker or lean in to catch every word. His position remained fixed, commanding the room through presence alone. "You confirmed an agreement," he said, his voice carrying across the conference room. "Then within the hour, a man attempts to kill my grandson. Now, 2 civilians connected to him have disappeared without explanation. I require you to explain your organizational structure." A short silence followed. "Our leadership has recently lost contact with the regional boss responsible for that territorial situation." The room was completely stuck. The attorneys exchanged looks. Alexander's expression did not change, but his voice got lower. "You've lost contact. It appears he is operating independently of Triad protocols, and you cannot control him. We are currently working to re-establish." "What type of leadership structure is this?" Alexander interrupted, the control still present in his voice, but thinner now, stretched over something harder underneath. "You don't maintain authority over your own operational personnel?" The voice on the other side remained composed, professionally neutral. "This situation is being addressed through internal channels. While my family continues to be targeted through your actions," Alexander replied, each word precisely placed. Another pause, longer this time. "We will resolve this matter." Alexander didn't respond immediately. "No," he said. "You won't." The conversation ended, and the line went dead. At the far end of the table, Patrick stood. No one noticed at first their attention remained locked on the deteriorating negotiation playing back through the speakers. He moved toward the door without a rush, his steps quiet. His hand touched the door handle. Alexander saw him. "Where are you going?" Patrick paused. His body half turned toward the exit. He didn't look back at the room or make eye contact. "Getting some air, I'll be back," he said. Then he walked out, the door closing behind him. The drive was in complete silence. Patrick sat in the back seat of the black SUV, his body positioned at an angle that suggested attention without tension, his eyes fixed on something beyond the tinted window. The city transitions from city roads to private roads. The vehicle began to slow as it approached the gate. A checkpoint emerged, not seen from a distance. Armed personnel stepped forward with efficiency, recognizing the vehicle's configuration before it came to a complete stop. A brief exchange followed, routine but thorough. Identification confirmed through multiple systems. Clearance came without question. The gate opened. The SUV continued forward along roads that curved, following a path that led away from the main structures toward a quieter section of the base. Here, the buildings were smaller, more residential in scale, but maintaining the same architectural look. The vehicle came to a stop in front of a modest residence. The landscaping was immaculate. Chin was already outside, waiting. He stood near the front entrance with the relaxed alertness that marked his presence. His clothing was simple. He didn't move immediately as Patrick stepped out of the vehicle, allowing the moment to establish itself naturally. For several seconds, they simply looked at each other across the small distance that separated the driveway from the entrance. No surprise registered on Chin's face. This was recognition, pure and simple, the acknowledgement of one disciplined mind meeting another. Then, Chin's shifted into something that might have been a smile. "You found your way back," he said. Patrick gave a slight nod. The important things usually arrive when they're needed, not when they're expected. He stepped aside and gestured toward the door with a movement that managed to be both invitation and instruction. "Come in." Patrick followed him up the 3 steps that led to the entrance. The door opened into a space that immediately felt different from the normal army home, more personal, but still carrying that underlying sense of discipline and order. "I should have called," Patrick said as he crossed the threshold, his voice trying to say something that might have been apology. "I didn't mean to arrive without." He stopped. The words cut off as his attention fixed on someone else in the room. Chin wasn't alone. A young woman sat at a table positioned near the windows that looked out over the compound's landscape. She stood as they entered, rising from her chair with a motion that reminded him of a trained soldier. Her presence filled the space where it was composed of attention, the quality of someone who could remain perfectly still while missing nothing that happened around her. Her eyes were steady, direct, showing intelligence. Chin noticed the shift in the room's atmosphere immediately, the way Patrick's forward motion hesitated for just a moment, the way the young woman's eyes fixed on their visitor with interest that went beyond casual curiosity. "My daughter," he said, his voice carrying a note of quiet pride. "Leon." Patrick looked at her, and the examination was mutual. She met his eyes without hesitation, no uncertainty flickering, no impulse to look away. There was something in her direct attention that Patrick liked, and for a moment, something in the room changed. The sensation lasted only seconds before Chin's voice cut through it, breaking the moment without force or awkwardness. "Sit," he said, gesturing toward the table where Leon had been positioned. "You came at exactly the right time." Patrick nodded once and accepted the chair offered, settling into his chair. The furniture was simple but well made. Dinner had already been prepared. The meal was simple, thick rice noodles in a warm bowl, mixed with vegetables and slices of beef. The broth was light, the flavors clean and balanced. Nothing was heavy, nothing overwhelmed the other. They ate without rushing, allowing the natural rhythm of the meal to establish itself. Conversation moved easily at first, guided by Chin's practiced ability to create space for interaction without forcing it, making sure Patrick and Leon become comfortable in each other's presence. Leon spoke when addressed, but her contribution went beyond simple responses to direct questions. Her presence echoed Chin's influence, but it had been shaped through different experiences in medical school. Patrick noticed Leon. For the first time in days, he found himself able to sit without the constant awareness of potential threat. After the table was cleared, Leon moved through the space, gathering what remained. Chin prepared tea, placing 3 cups between them. Then he sat, settling into his chair. "I tried to come see you," Chin said, "after the shooting incident." Patrick's attention focused completely on the older man's face, but he didn't respond immediately. "They informed me you had already left the estate." Patrick looked down briefly, a moment of internal calculation, then raised his eyes again to meet Chin's steady observation. "I needed to leave," he said. The words were simple, but they didn't require elaboration. Chin studied him for a long moment. "Mike mattered to you," he said. It wasn't a question. It was recognition of a connection. Patrick didn't answer with words. He didn't need to. The acknowledgement was visible in the slight tightening around his eyes, his grief not done completely. Silence settled into the room. The tea steam is dissipating into air. Then, after a pause that stretched long enough to feel natural, Patrick spoke. "They found me in the city," he said. His voice carried a different way now, as if each word required emotion. Chin and Leon listened without movement, their attention complete. 2 girls. Young women, actually. He paused, seeming to consider what details mattered, what elements of the story required sharing, and which could remain private. "They didn't know who I was, never asked for identification or explanation. They just helped." The simple statement, strangers helping without agenda, kindness extended without expectation of return. In the world Patrick had been introduced, such behavior was rare. Leon leaned forward slightly, not interrupting but indicating deeper interest in what was being shared. Patrick continued. Now they operated a restaurant, local clientele, neighborhood business. He paused again, and this time, the silence, moment before difficult truth had to be shared. There was a man who visited regularly, collecting payments. Protection money, Chin said quietly, complete understanding of what such arrangements meant in practical terms. Patrick nodded, confirming what they all already understood. I followed him into the restroom. He didn't elaborate on what had occurred in that restroom, didn't describe the specific actions taken. He didn't need to. What happened after that, he said, wasn't something I had planned in advance. Silence returned, but it has different energy now. Both Chin and Leon understood that they were hearing about events that had shaped Patrick's recent experience in fundamental ways, decisions that couldn't be unmade, and consequences that were still unfolding. More people came, Patrick continued, his voice maintaining the same measured control. Not collectors, hire hitman, assassin. Leon's eyes remained fixed on his face, reading any sign she could see, changes in breathing pattern. There were fights, Patrick said, choosing his words with care. Multiple fights. He paused again, this time longer, as if deciding how much truth he can share. People died. Mike took a bullet for me. The words didn't change his tone. Chin and Leon had seen enough of life to understand that conflict inside of him. Neither Chin nor Leon spoke immediately. They understood that response would come when Patrick had finished sharing what he needed to say, not before. Patrick's eyes lowered briefly, focusing on his hands where they rested against the table's surface. When he spoke again, his voice became more personal. And now they have the girls. The words hung in the air. Patrick did not look up from the table. Silence held for a moment after Patrick spoke. Chin did not respond immediately. He sat perfectly still, his hands resting lightly on the tables. His eyes remained fixed on Patrick, not with judgment. Then he spoke. You know they are trying to bring you in. It wasn't a question. The statement emerged with the certainty of someone who had already understood what the Triad boss tried to do before Patrick had finished explaining it. Patrick didn't look up right away. His hands were rested against the table, motionless. Yes, he said finally. Chin nodded once. They won't stop, he said. Not now, not after what's happened. Patrick lifted his eyes then, meeting Chin's eyes directly for the first time since he had begun speaking. I know. Another pause settled between them, quieter now, heavier with the implications of what neither was saying directly. Leon shifted slightly in her chair, the first movement she had made since Patrick had started talking. Her eyes moved between them, reading the exchange. What choice do I have? Patrick said after a moment. If I don't go, they don't stop. The death continues. And if I do? He let the thought fall without finishing it, the unspoken possibilities hanging in the air. At least I can try to bring them back. Chin watched him closely, his expression revealing nothing of whatever calculations were running behind his eyes. Before he could respond, Leon spoke, her voice cutting through the quiet. You would walk into it knowing it's a trap? It was the first time her voice had entered the conversation directly. Calm, steady, but suggested she already knew the answer and was testing whether Patrick understood its implications. Patrick turned to her. He met her eyes with the same directness he had shown Chin, offering no effort to soften what he was about to say. Yes. There was no effort to soften it, just a single word, a decision that had already been made. Leon looked in his eyes, her dark eyes searching for something in his expression, some flicker of uncertainty, some crack that might suggest he hadn't fully considered what he was proposing. Her medical training had taught her to look for the signs people tried to hide, the nerves and indicators that revealed more than words ever could. There was nothing. No hesitation, no fear, no doubt. Chin exhaled quietly, but low enough to suggest the importance of what he was about to say. This is not a decision made in a moment, he said finally. This requires consideration. Planning. Patrick didn't answer immediately. His eyes shifted back to the table. A knock broke the silence of 3 short taps against the door. Chin looked toward it, then back at Patrick. "Come in," he said. The door opened slightly, revealing Patrick's driver standing just inside the door. The man's professional waited for acknowledgement before speaking, his eyes moving briefly to each occupant of the room before settling on Patrick. "Mr. Khan called," he said. "He asked that you return to the estate. He'll meet you at the house." Patrick gave a slight nod. "Understood." The driver stepped back and closed the door, leaving the 3 of them alone again. Patrick stood then. The movement that suggested the evening's discussion had reached its natural conclusion. Chin rose as well, respect that acknowledged both Patrick's departure and the gravity of what had been shared. "You don't have to decide tonight," Chin said. "These things require time, consideration." Patrick looked at him directly, and for a moment. "I already have," he replied. Chin held his look for a moment longer, searching for something that might suggest flexibility, room for negotiation or reconsideration. Finding none, he gave a small nod. Patrick turned toward the door, then paused, his hand not quite touching the handle. The hesitation lasted only seconds. "I'll come back tomorrow," he said, turning slightly to address both. "I'll tell you what I'm going to do." Chin didn't answer immediately, but the acknowledgement was there in the slight inclination of his head. Patrick lowered his head then. Respect offered between them, who understood the conversation they had. He turned to Lian then. She met his eyes steadily, her expression revealing nothing of whatever she was thinking. Then he left, the door closing behind him. The SUV waited where it had been positioned, engine running. The headlights were set to low. Patrick stepped toward the vehicle without hesitation. The driver was already in position, the passenger door opening as Patrick approached. He stepped inside without a word, settling into the seat. The door closed with a solid sound that seemed to seal him into his seat. As the vehicle began to move, Patrick looked back through the rear window. Lian stood near the doorway where he had left her, her figure outlined against the light spilling from the interior. She remained motionless, watching the departure with the same focused attention she had brought to every moment of their interaction. The distance grew steadily as the car moved toward the base gate. Patrick did not look away, maintaining visual contact. Not until the last line of sight disappeared completely did he finally turn forward, settling into the seat with the quiet resignation of someone preparing for whatever waited at the house. Point of no return. Night had settled over the estate by the time Patrick returned. The house was already silent, security maintaining rotation patrols. Alexander was waiting. He stood in his office when Patrick entered, not sitting behind the mahogany desk where he always sits, but near the floor-to-ceiling window that faced the mountain and trees beyond the estate. His stance was straight, yet something suggested he had been standing there for a long time. He didn't turn immediately when the door opened. "You found something," he said. Patrick closed the door behind him. "I think so, but I'm not sure." Alexander turned, and in the brief movement, the sharpening focus of eyes. "Lena and May?" Patrick asked. The names came separately. A pause stretched between them. "For now, I think they are alive. Not sure for how long they will stay alive," Alexander said. Alexander held his look to understand meaning from what was left unsaid. In the years of doing business, he developed an acute sensitivity to the read between words. "And you know where?" he asked. Patrick shook his head slightly, a movement minimal enough to suggest the question itself had already been anticipated. "Not exact location, but I know who has them." "The same man who sent all those enforcers," Alexander said, less as a question and more as validation of something he already knows. "Yes." Silence settled between them, deeper this time. Alexander moved slowly toward the desk. "And you want to go back," he said. And it was not a question. It was an observation of someone who understood the logic of such intentions before Patrick said it. Patrick didn't answer immediately. The silence stretched, becoming its own form of communication. Then, "Yes." Alexander studied him. His eyes moved across Patrick's face, searching for the flicker of hesitation that might suggest negotiation remained possible. "This time," Patrick continued, stepping forward, "I go alone." The words shifted the room's atmosphere with immediate force. No, Alexander said. The response came fast and absolute. His voice carried the authority of refusal. They're expecting a big force, Patrick said, his tone remaining level, each word placed with careful consideration. If I bring people, it changes the balance. They'll see it coming before I arrive. The girls, they'll be dead for certain if they see threat. Alexander's expression tightened, recognition of the logic mixing with resistance. He stepped closer to Patrick, not threatening, but present with intent. And if you go alone, he replied, his voice outlining risk, you walk into a trap. Patrick didn't disagree. His lack of objection confirmed it. They took the girls to bring me in, he said. They understand what I am, or what they believe I am. If I don't go, they lose their leverage entirely and kill the girls. If I bring a team, they lose control of the situation, and control so they will kill the girls. The moment they sense that control slipping, the girls transform from bargaining chips into liability. And you think they'll let you walk in and walk out? Alexander asked, his tone suggesting he already knew the answer, but he wanted confirmation for his own calculation. No, Patrick said. The answer came without hesitation. Alexander stepped closer, close to the space between them. Then explain the plan, he said. Patrick kept his look with steady composure, his expression remaining the same by the pressure of the question. I don't have one yet. The silence that followed was sharper than anything preceding it. Patrick's own honest assessment does not doubt, but genuine absence of predetermined strategy. Alexander exhaled slowly to information that challenged his fundamental instinct to control outcomes. Mike would not let you do this alone, he said, and the name itself, spoken for perhaps the first time since Mike's death, changed the room's atmosphere with immediate force. Patrick didn't visibly react, but something in his composure intensified. Mike is not here, he said, his voice carrying no emotion, just fact. Alexander's jaw tightened slightly. No, he said quietly. He's not. Another long pause extended between them. I can send a team, he said finally, his voice carrying the quality of someone outlining a compromise. Discreet, controlled, professionally trained fighters positioned in the surrounding areas, close enough to provide backup if needed. They will be seen, Patrick said, his assessment delivered with certainty. Maybe not at first, but eventually. And when that happens, when their presence is discovered, the girls become leverage again. That prompts desperate action. They already are leverage, Alexander said. His voice showed frustration at the logic that continued to circle back to the same difficult conclusion. Yes, Patrick acknowledged, but controlled leverage. If the situation remains within predictable parameters, that control remains intact. If they feel it slipping, if they realize they're being monitored or anticipated, the control's gone. And when control's lost, insurance becomes expendable. Alexander understood the ruthless arithmetic underlying that assessment. He had built his empire partly on understanding such calculations, though he had rarely been forced to accept them when they concerned people for whom he held responsibility. He didn't like it. The tension across his face made that abundantly clear. What you're asking, he said slowly, is to walk into their trap without protection, to enter a situation designed by people who have already demonstrated they're willing to kill. I'm asking you not to interfere, Patrick replied, and the distinction between the two requests was absolute. One was a request for trust in his capability. The other was a request for his restraint despite every instinct pressing toward intervention. Alexander looked at him for a long moment. Then, give me 24 hours. Patrick's expression didn't change, but his stance adjusted fractionally, suggesting he was evaluating this offer. I want time to see if there is another path, Alexander continued, his voice carrying the quality of someone outlining a negotiating position he recognized was not ideal, but was the best he could extract from the situation. One that does not rely entirely on you walking into a trap without support or strategy, one that allows for intervention if circumstance requires it. And if there isn't, Patrick asked, the question posed without inflection, merely factual inquiry. Alexander held his eyes directly. Then we will come back to this discussion, he stated, and we will work on a plan together. Patrick considered the distinction. the quality of the compromise being offered. 24 hours represented a delay, but also represented Alexander's acceptance that some decisions could not be prevented, only informed. Then he gave a slight nod. 24 hours. The base was quite late in the afternoon, but not empty. Movement continued the rhythms of training routines that did not stop with the rotation of the day. Lights remained on across sections of the ground, casting sharp shadows across obstacle courses and training areas. Everything here served function. Nothing existed for decoration. Patrick approached without announcement, moving through the perimeter with the ease of someone who understood the base's security patterns, someone who had already calculated which routes and times would minimize unnecessary interaction. He slowed as he reached the primary training area, where even at this hour, movement continued beneath lighting, where discipline existed outside the normal progression of day and night. Chin was there, and Leon. They worked the mat in silence. Chin's hand snapped forward palm strike, no telegraph. Leon slipped left, her shoulder dropping just enough to let it pass. No wasted motion, no hesitation. She countered low, testing his structure. Chin absorbed it, shifted weight, redirected without force. His foot pivoted, her balance adjusted before the sweep came. Back and forth, respond, adjust. Chin moved, finding gaps, no excess, no flourish. Every strike lived and died within the space it needed. He didn't chase openings. He created them through absence. Leon fought differently, sharper, faster, surgical. Her strikes came in clean lines, each one calculated for maximum efficiency. She targeted joints, pressure points, and weak angles, places where the body was given under stress. Her footwork stayed tight, controlled, never committing more than necessary. She didn't flow, she cut, but neither one dominated. They circled, tested, adapted. This wasn't sparring. It was conversation. And both knew the other's language. She had been doing this for years. Patrick recognized it immediately, the marks of training so deep-seated that it had become second nature, yet simultaneously maintained every movement had purpose. Patrick watched from the side. Chin noticed him first, his awareness extending in directions that suggested his attention never truly narrowed completely away from his environment. He stepped back slightly, breaking the exchange that suggested he had been waiting for this moment. Patrick's approach. Leon followed his look, her eyes moving to the edge of the mat. Their eyes crossed briefly. Patrick stepped forward. "You came back," Chin said, his voice carrying no sign of surprise. Patrick nodded. Leon looked at his eyes for a moment longer, then stepped away from the mat. "I'll change," she said. She left without waiting for response. Chin gestured toward the side of the training area, away from the mat. "You saw her," Chin said once they were seated. "Yes." "She practices daily," Chin continued, his remarks conveying not just facts, but also a deeper recognition of her routine. Patrick didn't respond. "She lost her parents early in her life," Chin added. His voice was drawing a parallel that Patrick would understand. Different circumstances, different location, different ages, but the same fundamental loss, the same absence that cannot be recovered or reversed. Patrick's eyes intensified slightly. "She didn't have a mountain," Chin continued, the fundamental difference in their circumstances. "She had something different. She had structure, my training, military discipline, education systems designed by institutions rather than individuals." "Medical field," Patrick said, suggesting he had noticed details. Chin nodded, a single motion. "She finishes this year," he answered, "medical degree." The information is settled between them. Silence maintained its presence for several moments. Then, Chin turned adjusting in preparation for transition toward more pressing matters. "The girls," he said, his voice taking on a different sound, more direct. Patrick's expression didn't change, his composure remaining intact despite the shift in conversation. Chin looks at him without visible reaction. His expression has the quiet recognition of someone who had long understood that certain paths produced certain ends. "And you're going back," Chin said. "Yes." "You did not change your mind?" he asked. Patrick shook his head. "I spoke with Alexander," he said. "He asked for time." "Time?" Leon's voice emerging from the side passage, her voice suggesting she had heard portions of their conversation. She had changed into civilian clothing, her hair pulled back. He's going to attempt alternative approaches. Neither man had heard her approach. And you gave it, Chin observed, directing his attention back to Patrick. For him, Patrick said, not for the decision. Chin nodded once. You and I think the same about this, Chin said. They won't negotiate, not in a way that returns the girls without cost, and they won't accept offers of compromise, not when they've already chosen to take the girls. Alexander cannot reach that triad, boss, Patrick said. Then you go, Chin said. The last time you took a trip like this, he said, you had Mike. You had resources. You had a team positioned behind you, individuals trained and positioned to provide intervention if the situation deteriorated beyond what you cannot control. Patrick held his composure. This time you go alone, Chin continued, the statement suggesting concern. Yes, Patrick answered. I won't let you. They both turned. Leon stood there, her eyes directed at Patrick. I'll go with you, she said, her voice carrying certainty without hesitation. Patrick shook his head immediately, the refusal absolute. No. I can help you, Leon continued, her tone suggesting she had anticipated this response and had prepared her counter-argument. No, Patrick repeated. Her expression didn't change, didn't soften or adjust. You don't have to do this alone, she said. Patrick stepped closer, closing distance between them. Anyone who gets close to me gets hurt, he said, his voice low but with absolute clarity. Or worse. I won't bring that consequence to you. I won't accept it on your behalf. Leon didn't look away. Her look suggested she was conducting her own assessment, refusing to accept the refusal as final. That's not your decision to make for me, she said. Silence followed. Chin watched both, his aged eyes moving between the two figures. He recognized when someone who had already decided and would not be moved by conventional argument. If you go, Chin said slowly, his words directed at Patrick, but his attention divided between both figures. You don't go blind. Patrick's focus remained on Leon, though his mind registered Chin words. She speaks the language, Chin continued, suggested he was constructing an argument designed to change Patrick's resistance. Better than you, better than most. She understands the culture beneath the surface, not just the formal structures, but the social dynamics, the unwritten codes of interaction and response. She sees things you might not have, details that fall outside your training framework, observation that requires cultural knowledge rather than tactical assessment. Patrick's leaned back, suggesting he was processing this information, weighing it against his own resolution. And traveling together, Chin added, positioning his next argument, draws significantly less attention than traveling alone. Two individuals can be tourists, husband and wife, family members. Leon took a step forward. I won't slow you down, she said, her words carrying absolute certainty. I've been training since I was a child. I move as well as most soldiers twice my age. I can navigate city environments, field environments, and diplomatic channels. And I'm not asking permission. I'm informing you of my decision. Patrick looks at her for a long moment, the silence between them carrying tension and something that resembled recognition. Fine. The word came quietly. It settled between them as a decision already made. Back at the estate, Alexander was waiting. He stood near the desk, its surface cleared of everything except a single manila folder. His stance carried the stillness of a man who had already made his peace with outcomes, yet refused to surrender control entirely. Patrick entered first. He was no longer the young man seeking his place within these walls. He was someone passing through them. Leon followed, her presence quiet but immediately noticeable. Alexander's eyes moved to her without delay. And this is? He asked. Leon, Patrick said, the introduction direct without elaboration or justification. She's coming with me. No, Alexander said immediately, the response automatic. Patrick stepped forward, already prepared for the answer, his body language shifting, slightly controlled, not aggressive. The distance between them was close until they stood face to face, turning the conversation from discussion into negotiation. She's trained, he said, each word measured. She speaks Mandarin fluently and understands the culture in ways that take years for me to learn. She can move in places where I would stand out immediately. Alexander watched him carefully. Did you tell her what this is? He asked. That you're walking into a trap. Is she trained for this? Patrick didn't hesitate. Yes. Alexander's expression didn't change, but the question stayed in the room. She's not just trained, Patrick said. She's a doctor. If something goes wrong, she can handle it. I can't. That's not what concerns me, Alexander replied, his voice steady. The risk isn't only physical. It's exposure. Every added variable makes this harder to control. Patrick held his ground. If I go alone, I stand out the moment I arrive, he said. Foreign. Out of place. Every step draws attention. With her, I blend it in. I move without being seen. Alexander watched him, weighing the difference. She doesn't increase the risk, Patrick added. She reduces it. Alexander remained silent. We travel as a couple, Patrick added. No attention. No reason to question movement. She can gather information while I stay in the background. Right now, my face is what they're waiting for. The moment I show myself, everything changes. That landed, Patrick continued, his tone steady. She can move where I can't, listen where I can't, ask questions without being seen as a threat. Alexander's look sharpened slightly. And communication? He asked. You don't carry a phone. You don't use a computer. How do you plan to stay connected once you're inside? Patrick gave a slight nod. She handles it, he said. She keeps the contact, daily updates, movement changes, anything that matters. You'll know what we know. Silence followed. The argument was no longer emotional. It was structural, layered, calculated, and difficult to dismiss. Patrick held his ground. She gives me cover, he said. She gives me access, and she gives you visibility. Alexander didn't respond immediately, because he understood this wasn't about adding risk. It was about controlling it. Alexander looked at Leon directly, his attention shifting from Patrick's explanation to the source itself, measuring not just her physical presence, but the quality of her attention, the way she held herself under scrutiny, the steadiness of her response to being evaluated by someone whose approval could determine whether she walked into extreme danger. You understand what this is? He asked. The question is not just the immediate mission, but the implications, the connection to Patrick against criminal organizations that operated according to rules she had never known before. Yes, she said, the response immediately and certain, without hesitation or qualification. Her voice of someone who had considered the question before it was asked, who had already calculated risks and consequences. Alexander studied her for a moment longer, her response against his own understanding of what lay ahead, considering the ways in which her presence might complicate or facilitate what Patrick intended to accomplish. Then, he shifted his attention back to Patrick, the movement deliberate, final, suggesting a transition from evaluation into decision-making. You're asking me to let you walk into something specifically designed to close behind you, he said. I'm telling you the friends that helped me come back home are in trouble because of something I did, and I'm going to help them, Patrick said, the distinction important, the correction repositioning the entire conversation from request into statement of intent. I'm asking you to help me do it right. The room went completely still. Silence settled between them, the accumulated tension of the sudden recognition that all of it had been preparation for this moment when Patrick would step beyond the protection Alexander could provide into territory where influence, money, and political connections became irrelevant. Alexander knows this was recognition, the acknowledgement that Patrick had become someone who could not be controlled, protected, or guided according to traditional methods. The young man who had returned from the mountain was gone. Standing in his place was someone Alexander was only beginning to understand. Then he exhaled, slowly. Fine, he said. This was not tactical agreement. This was personal acknowledgement of limits, the recognition that some outcomes lay beyond the reach of even the most powerful men like Alexander. If you're going, he said, his voice tone of someone who had accepted an unacceptable situation and was now committed to managing it with maximum efficiency, you go with a plan. Even a bad one is better than improvisation in hostile territory. Patrick didn't interrupt, recognizing the shift, allowing Alexander to transition into the mode where he functioned most effectively. Strategic preparation, resource deployment, the coordination of elements that could provide advantage even in situations where control remained impossible. Alexander continued, his words gaining momentum as he moved into familiar territory. "I found him," he said, the simple statement carrying satisfaction. "The Triad boss, his primary residence, and the social club he uses for regular business meetings." That information got Patrick's complete attention, his body shifting slightly. Focus. "I've had both locations under discreet surveillance," Alexander continued, his explanation. "Professional observation. No movement patterns that suggest the girls are being held at either location. No confirmation of their presence anywhere within the visible perimeter." Alexander looked at him with the expression of someone explaining principles that should be obvious. "If my assessment is correct," he said, "you risk their immediate death. These are not people who negotiate after exposure. They eliminate problems." Silence followed, Patrick processing the explanation, understanding the logic while measuring it against his own assessment. "They follow a system," Alexander said. "They don't keep anything important where people can see it. The house and the club are just places to meet, to show presence, to send messages. They're not where they keep people. But maybe at where you'll find answers." He opened the manila folder and pushed it across the desk's polished surface, the papers inside representing hours of professional intelligence gathering, surveillance reports, architectural analysis, and tactical assessment. Building layouts, entry and exit points, known travel routes, security protocols we've been able to observe during the past 48 hours. Patrick stepped forward and looked down at the materials, his attention shifting immediately into tactical mode, processing information. The documents were comprehensive floor plans, satellite imagery, surveillance photographs, detailed notes about personnel, timing, behavioral patterns. Alexander wasn't finished. "There's a local contact," he said, introducing another element of support, another layer of preparation designed to provide options when something will not go as planned. "Reliable individual with connections throughout the region. He'll help if you need something transportation, information, and access to resources that can't be arranged remotely. Use his capabilities carefully." He paused, then added with the particular emphasis reserved for instructions that carried personal importance. "The jet remains at your disposal, if you need it. No tracking systems connected to our usual networks. No flight plans that create unnecessary exposure." Patrick nodded once, the gesture acknowledging both the practical value of the resources and the deeper implications of Alexander's support, the commitment to provide everything possible while accepting that success or failure lay beyond his direct influence. "And I expect you back in a few days," Alexander said. Patrick looked up from the documents, his attention returning to Alexander, recognizing the change in tone, the movement from operational discussion into something more fundamental. "That depends on what I find," he said, the response honest, direct, refusing to provide reassurance he could not guarantee. Alexander held his look, the moment extending, everything that remained unresolved between them despite months of careful reconstruction. "No," he said quietly. "It depends on you choosing to come back." For the first time since the conversation began, the controlled edge in Alexander's voice softened, more personal. The transformation was gentle but unmistakable, the powerful figure stepping back to reveal the grandfather who had already lost too much, who understood that some departures became permanent regardless of intention. He looks at Patrick's directly, refusing to look away, unwilling to soften what had to be said. "This is about you." The statement settled between them with finality, carrying everything Alexander had been unable to say during the month since Patrick's return. The fear, the recognition of limits, the understanding that love and control were not the same thing, that protection sometimes required accepting powerlessness. Patrick didn't answer immediately, but something shifted inside of him, in his expression, something small but unmistakably real. The recognition that Alexander's opposition had never been about control or authority, but about the fear of losing him again, permanently this time, in circumstances where recovery would be impossible. Alexander stepped forward and placed a hand on Patrick's shoulder. The gesture was simple, but it broke the distance that had existed between them since Patrick's return. There was no control in it, just contact. Patrick didn't move at first. He looked at the hand, then back at Alexander. For a moment, neither of them said anything. Then, Patrick stepped forward and hugged him. The movement was not practiced, not something he had done in years. It came without words, without hesitation once it began. Alexander didn't move at first, surprised by the gesture, by Patrick's willingness to cross that final barrier. Then, his hand came up, firm against Patrick's back, the gradual recognition that the grandson he had lost was never coming back in the form he remembered. When they separated, Alexander turned slightly away, just enough to regain the composure. But not before Leon saw the tears in his eye. She observed without comment, understanding that she was witnessing something private, the price paid by people who could manipulate systems and influence outcomes, but could not protect the individuals who mattered most. Alexander looked at Patrick for a long moment, his eyes steady, as if fixing the image of him in place before it was gone. He stepped back, creating the distance that had always existed between them, but this time it felt different. "Go," he said. The word was quiet, but it carried more than instruction. It held expectations, restraint, and something unspoken that did not need to be named. Patrick understood. He gave a slight nod and turned toward the door. Leon followed without a word. Neither of them rushed. The decision had already been made. There was nothing left to say. They stepped into the hallway, and the silence of the house closed around them again, heavy and still. Patrick walked a few steps before stopping. "Wait here," he said. Leon didn't question him. She gave a small nod and remained where she was, watching as he continued down the corridor alone. When he entered his room, he closed the door behind him. He opened a drawer and took out the monk garments, folding them once before placing them carefully into a small bag. He added a wide-brimmed hat, then a few essential items, nothing more than what he needed, nothing that would slow him down. For a moment, he stood still. Then he reached for the bow. He secured it across his shoulder, adjusted the bag, and stepped back toward the door. When he returned to the hallway, something about him had changed. Leon saw it immediately. She said nothing. "I'm ready," Patrick said. They walked together toward the exit, their steps quiet against the floor, the house offering no resistance as they passed through it. Outside, the car was already waiting. Behind them, in the office, Alexander had not moved. Everything around him remained the same, the structure he had built, the power he held, the systems that answered him without question, and none of them could follow them where they were going. He sat there in silence, because this time he had let him go. Too late. The SUV rolled to a stop in front of the jet, its engine ticking as it cooled in the night air. The aircraft's engines were already running, low and steady. White navigation lights blinked steadily against the darkness. Patrick stepped out first. Leon followed. The trunk opened with a quiet click. Patrick's eyes moved across the interior, looking at the weapons. Then something caught his attention, a long, dark shape positioned near the back. Not a weapon at first glance. A walking stick. Chin stepped forward from where he'd been standing in the shadows. "That one's yours," he said quietly. Patrick reached in, his fingers closing around the wood. The stick felt smooth beneath his palm, the weight perfectly for travel. He lifted it, testing the balance. Chin moved closer, his hand gesturing to the handle. "Turn it," he said. "Right, then pull." Patrick's fingers found the mechanism. He twisted the handle clockwise, felt something release inside the wood, and pulled. Steel blade emerged from the shaft, a blade unlike any sword he'd trained with, more solid, the kind of weapon designed for force, cold and deadly. Patrick held it, his body adjusting instinctively to its presence. The weight felt right, familiar, though he'd never held it before. "It's been waiting for you," Chin said. "You'll need it where you're going." Patrick tested the blade once, a single controlled movement that cut through the air with barely a whisper. Then, he locked it back into the shaft with the same mechanism clicking into place. Chin nodded once, satisfied. Leon reached past him then, her hand moving to a different bag. Something had shifted during the drive, the bag open enough to reveal what lay inside. Multiple blades, short, designed for close contact. Patrick's eyes shift to them. "Those are mine," she said, adjusting the bag to conceal the weapons properly. He looked at her, then back at the blades, not judging, understanding. "My weapon is the bow," he said. "That's for distance." She secured the bag. "It's for hunting," Patrick said. Leon paused, her hands still on the bag. She looked directly at his eyes. "So are these." Leon stepped toward the jet, but Chin's hand touched her shoulder. She turned. "You know what you're walking into," he said quietly. "Don't let anger decide when you move." Her jaw tightened, but she nodded once. He released her. She walked toward the jet without looking back. Inside, the cabin was quiet, prepared for movement. Leather seats arranged for space. They took their seats without speaking, settled into the controlled environment with the ease of people not accustomed to travel. The door sealed with a heavy click, and moments later, the aircraft began to move. The cabin pressure shifted slightly as they taxied toward the runway. The runway lights passed in sequence outside the small windows. Then, the jet lift. The ground fell beneath them, the city lights spreading out like a circuit board before disappearing into darkness. The aircraft climbed steadily, leaving the familiar behind. For a while, neither of them spoke. The engine noise filled the space between them. Leon turned slightly in her seat, watching him. Patrick sat with his usual stillness, but there was something different about it now, less reserved, more engaged. "I noticed something," she said, her voice cutting through the ambient sound. Patrick didn't look at her, but shifted slightly. "When you were speaking to your grandfather," she continued, "you said we should travel as a couple." He didn't respond immediately. His hands remained still in his lap, but she caught the slight tension in his shoulders. "You could have chosen something else," she added. "Business associates, distant relatives, any number of explanations that would have served the same purpose." Patrick shifted slightly, his attention still forward. "It was practical," he said finally. "Of course," Leon replied. There was a pause. The aircraft hit a small pocket of turbulence, and both of them adjusted automatically, their bodies responding to the change without conscious thought. Then she smiled. Not broadly, just enough to soften her expression. "You didn't have to sound so certain about it," she said. Patrick glanced at her just briefly, then away again. She let out a small laugh, not loud, just enough to break the tension that had been building between them since they'd left Alexander's house. "It works," she said, her voice returning to its usual controlled tone. "It's believable. People make assumptions about couples that they don't make about other arrangements." Patrick didn't answer, but he nodded once. A small acknowledgement. Leon leaned forward slightly, reaching into her bag and pulling out the envelope Alexander had given them. "Let's focus," she said, opening it carefully. "We don't get a second pass at this." Patrick nodded once, his attention shifting fully to the task ahead. They reviewed everything: maps, entry points marked in precise detail, patterns of movement documented, known guards, time of patrols, the two locations marked clearly in different colored ink, the private residence and the social club. The intelligence was comprehensive. Alexander's resources had provided them with everything they could reasonably expect to know before arrival. When the plane touched down hours later, the decision was already made. The jet had already cleared the runway by the time the car arrived at the designated pickup point. It wasn't marked. No official plates, no identifiers that connected it to anything formal. Just another vehicle in a city full of them, one of countless nondescript sedans that blended seamlessly into the city traffic without drawing an attention. The driver stepped out slowly, deliberately taking his time with each movement. He didn't move like a man in a hurry. One leg dragged slightly behind the other, small limp but impossible to hide completely. He closed the door, looked once at Patrick, then shifted his look to Leon, studying them both with the assessment of someone trained to read situations. "Chen Wei," he said, his voice flat and practical. "That's the name you need to know." Patrick gave a short nod, acknowledging the introduction without clarification. "Alexander sent me," the man continued. "I drive. I wait. I don't ask questions unless it matters, and I know how to move through this city without being noticed." His eyes moved over both again, measuring their composure, their readiness, their understanding of what came next. There was no judgment in his eyes. Then he added that his voice was dropping slightly. "I know the house, I know the patterns, I know what usually happens there." That was enough. More than enough. It was permission to proceed. The drive into the city was quiet. Lights passed in long stretches, their reflections sliding across the windows of the car. Chen Wei didn't fill the silence with unnecessary conversation. He kept his focus entirely on the road, his hands steady on the wheel, occasionally adjusting routes without explanation, taking side streets, avoiding main intersections, moving through the city with like someone who knew every corner, every blind spot. After what felt like a long time, he spoke again, his voice quiet. "The boss you're looking for," he said, his eyes never leaving the road ahead. "He doesn't trust one place, never stays long in any single location. But the house the residence you've been briefed on uses it when he needs something specific, when he needs control, when he wants to feel safe." Patrick watched the street ahead, his expression unchanged, his mind already processing the implications of this information. "And tonight?" he asked. "Will he be there?" Chen paused slightly, hesitation so briefly it might have gone unnoticed. "If he's there," he said carefully, "you won't get a second chance, one opportunity. He doesn't make mistakes twice." Leon leaned forward slightly from the back seat, her analytical mind already working through probabilities. "And if he's not?" she asked. Chen eyes stayed fixed on the road, navigating a turn. "Then you're already late," he said. They stopped 2 streets away from the target, positioned in a location where the house remained visible without drawing unwanted attention to their presence. The street around them was quiet, mostly empty at this hour, with only the occasional distant sound of traffic breaking through the city's silence. Chen turned slightly in his seat, becoming more deliberate and focused now. His hands gripped the steering wheel, and when he spoke, his voice carried experience someone who had seen operations go wrong before. "I stay here," he said, his eyes tracking the street ahead even as he addressed them. 10 minutes after you go in, I move the vehicle to a secondary position 2 blocks north. If you come out, you will find me there." He let the sentence end there, incomplete, hanging in the air between them. Both understood the unspoken truth. The meaning was unmistakable. Extraction opportunities were limited in time. A delay led to vulnerability. Vulnerability resulted in capture or something worse. Leon nodded once, a sharp gesture that conveyed understanding without wasting motion. Patrick reached for the door handle, then he paused, his hand still on the door. "What do you know about the guards?" Not anxious, simply gathering information, processing what's important. Chen smiles, the kind that came from years of police work, from knowing how systems functioned and where they often failed. When he spoke, there was a certain dark understanding in his tone. "They're not the problem," he said simply. He turned to meet Patrick's eyes. "You are the problem." Patrick held his look for another moment, then he stepped out into the night. The trunk of the vehicle opened with a quiet click. For a moment, all 3 of them stood there in the darkness, the street empty and still, as if sensed what was coming. Inside the trunk, everything was laid out, weapons positioned, tools organized. Leon reached first. She didn't hesitate or second guess. Her mind had already processed what she needed. Her hand moved across the array of weapons until it settled on a blade. She knew intimately one she had trained with, fought with, understood in her bones. Then another. 2 short swords designed where accuracy outweighed distance. She tested the weight of each one once, feeling the size. Then she slid them into the securing sheaths along her back with practiced motion, the leather settling against her spine like a familiar weight. Patrick stepped forward, his silhouette blocking out part of the trunk's interior light. He lifted chin stick carefully, feeling its weight in his hands, the balance points perfectly placed. Then he turned the handle slowly. The mechanism released with a quiet sound, metal against metal. Patrick held it for a moment in the darkness, letting his body adjust to its presence, feeling how it wanted to move, confirming that his instincts aligned with its design. Then, with the same control, he locked it back into the closed position. Leon watched him, saying nothing. There was no need for words. She understood what this was, what it meant, the weapon Chin had chosen. There was no need for conversation when both already understood the language of what was about to happen. "Once you start," Chen Wei said quietly from where he stood, his voice carrying a note of finality, "there's no control from here, no adjustment, No second guessing. Everything that follows is momentum. Patrick didn't respond. He didn't need to. Words at this point would only complicate the clarity that existed between them. Leon reached into the trunk again, pulling out 2 dark masks. She handed one to Patrick. They covered their faces, transformed from people into ghosts. Patrick closed the trunk. There would be no second thoughts. He looked once toward the direction of the house. He was taking in distance and angle, already calculating approach and entry points. Then he started walking. Leon moved beside him, her pace matching his. They moved as 2 separate entities that functioned as a single system. Behind them, Chen remained where he was, watching until the darkness swallowed them both completely, erasing them from his vision. Then he turned back to face the car's window and waited. They moved through the shadows without speaking, their presence reduced to footsteps, almost invisible against the sounds of the night. The wall ran long and clean, broken only by entry points and surveillance cameras positioned high enough and creating blind spots for anyone who understood how to look. The first guard stood near the outer line, his stand relaxed, watching the road beyond with no real attention. His eyes moved mechanically across the approach, seeing nothing because he wasn't expecting to see anything. He never saw Patrick. There was no warning, no shout of recognition, no moment of preparation. Patrick closed the distance in 2 steps, his movement sharp and accurate. His hand caught the guard's collar, while his other arm struck hard across the man's jaw with force, calculated to disable rather than kill. The impact snapped the man's head sideways with enough force to break bone, and before the guard could crumble, Patrick drove him downward into the ground. A second strike followed, this one shorter and heavier than the first. Leon slowed for a moment beside the fallen man. She saw something in Patrick's movement that contradicted everything Chin had ever demonstrated to her. Patrick didn't hold back to preserve anything. He struck to end it. The second guard Patrick hit with the force of the blow was intense, leaving no doubt about the result, no possibility for recovery. By the time the man's body hit the ground, Patrick had already shifted his attention forward. Leon moved forward to follow him. But now she was watching him with a different intensity, her eyes tracking not just his movement but the underlying philosophy that drove it. There was something in his execution that suggested a different kind of mastery. The third guard turned just as they entered his space, his body rotating toward the disturbance with the trained reflexes of someone who had been briefed on potential threats. His hand moved toward his radio with automatic urgency. Too slow. Leon stepped in with movement, her blade already drawn and ready. One motion, clean and precise, executed with surgical accuracy. The blade crossed the man's throat in a single decisive arc. The guard collapsed without a sound, his radio falling from lifeless fingers. She didn't look back at what she'd done. Patrick didn't slow his advance. He moved forward with the absolute certainty of someone for whom the outcome had already been decided before action began, as if the entire fight existed in his mind, fully formed, before his body executed it. At the gate, 2 more guards stood positioned as a second defensive line, their eyes already alert to the disturbance ahead, their hands moving toward weapons. This time, they reacted. One reached for his firearm, his fingers finding the grip while his brain was still processing the threat. Patrick hit him before the weapon could clear the holster, driving forward with concentrated force that didn't leave room for response or recovery. The impact drove through the man's chest, forcing him backward into the metal gate, the sound of ribs cracking. Patrick followed through, grabbing the man and slamming him down hard against the gravel. The second guard raised his voice to call out. Leon cut it short, her blade moving with practiced speed, opening him before he could make a sound or reach anyone who might respond. Silence returned to the perimeter, but it felt different now, not the silence of an undisturbed night, but the silence that follows violence. They pushed through the gate inside. The yard opened wide, designed for visibility, for control, for defenders to see threats before they arrived and coordinate their response from positions of advantage. That advantage was already gone. Activity spread throughout the yard. Guards stepped out from shadowed positions along the perimeter walls, their voices rising as they tried to organize, weapons coming up from different angles. Someone shouted orders that carried across the open space, but found no response. Too late. Patrick maintained his steady advance, not changing his pace or strategy because of the numerous adversaries facing them. As he moved deeper into the yard, his hand reached behind him and pulled the blade free. Steel slid from its casing with a sound that whispered through the night air. The blade caught the light for a brief second. The first man came at him head-on, weapon raised. Patrick met him without breaking steps. One strike. Patrick stepped in and drove the blade across the man's throat. The cut was deep and immediate. The guard's body stiffened, his weapon slipping from his hand as he dropped to the ground. Another stepped in from the side, shouting something urgent that Patrick turned and cut across to him, the motion heavy, direct, carrying the full weight of his body behind it. Blood followed the movement in a dark arc as the man dropped where he stood, his voice cutting off mid-sentence. There was no pause between fights, no adjustment or recalibration. Patrick kept moving forward, each action flowing into the next without hesitation or doubt. Two more closed in from opposite directions, trying to surround him, their coordination suggesting some level of training beyond basic security work. He stepped into them instead of away, eliminating their tactical advantage through attacking rather than defending. The first man stepped in to block him. Patrick drove forward and cut low across his stomach, the blade opening him before he could react. The man folded forward, losing his balance as he dropped. Patrick stepped in again and finished it, drawing the blade clean across his throat as he went down. The second froze for a split second, trying to understand what he had just seen. That was enough. Patrick stepped in before the man could recover, closing the distance and driving the blade straight into him. The impact stopped him instantly, cutting off any chance to react, to raise his weapon, or call out. The yard broke apart around them. What had been controlled moments before, communication collapsed into confusion. Guards moved without coordination now, cut off from each other, reacting instead of thinking. That was where they lost. The moment discipline broke, the moment they stopped moving as a unit and started reacting as individuals, the outcome became inevitable. Organization crumbled into panic. What had been a coordinated defense became scattered resistance, each man fighting alone against something he couldn't match. Leon moved behind Patrick faster now. Her blade didn't pause or hesitate. The first man she reached barely turned before she stepped in and drove the sword straight through his side, the steel finding the gap between ribs. She pulled it free as he dropped and shifted immediately, already moving toward the next target, her footwork carrying her forward without wasted motion. Another came at her from the left, trying to catch her while she was engaged. She didn't step back or attempt to evade. She stepped in, closing the distance before he could bring his weapon to shoot. Her blade cut across his throat in a single motion, clean and final. Blood followed instantly. As he collapsed at her feet, his weapon fell uselessly beside him. She didn't look down to confirm the result, didn't slow to process what she had done. Patrick pushed forward at the same time, forcing space open through impact and movement, his advance relentless and uncompromising. Where he broke through their defensive line, she closed behind him, removing anything left standing, ensuring nothing remained to threaten their backs. They moved differently, their styles reflecting their separate training, but toward the same result. No one was left standing, no resistance remaining. A guard rushed in from the far side, shouting orders, his voice cutting through the chaos as he attempted to rally the remaining men. Leon reached him first, her approach silent and direct. She caught his arm as he raised the weapon, her grip stopping his mid-swing, and cut it away from him with a strike that severed tendons and muscle. Then she drove the blade forward into his chest, before he could even process what had happened, the steel sliding between ribs to find his heart. The sound stopped in his throat as he dropped, his attempted to cry dying with him. Patrick closed the distance to the guard in seconds, his movement covering ground with frightening speed. He caught him from behind, one hand securing his shoulder while the other drove the blade forward, penetrating between the shoulder blades to sever the spine. He pulled it free and let him fall without looking, his attention already shifting to identify the next threat. There was no hesitation now. Another man came in hard, weapon raised, his face set with determination born of desperation, knowing this was likely his last chance to take a shot. Patrick stepped inside the swing before it could land, his timing perfect, and drove the blade straight through him with enough force to lift him off his feet. The impact stopped him instantly, cutting off breath. Patrick pulled the weapon free and moved on before the body hit the ground, his attention already focused ahead. The voices were gone now, the shouted orders and coordination attempts silenced. No more communication between positions. Bodies lay where they had dropped, scattered across the ground, no one left moving or breathing. Leon slowed slightly, her breathing controlled despite the intensity of the fight, her grip on the weapon steady and ready for continued use if necessary. Patrick stood ahead of her, blade lowered but not sheathed, his attention already shifting forward toward their primary objective, his body alert and ready for whatever waited beyond. The house stood in front of them. Patrick lowered the blade slightly, not in rest or relaxation, but in readiness for whatever form of opposition waited ahead, his body language suggesting controlled preparation rather than fatigue. Leon stepped up beside him, her breathing controlled despite the intensity of the engagement, her mind already processing what they had accomplished and what still lay ahead. Neither spoke nor offered commentary on what had just occurred. There was nothing that needed to be said, no discussion required about what had just happened or what would happen next. The door stood closed. Patrick didn't slow or pause. He stepped in and drove through the entrance with force that didn't ask permission, the reinforced door giving way under his shoulder. Splinters scattered across polished floors like expelled breath. They entered together. And the real fight, the one that would determine everything, was just beginning. Inside, movement reacted immediately. More men than expected, not guards posted for show, but men placed inside, waiting, ready to respond. The hallway tightened the space, no room to spread out, no distance to recover once contact was made. Patrick didn't slow. The first man stepped out from a side room, weapon rising. Patrick closed the distance and struck hard, driving his elbow into the man's face with enough force to break him instantly. Before he could fall, Patrick followed with the blade, finishing it clean and moving forward without pause. Another came from the far end of the hall. Leon reached him first. She stepped inside his movement and drove the sword into his side, pulling it free as he dropped. Blood spread quickly across the floor, but she was already moving, already adjusting. They pushed deeper. Rooms opened on both sides, doors half open, movement inside. A man rushed out, shouting. Patrick met him head on. No hesitation. He drove forward, caught him mid-step, and slammed him back into the wall. The impact took the air from him. Patrick didn't give him time to recover. He finished it and let the body drop where it stood. Another came behind him. Leon cut him down before he reached them, her blade fast, controlled, ending it in one motion. She didn't stop. Didn't look back. They moved room to room with systematic efficiency. Nothing. Empty spaces filled with expensive furniture and personal belongings, but no people. Signs of recent presence, meals half finished, clothing laid out, electronics still warm, but no one there to confront. Leon checked the second floor, while Patrick moved, looking into the first level. Still nothing. No resistance, no targets, no answers. Movement from the back of the house. One of the men, trying to get out through a rear exit. Patrick caught him before he reached the door, his hand closing around the man's shoulder and spinning him around with enough force to slam him against the wall. Drove him to the ground with force. Held him there with pressure that made his resistance impossible. "Where are they?" Patrick asked, his voice deadly quiet. The man struggled briefly, then stopped when he saw there was no escape from the position he was in. Patrick's grip was unbreakable. "They left," he said quickly, the words tumbling out. "Yesterday, early morning." Patrick's grip tightened slightly, enough to reinforce the seriousness of the situation. "With whom?" "The boss, his family. They moved everything to the secondary location." "And the girls?" The question came out flat, without emotion, but something had changed in Patrick's. A pause that lasted too long. "They took them." Patrick's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. "What condition?" The man swallowed hard, his eyes darting around the room as if looking for help that wouldn't come. "They were fighting, yelling, trying to escape constantly. We had to control them." "How?" "Drugs," he said, the admission coming out in a rush. "Sedatives. Most of the time they're out. Easier to transport, easier to manage." Something shifted in the room. Not in physical space, inside Patrick. A reaction that didn't come from thought or training or conscious decision, from somewhere deeper. From a place that remembered being 7 years old and helpless. He hit him. Once, with the full force of his body behind it, then again, harder. And again. The man tried to speak, tried to plead, but the words didn't come. The blows kept landing, heavier now, uncontrolled. Patrick's training left him, replaced by something rawer and more dangerous. His fists found their target repeatedly, each impact carrying more force than the last. He didn't stop, didn't see anything else in the room, didn't hear anything else except the sound of his own breathing and the impact of flesh against fist. Until Leon's hand closed around his arm with surprising strength. "You can stop," she said, her voice cutting through the haze of violence. The words penetrated the red fog that he had over his vision. Patrick stopped, his fist still raised, his breathing harsh and uneven. The silence that followed was heavier than the violence had been. He stepped back slowly, his eyes still fixed on the guard at his feet. Blood pooled on the expensive flooring. His knuckles were torn, but he didn't notice. The house was quiet again. Empty. Too late. Leon looked at him for a long moment, then around the room, taking in the scene with clinical detachment. "They moved," she said finally, her voice steady and factual. Patrick didn't answer. Because there was nothing to say that would change anything. The girls were gone, drugged, transported, helpless. And now this rescue mission had changed completely. Return to the mountain. Chen Wei sat behind the wheel, the engine off, the car wrapped in darkness. His hands rested on the steering wheel, one of them reaching up to check the time on his phone again. The light cast a pale glow across his face for just a moment before he let it fall back to his lap. Too much time had passed, too much silence. The street outside remained quiet. No passing headlights cutting through the darkness, just the hollow stillness that pressed in from all sides, making the minutes feel longer than they should. He kept the headlights off deliberately, relying on what little ambient light the moon offered, barely enough to distinguish the vague shapes of parked cars, everything beyond 10 feet dissolving into darkness and uncertainty. He leaned forward slightly, shoulders tensing as he tried to see anything in the darkness beyond the windshield. His fingers tapped once against the steering wheel, a nervous habit he'd thought he'd broken years ago. During his detective days, surveillance missions had shown him that patience could serve as a weapon just like any other. But tonight felt different. Something wasn't right. Another glance at the time. The numbers hadn't moved much, but his sense of elapsed time told him otherwise. Too long. They should have been back by now. He shifted his weight in the driver's seat. His eyes began a methodical sweep, mirrors first, checking the street behind him, then the corners of the intersection where someone could emerge without warning, then the houses with their dark windows. Nothing he could see from where he parks. Then a knock. Sharp, right against the driver's window. Chen flinched hard, forcing his breathing to slow. His heart hammered against his ribs. After 20 years of tracking organized crime, after countless nights in situations far worse than this, he still reacted, still let surprise get the better of him. He turned to face the window. Two figures stood just outside the car, silhouetted against the faint glow of a streetlight. For a moment, Chen Wei didn't recognize them. The darkness makes them almost unrecognizable. He opened the door slowly. Patrick stood there with a calm look that seemed almost unnatural, his breathing steady and controlled despite whatever had transpired. His clothes were darkened in several places, soaked through in blood that begun to dry. His eyes held that same quiet intensity they always had, as if the rest of the world simply hadn't caught up to whatever happening behind them. Leon stood beside him, her stand equally composed, her breathing equally measured. She, too, bore the bloodstains on her cloth, a small cut along her temple that had left a thin trail down her cheek. But like Patrick, she carried it without the kind of visible strain that usually shows on people with trauma. Neither of them spoke. "What happened?" Chen Wei asked, his voice low, keeping the question simple. Patrick's voice came flat. "They're not there." Chen Wei felt something heavy in his stomach. The target location? The house? "The boss moved," Patrick continued, "took his family, took the girls." The consequences was in Chen thoughts, each one worse than the last. How long? When did he move them? Yesterday? Maybe the day before. We can't know exactly. "And you don't know where?" Chen kept his voice level, though frustration was beginning to crystallize behind his eyes. Patrick shook his head once, a small, precise movement. "No." Chen looked at them both again, at the blood that marked their clothes, at the calm in their faces. They'd walked into something and come out the other side. That much was clear. Then he stepped aside, moving back to create space. "Get in," he said, his tone shifting into something more practical, more operational. "You can't stay out here like this, not dressed like that, not in this neighborhood." They didn't argue or question the command. Patrick ducked into the vehicle first, Leon followed, settling into the back seat. Chen closed the door behind them and moved back around to the driver's side. "We go to my place," he said, keeping his eyes on the road. "It's safe. You clean up, change into something that won't draw attention. Then we think through what comes next." Neither Patrick nor Leon responded, but Chen hadn't expected them to. They understood the logic. They understood the necessity of moving now and analyzing later. Nothing was clear yet. No path showing, no obvious next move. Morning came quietly. Light pushed through the small kitchen window, settling over the table where all three of them sat without speaking. Chen moved around the cramped space with slow motion, setting bowls down one by one. Steam rose from the soup, simple and hot, filling the room with an aroma. Patrick sat still at the small wooden table, his hands wrapped around a cup of tea. The shirt Chen had given him, plain dark, worn jeans fit well enough, but they carried none of the blood from the house. Leon sat across from him, her back straight despite the exhaustion that showed around her eyes. A phone rested beside her elbow, the line to Alexander still open, connecting this quiet kitchen to the machinery of his empire. She had changed as well to a simple black sweater, dark pants. "He knows," she said quietly, her voice cutting through the morning silence. "He's already working on it. Contacts, surveillance, anything he can reach, every resource he has." Patrick nodded once, a small acknowledge of the information. Chen placed the last bowl in front of them and took his seat, settling into the chair. His eyes moved between them, these two, who had disrupted everything and yet somehow brought clarity to a situation that had been chasing for years. "Eat," he said, his tone practical. "You'll need it." They didn't argue. For a while the only sound in the room was the quiet movement of spoons against bowls. The soup was good simple broth with vegetables, nothing gourmet, but it carried the warmth they all needed. Leon reached forward and pushed the papers from Alexander's envelope slightly to the side, clearing space in front of her. The intelligence reports and surveillance photographs represented weeks of careful investigation. Then she stopped. Her hand paused above the papers, and she looked at Patrick. "What's wrong?" he asked. Leon didn't answer right away. Her eyes stayed on the table for a moment, unfocused, seeing something beyond the wood grain and scattered paper. Leon watched him for a moment longer. Then something shifted in her expression. She sat up straighter, her analytical mind catching hold of something. "Wait," she said. Her tone changed completely, sharper now, focused. She reached for the papers, pulling them back in front of her, flipping through them quickly, scanning, searching. "What?" Chen asked, leaning forward slightly. She didn't answer yet, still moving through the documents. Wait. She stopped on a page near the middle of the stack, her eyes moving across it rapidly. Intelligence, surveillance reports, financial tracking, all of it suddenly resolving into a single possibility. Then she looked up. "I think I know where he went." Both men looked at her, the shift in her energy pulling their attention like a magnetic force. "What?" Chen said. Leon leaned forward slightly, her mind working through the logic with the kind of clarity that comes from seeing a pattern. "Think about it," she said, her voice gaining momentum. "Triad just broke the deal with Alexander. That alone puts enormous pressure on him, financial, political, everything. Now he's taken the girl's kidnapping. That brings police into it whether he wants it or not." Patrick watched her, his attention completely focused now. "He's being pulled from both sides," she continued, her hands moving slightly as she worked through the implications. "Triad pressure from above, law enforcement closing in, and now us an unknown force that just demonstrated it can reach him anywhere." She turned to Chen, including him in the logic. "What would you do?" Chen face creasing as he considered. "What do you mean?" "If you were him," she said, leaning forward, "right now, no safe position, no control, pressure from every direction. Where you go?" Chen leaned back slightly, thinking, drawing on 20 years of tracking people who thought they were smarter than the police. "Nowhere," he said slowly. "You don't stop moving. Keep changing locations. Never stay anywhere long enough to be found." Leon shook her head, her expression indicating she had seen something he was missing. "No," she said. "Not like that." She tapped the paper in front of her with one finger. "He goes somewhere he believes is safe, somewhere connected to who he was before all of this." Patrick is trying to follow her reasoning. "We just raid his house," he said. "That safe house in the city." "That's not where he's from," Leon replied, cutting him off. She held up the page, turning it so they could see the text that had caught her attention. "This is from Alexander's report. Background intelligence gathered before all of this started, before he became what he is now." Chen leaned forward, squinting slightly at the document. "What is it?" "A village," Leon said, her voice carrying the certainty of someone who had found the missing piece. "Up in the mountains, remote, where he grew up before he came to the city." She looked at both, making sure they understood the implications. When people are desperate, truly desperate, they don't go to where they think they should be safe. They go to where they feel safe. They go home. The words settled over the table. Patrick didn't speak immediately, processing the logic, testing it against his own understanding of how people moved when cornered. Chen looked at the paper, then back at her, his expression showing both recognition and concern. "There are 50 villages up there," he said, his practical experience asserting itself. "Remote, isolated, you can't search them one by one. It would take years, and by then—" Silence returned to the kitchen, heavier now because they all understood what Chen wasn't saying. By then, the girls would be dead, or worse, disappeared into human trafficking networks that would make finding them impossible. He wasn't wrong, and they all knew it. For a moment, no one spoke, the possibility that made sense but seemed impossible to execute. Then, "I know someone." Both Chen and Leon looked at Patrick, surprised across their faces. He lifted his head slightly, meeting their eyes. "When I left the mountain," he said, his voice steady, "I didn't come down alone." Leon leaned in, understanding that this was more than just information. It was the key to everything. "There was a guide," Patrick continued, his eyes distant for a moment, seeing again the face and steady hands that had led him from one world to another. "Ganba. He moves between villages, trades supplies, carry messages, knows every route, every path, know the people." Chen's expression shifted, the cop in him recognizing the value of local knowledge. "And you know where to find him?" Patrick shook his head once, a small, honest movement. "No." Leon studied him, seeing something in his expression. "You're going back," she said, and it wasn't a question. Patrick didn't answer immediately. He didn't need to. The moment she'd mentioned the mountain village, the decision was already made. Leon reached for the phone. "I'll tell Alexander," she said, already speed dialing the number that connected directly to his private line. She stepped away from the table, moving toward the small living room, speaking quietly. Her voice spoke in professional tone she used when relaying tactical information. Patrick remained at the table, his hands still wrapped around the cup. Chen watched him with the careful attention of someone trying to read a situation that extended beyond his experience. "You trust this information?" Chen asked. Patrick looked up, meeting Chen eyes. "I trust the mountain," he said. That was the only answer, and somehow it was enough. Leon returned a few minutes later, sliding the phone into her pocket. "He doesn't like it," she said, settling back into her chair. "But he agrees it's the best option we have." Patrick nodded, not surprised by Alexander's response. His grandfather understood calculated risk better than most. "The jet is ready at the airfield," she added. "Pilot on standby. He wants regular updates, and he wants you back as soon as this is finished." Patrick didn't respond to that part, and Leon didn't push it. Chen exhaled quietly, a sound that carried determination. "I'll help," looking directly at Patrick. "Whatever you need. Transportation, local contacts, backup, whatever this requires." Patrick looked at him, then he gave a small nod, acceptance without the need for gratitude. The house shifted into quiet movement after the decision was made. No wasted time, no unnecessary discussion. No doubt. Chen moved through the small space, gathering supplies that would actually matter in the mountains: water purification tablets still sealed in their foil packets, vacuum-sealed dried food that wouldn't spoil in temperature shifts, medical wraps that could handle field conditions, batteries for the satellite phone, thermal blankets compact enough to fit in a side pocket, yet capable of reflecting body heat in sub-zero conditions. Everything is compact, everything chosen for weight and survival. Leon replaced the papers back into the envelope. Her medical supplies disappeared into waterproof compartments. Patrick had been gone several minutes when he stepped back into the living room. Chen looked up first, his attention drawn by movement in his peripheral vision. For a moment, he barely recognized him. The dark clothing was gone, the jacket, the pants, the boots. Patrick now wore loose monk garments like the ones he had worn the night he left the estate, though these seemed older. The fabric moved naturally with him. A wide-brimmed hat rested against his back, secured by a thin cord that crossed his chest. Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, not in suspicion but in recognition. Patrick noticed the shift in expression. "It's easier this way," he said, his voice carrying the same quiet certainty it always did. "In the mountains, no one questions a monk traveling the paths." Chen gave a slow nod, understanding. Patrick turned toward Leon, his eyes settling on her. "And now," he said, "we can be brother and sister returning to our temple." Leon smiled faintly at that. Then she looked toward Chen, her tone shifting to practical consideration. "You have local clothes?" she asked. "Something simple for the region, nothing that stands out or suggests city connections?" Chen gave a small grunt of acknowledgement and disappeared into the next room. When he returned, he carried folded clothing used plain mountain cloth in earth tones that would blend into the region. Leon took them, running the material between her fingers to assess quality and warmth. "Perfect," she said, already calculating how the clothes would change her appearance and movement. An hour later, they were ready. Patrick carried the bow and the concealed blade that appeared to be nothing more than a walking stick, unless someone knew precisely where to apply pressure to release the sword. Leon carried a smaller pack than Chen had expected, already adjusted to the reality of travel ahead. Her transformation was complete. The city doctor had disappeared, replaced by someone who moved like she belonged in rough mountains. No one spoke much on the drive. The city slowly disappeared behind them, modern buildings giving way to older structures, then scattered settlements, then isolated buildings that seemed to exist primarily to mark distance rather than provide community. Roads narrowed into older mountain paths that climbed through fog and stone, asphalt becoming gravel. By late afternoon, Chen slowed the vehicle near a trading path cut between the trees. "This is the last place for the vehicle," he said. Chen parked and stepped out with them, his breath immediately visible in the colder air. The mountain air was colder here, sharp enough to make their lungs work harder, clean enough to taste the difference from the city they'd left behind. For a moment, none of them moved. Then Chen reached into his pocket and handed Leon a folded paper. "My number," he said. "Satellite lines written separately. Should work up to about 8,000 meters, assuming the weather cooperates." Leon nodded and secured it carefully in a waterproof pocket, her movements showing she understood the value of reliable communication in isolated terrain. "If you find them," Chen continued, looking between both, "call first before moving. I can arrange pickup from almost anywhere within those mountains. Helicopter, ground transport, whatever the situation requires." Patrick listened quietly, his attention focused. Chen hesitated briefly, then added with the careful precision of someone who had coordinated emergency extractions before. "And if things go bad, I can get a helicopter here within hours. Military still owe me favors." Patrick gave a slight nod. Just acknowledgement that the information had been received and filed appropriately. Chen looked at both one final time, his look lingering as if trying to memorize details that might become important later. "Try not to disappear up there," he said. Leon smiled slightly, the expression holding both appreciation and something that might have been dark amusement. Patrick adjusted the bow across his shoulder, the movement natural and practiced, and turned toward the mountain trail. The path ahead disappeared into shadows cast by trees. Without another word, the two of them started walking, their footsteps immediately muffled by the forest floor. Chen remained beside the vehicle long after they disappeared into the trees, watching the point where the path carved out of sight, listening to silence that seemed to expand once their presence was absorbed by the mountain. Night came quickly in the mountain. The sun disappeared behind peaks. The temperature dropped hard after sunset. Cold settled through the mountain. Patrick built the fire small, just enough heat to warm their hands and face, enough light to be aware of their immediate area without creating a signal visible from distance. The flames fed with dry wood that burned clean and produced minimal smoke. Leon sat across from him near the edge of the fire, wrapped in a thermal blanket, quietly watching the flames move between them. Her medical training made her aware of how the cold was affecting their bodies the way the temperature was drawing heat from them, the importance of maintaining core warmth through the night ahead. For a long time, neither spoke. Patrick stared into the fire, the shifting light reflecting faintly in his eyes. Then finally, his voice quiet enough. "I never thanked you." Leon looked up, her attention shifting from the fire to his face, reading the sincerity in his expression. Patrick lifted his eyes toward her, holding his stare with the direct honesty that characterized his most important communications. "You don't know those girls," he said quietly. "You didn't know me either, not really. You had no obligation to help, no reason to risk what you've risked." The fire cracked softly between them, sending a small shower of sparks upward into the darkness. "But you still came," he continued. His voice had recognition of a choice that had cost her safety and required trust in something she couldn't fully understand. "You risked your life to help me reach them. You left everything behind and followed me into a situation that could kill us both." Leon looked at him without speaking, her expression showing that she was absorbing his words. Patrick lowered his eyes briefly, looking back into the fire as if gathering thoughts that had been forming during their hours of travel, then met her eyes again. "I won't forget that," he said. "Thank you." Simple words, honest words. And in the silence that followed, the mountains seemed to listen, the darkness, and the understanding that some debts could only be acknowledged, never truly repaid. Blood on the trail. The mountains changed the deeper they climbed. The terrain itself was pulling them toward something ancient and more unforgiving with every step upward. The lower paths had been wet and crowded with old trade routes, the kind that Ganba would have walked countless times, carrying supplies to places most people didn't know existed. But by the third day, the terrain became rougher and colder. Wind moved constantly through the trees, carrying sharp mountain air that cut through clothing and settled into the bones. The cold here was different from the cold of cities. It was alive. You feel it in your bone. Leon pulled her coat tighter as they climbed another narrow ridge path, her breath forming small clouds in front of her face that dissolved quickly into the thinning air. The climb was steep enough to demand focus, each step a small commitment to not slipping backward. Patrick didn't seem affected by the cold at all. His movements remained fluid, unhurried, as though the mountain acknowledged something within him that needed no change. If anything, he appeared calmer the higher they went. His pace remained steady, his breathing controlled. His eyes moved constantly across the terrain ahead, scanning ridges, studying the slight shifts in trees that marked elevation changes and hidden dangers. "You like this weather," Leon said quietly as they walked. She had been watching him for hours now, noting the relaxation on his shoulders, the way tension seemed to leave his body with each passing hour of elevation climb. Patrick glanced at her briefly, his attention returning from the landscape only for a moment. "It's familiar," he said. But she noticed it now, cataloging it like everything else. The farther they moved away from cities and roads, the more comfortable he became. The farther from the world, the more he seemed to settle into something that looked almost like peace. By late afternoon, they reached the first village, climbing the final steep section of path until the landscape opened suddenly onto a small settlement built into the side of the mountain, with the kind of organic placement that suggested generations of careful positioning. Narrow stone paths connected wooden buildings darkened by years of wind and snow, their roofs angled steeply to shed the heavy accumulation of snow. Smoke rose from chimneys into the cold air, disappearing quickly into low clouds that hung over the valley, obscuring the peaks beyond and making the world feel smaller, more intimate, more dangerous. The restaurant and general store shared the same structure near the center of the village, a practical arrangement common in places where resources were scattered thinly across distance. The building itself was larger than its neighbors, suggesting years of serving the thin stream of traders, herders, and villagers who moved through this region seasonally. Patrick noticed the men inside before he stepped through the door, reading the room. 4 of them sat in the corner drinking dark rice wine from ceramic cups, their hands rough and strong, their clothing local, heavy for the mountain cold. Conversation slowed as Patrick and Leon entered, not stopped abruptly in a way that would draw attention, but slowed enough to be noticed by anyone paying attention. The men watched them openly, no longer pretending. Patrick was aware of their shifting eyes, no longer pretending to be uninterested. Patrick kept walking, his pace unchanged, his attention distributed without appearing to focus on any single thing. Leon followed beside him, close enough to move with him, but not so close as to appear dependent or vulnerable. The inside of the building was warm from the cooking fire near the back wall, heat radiating from the flames. The smell of broth, smoke, and cooked meat filled the room completely. A few villagers sat scattered across the tables eating quietly, speaking in low voices that barely carried beyond their seats, as if conversation itself was something to be conserved like fuel or food. An elderly husband and wife ran the place together. The old woman brought them bowls without asking many questions, her hands steady as she set the ceramic down in front of them. Noodles sat in a heavy broth filled with mountain vegetables, roots and leaves foraged from higher elevations, herbs that carried sharp slices of beef that had been cooked until tender. Steam rose heavily from the bowls, carrying the sharp, complex smell of spices that passed down through generations. Fresh flatbread rested beside it, still slightly warm, along with pickled vegetables preserved in jars that lined the building's cool storage room. Leon ate slowly, warming her hands against the bowl between bites, using the meal as both sustenance and comfort in the way that people did when they were aware of being observed. Each bite was taken with attention, each sip of the hot broth measured carefully. Patrick ate quietly, his focus more on the room than on the food in front of him, though he ate what was necessary. His eyes moved subtly across the space to the men in the corner, to the doorways, to the fire, to the position of the old couple. The men in the corner were still watching them, their surveillance no longer deniable. Not openly enough to create a direct problem or demand immediate action, but enough to establish that they were aware and enough to suggest they were waiting for something, a decision, a move, an opportunity. After they finished eating, Leon stood with the kind of casual movement that suggested nothing unusual, nothing that might trigger attention or alarm. "I'll get supplies," she said quietly to Patrick, keeping her voice low enough that only he would hear. Patrick nodded once, a minimal gesture, and remained seated, lifting his tea slowly. The movement was unhurried, suggesting a man entirely unconcerned with whatever attention was being directed toward him. Leon moved toward the store section where shelves of dried food, rope, heavy blankets, medical supplies, and lantern fuel lined the walls in careful organization. The old woman helped her gather supplies while speaking softly in the local dialect, her voice becoming quieter and more cautious as Leon selected items that suggested extended travel into remote terrain. Leon waited until they were alone near the shelves before asking casually, her tone conversational in a way designed not to trigger defensive responses. "Has a large group passed through recently?" The old woman paused slightly, her hands stilling on the supplies she was gathering. "What kind of group?" she asked, and Leon heard the careful neutrality in the question, the way someone spoke when they were trying not to say what they already knew. "Several armed men," Leon said, her voice remaining steady. "2 sick girls traveling with them, maybe being carried. They would have come through maybe a few days ago, maybe less. The girls would have looked like they didn't want to be here." The woman's expression changed only slightly, a small tightening around the eyes, a barely perceptible shift in how she held her shoulders. But it was enough for Leon to notice, enough for her to understand that the woman had heard something, knew something, was choosing her words with the kind of care that suggested danger. "I haven't seen anything," she said quickly, too quickly, the words tumbling out faster than genuine denial would typically arrive. At the same time, In the dining area, the old husband approached Patrick's table carrying a kettle of hot water. "More tea?" he asked politely, his voice careful and controlled. Patrick nodded once. As the man poured, the hot water streaming from the spout in a thin arc that filled the small cup, Patrick spoke quietly, his voice carrying only to the man's ears. "I'm looking for someone," he said. "A trader named Ganba." The old man's hand paused briefly in the pouring motion, just long enough for the message to be clear. He had heard the name, recognized it, understood its significance, then continued pouring as if nothing had happened, completing the task with the same careful attention. "I don't know anyone by that name," he replied. The denial was too automatic to be genuine, but his eyes shifted toward the store section, toward where his wife stood gathering supplies, a small betrayal of the expression he was trying to maintain. Patrick noticed. His awareness caught every detail, the direction of the eyes, the timing, the meaning in what wasn't being said. When Leon returned to the table, Patrick was already watching the couple speaking quietly to each other near the counter, their heads bent close, their voices too low to be heard across the room. Both were visibly nervous now, tension written into their posture, the quick movements of hands, the way they kept glancing toward the men in the corner and then toward the door where Patrick and Leon had entered. But something else had changed in the room's atmosphere. The men in the corner were no longer pretending not to watch them, no longer maintaining even the thin pretense of disinterest, that politeness. One of them had turned fully in his chair, his body angled toward their table, his eyes fixed directly on Patrick without the slightest attempt at concealment. Another leaned forward slightly, his entire focus narrowing to their position in the room. A third reached slowly toward something beneath the table, a movement small enough to be missed by casual observation, but unmistakable in its meaning. Leon sat down slowly, her mind already running through options and calculations. "I think we should leave," she said quietly. Patrick nodded once, the gesture immediate and decisive. He placed money on the table more than necessary, a gesture that seemed designed to create the impression that they were simply customers leaving after a meal, nothing more complicated than that. He stood with a smooth motion that suggested no fear, no awareness of the pressure filling the room. The room grew quieter as they walked toward the door, conversation stopping entirely now, pretense abandoned completely. Every eye from the couple behind the counter to the men in the corner to the few villagers scattered across tables followed their movement toward the exit with the kind of focused attention that suggested they were all waiting to see what would happen next. No one stopped them, but every eye followed them out, tracking their movement to the edge of sight, watching the door close behind them with the finality of something important concluding. Cold wind hit them immediately as they stepped back outside, as if the mountain itself was urging them away from the village. The space between the buildings seemed narrower, the paths more confined, the way the structures crowded the mountainside more deliberate, as if the village itself was designed the movement in particular directions. Patrick adjusted the bow across his shoulder as they walked down the stone path toward the edge of the village, his movements casual but purposeful, his pace measured to suggest neither fleeing nor provocation. That was when he noticed the man standing outside, near the trail entrance, positioned where he could observe anyone leaving the village. The figure was large, heavily built, dressed in the same rough local clothing as the men inside, but standing with the kind of deliberate stance that suggested he was waiting for them. Watching them, not hiding it, not attempting any pretense of being there for unrelated reasons. Patrick kept walking without slowing, his pace unchanged, his attention distributed, but not obviously focused. Leon stayed beside him, close enough to move together, her body language communicating calmly through each step. Neither spoke again until the village disappeared behind them and the forest closed around the mountain path like a door sealing shut, swallowing them back into shadow and cold silence. The trees grew denser, their branches creating a canopy that blocked out the fading light. The wind in the trees carried sound in strange ways. Behind them, no pursuit followed visibly, but the feeling of being watched persisted, settling into the cold that surrounded them like something was alive. They continued through the mountains for several more hours, leaving the village far behind them. Patrick changed direction twice along the trail, once near a narrow ridge, and again after crossing a shallow stream hidden beneath loose stone. Leon noticed the adjustments, but didn't question them. By now she understood that Patrick wasn't simply walking through the mountain. He was reading it. The wind grew colder as night settled over the higher ground. Fog drifted slowly between the trees, thinning visibility until the forest ahead became little more than dark shapes in movement. Eventually, Patrick slowed. Ahead, built against a wall of stone partially hidden beneath hanging branches, small shelter, narrow, enough to block the wind. Patrick stepped inside first. "It'll do," he said quietly. Leon entered behind him and immediately felt the difference. The cold outside still crept through the cracks, but the shelter trapped enough warmth to rest safely for the night. Patrick built a small fire near the center using dry wood, the flame low and controlled, just enough to heat the space without drawing attention far into the mountain. For a while neither of them spoke. The silence felt natural there. Leon sat near the fire, rubbing warmth back into her hands, while Patrick remained near the entrance, listening to the wind moving through the trees outside. Finally, Leon looked up at him. "The woman knew something," she said, "about the group." Patrick remained quiet for a moment. "Yes." She reacted before she answered. Patrick nodded slightly. "She was afraid." Leon adjusted the blanket around her shoulders. Or surprised by the question. Patrick looked into the fire. "The husband knew Ganba," he said. Leon looked at him. "You're sure?" Patrick nodded again. "The way he stopped when I said the name." Patrick looked toward the darkness outside the shelter. "He knew him," he said quietly, "but he didn't know why I was asking." Leon thought about it for a moment. "You think he was protecting him?" "Maybe," Patrick said, "or maybe protecting himself." The fire cracked softly between them. Outside, the wind pushed harder against the mountain. Leon watched Patrick sitting near the entrance, calm, still, more comfortable in the mountains than anywhere else she had seen him. "You trust Ganba?" she asked. Patrick's eyes stayed in the forest. "Yes." No hesitation. That answer settled the conversation for a while. The shelter grew quiet again, the fire burning low as night deepened around them, and the mountain disappeared completely into darkness. "You should sleep," Patrick said quietly. "I'll watch for a while." Leon didn't argue. The exhaustion had settled too deeply into her body. Days of relentless climbing across treacherous mountain paths, the thin, cold air that made every breath feel insufficient, the lack of proper rest finally caught up with her at once. She wrapped herself tighter in the rough wool blanket near the fading fire, feeling the warmth seep into her bones as her eyes grew heavy. Within minutes, despite her intention to stay alert, she was asleep. When she opens her eyes, the fire had almost died completely, reduced to faint orange embers glowing weakly beneath a layer of gray ash. The shelter felt differently colder, emptier somehow. For a moment she remained perfectly still, disoriented by the depth of sleep she'd fallen into, listening carefully to the mountain around her. Wind moved softly through the pine branches outside their shelter. The sounds were wrong, too quiet, missing something essential. Patrick was gone. Leon pushed herself up slowly, her muscles stiff from sleeping on the hard ground. She scanned the dim interior of the shelter, searching for any sign of movement or presence. "Patrick," she whispered into the darkness. No answer came back, only the hollow silence of the mountain at night. Then, from somewhere beyond the shelter, a branch cracked distinctly to her left, not the random settling of wood, but something else. Her body tightened immediately, her nerves suddenly alert. Another sound drifted from the opposite side, the soft crunch of footsteps on dried leaves and loose stones. Movement, coordinated, surrounding her. Before she could fully reach for her sword lying beside her makeshift bed, dark figures stepped from the tree line around the shelter like shadows given form. 5 men emerged from the darkness. Mountain men by the look of them, clothing patched faces, hardened by years of difficult living, eyes sharp with the kind of wariness that came from surviving an unforgiving mountain. 2 carried old hunting rifles slung across their backs, while the others held curved swords and long knives. They moved around her position quickly, cutting off every possible escape route, trapping her completely. "Where's the monk?" one of them demanded, his voice carrying the rough accent of the high mountain villages. Leon is genuinely confused by the question. "What monk?" The man to her left stepped forward without warning and kicked her hard in the side before she could react or defend herself. Sharp pain exploded through her ribs as the force knocked her sideways, sending her crashing to the ground beside the dying fire pit. Ash scattered around her, and she tasted dirt and blood. "The monk you travel with!" he snapped, standing over her with his blade pointed downward. "Don't pretend you don't know." Leon forced herself upright slowly, breathing carefully through the pain radiating from her side, feeling along her ribs to check for breaks. "I travel alone," she said, keeping her voice steady despite the throbbing in her chest. "I'm going back to my family in the valley." The men exchanged quick glances, their eyes meeting in the dim light filtering through the night. None of them believed her story for a moment. The leader, standing in the center of their rough circle, lifted his sword slightly, the blade catching what little moonlight penetrated the trees, preparing to strike down at her. Then, a sharp whistling sound cut through the mountain darkness. The arrow hit him directly in the neck with devastating precision. The force of the impact snapped his head violently sideways as blood erupted from the wound. He staggered once, his hands reaching instinctively toward his throat before collapsing forward onto Leon. His sword slipped from nerveless fingers and clattered against the stones of the fire pit. The remaining 4 men froze completely, their minds struggling to process what had just happened. Another whistle split the night air. The second arrow struck the man nearest Leon directly in the center of his chest, punching through cloth and flesh with lethal force. The impact lifted him slightly off his feet and threw him backward, his body crashing hard against the rocks before sliding slowly to the ground, leaving a dark smear. Panic spread like wildfire through the remaining 3 attackers. They spun frantically toward the tree line, blades raised defensively, their eyes darting through the shadows, trying desperately to locate the hidden archer in the impenetrable darkness beyond their shelter. That was when Patrick stepped out from the trees like death-given form. The sword was already in his hand, moonlight running along the steel like liquid silver. He moved toward them with deliberate calm, each step measured, the bow now hanging across his back where he'd slung it after releasing the arrows. His face showed no emotion, no anger, nothing but the cold focus of someone who had already decided how this would end. The surviving men tightened their grip on their weapons, knuckles white with tension. The first one broke and charged, shouting to overcome his fear. Patrick met him halfway between the trees and the shelter. Steel collided with steel in an explosion of violence. The sound crashed through the forest like thunder as their blades struck with enough raw force to send bright sparks cascading into the darkness around them. The mountain man, larger and heavier, swung again with desperate strength, putting his full weight behind the strike, but Patrick stepped smoothly inside the arc of the blade and turned his own weapon sharply upward in a rising cut. Metal screamed against metal as the edges ground together. Then, Patrick reversed direction and cut horizontally across the man's chest in one fluid motion that opened him from shoulder to ribs in a diagonal line. Blood sprayed across the ground as the attacker dropped immediately, his weapon falling from his hands. The second man came at Patrick from his blind side, hoping to overwhelm him with sheer speed and aggression before he could recover from the previous exchange. Patrick turned at the last possible second and blocked the descending strike with such tremendous force that the impact sent shockwaves up both arms. Sparks exploded again between the grinding blades as Patrick drove forward relentlessly, using his momentum to push his opponent backward across the rocky ground. The mountain man recovered his balance quickly and attacked again, a series of wild, aggressive strikes designed to overpower rather than outmaneuver, each one thrown with desperate fury. Patrick gave ground once, allowing the man to advance. When the next collision came, it was devastating. Patrick's sword slammed into the other blade with brutal, overwhelming force, the impact so violent it knocked the weapon completely aside and left the man's entire chest exposed. Patrick drove forward without hesitation, his blade punching straight through the attacker's chest and emerging from his back in a spray of blood. The man gasped once, his eyes wide with shock as he stared down at the steel protruding from his body. Patrick pulled the sword free with one smooth motion and stepped back, letting the body crumble to the ground. The last man hesitated now, his courage finally breaking. Fear reached him. He glanced toward the darkness behind him, toward the tree line that might offer escape if he could reach it quickly enough. Patrick saw the calculation in his eyes, so did the man. But running meant turning his back on an armed opponent, and some part of him understood that Patrick would not let him reach the trees. He shouted half battle cry, half scream of desperation, and rushed forward instead. Their blades met twice in rapid succession, the exchanges so fast the movements blurred in the dim light filtering through the branches above. Patrick blocked another heavy strike and answered immediately with one of his own, the force of it jarring the man's arms. The mountain man barely managed to stop it, his blade trembling under the pressure. Each strike came heavier and faster than the last, a relentless barrage that gave his opponent no time to think or recover. The man's footing began to break under the sustained assault. His arms weakened progressively as he struggled to absorb the tremendous force coming at him with each blow. Sweat mixed with blood on his face, despite the mountain cold. Then Patrick shifted suddenly, changing angles in the middle of an exchange. One quick movement, precise as a surgeon's cut. One opening was created and exploited in the same instant. His blade swept clean across the man's throat in a horizontal line. The fight ended as abruptly as it had begun. Silence crashed back into the mountain, broken only by the soft whisper of wind through pine needles. Patrick stood motionless for a long moment, his breathing calm and controlled despite the explosion of violence that had just happened around their shelter. He looked down at the bodies scattered across the ground, then slowly lowered his sword and turned toward where Leon sat among the carnage. "You hurt?" he asked quietly. Leon shook her head, still catching her breath and processing what she had just witnessed. "I'm okay," she managed. Patrick's eyes moved methodically around the shelter, taking in the bodies, the scattered weapons glinting in the moonlight. Then his eyes lifted toward the darkness beyond the trees, scanning for movement or signs of additional threats. "I think we should move," he said quietly. "Now." Leon agreed immediately, pushing herself to her feet despite the pain in her side. Neither of them believed for a moment that those men had stumbled upon their shelter by pure accident. Someone had sent them. Someone knew they were here. They packed their few belongings, extinguished what remained of the fire with handfuls of dirt, and gathered their weapons. Within minutes, they had erased almost every trace of their presence and melted back into the dense forest that surrounded the mountain slopes. The shelter stood empty once again, containing only bodies and spreading pools of blood that would freeze before dawn. The mountain wind continued to move through the trees, carrying their scent away into the vast darkness that stretched endlessly across the peaks and valleys of the high mountains. The frozen path. The mountains got colder with each passing day, the air sharpening with a bite that cut through clothing and settled deep in the lungs. By the fourth morning after the robbery attempt, the trails had narrowed into little more than broken paths carved between towering rock and dense trees that blocked most of the sunlight. Wind moved constantly through the pines above them, carrying moisture and bone-deep cold down from higher elevations where snow still covered the jagged top. The temperature had dropped steadily as they climbed, each step taking them deeper into terrain that felt wild and untouched by any human. Patrick walked ahead in complete silence, his movements fluid and sure despite the treacherous footing. Leon followed several steps behind, her breathing now visible in sharp puffs that dissipated quickly in the freezing air. The climb had become significantly harder the farther north they moved. Loose stone shifted treacherously beneath their boots with each step, streams cut unexpectedly across the trails in rushing torrents of mountain runoff, and fog rolled through the deep valleys so thick at times it swallowed entire sections of the mountain, reducing visibility to nothing. The mist clung to everything, their clothes, their hair, leaving them perpetually damp and cold. But Patrick never seemed lost, never hesitated at forks in the path or paused to orient himself. If anything, he appeared calmer. With each mile they traveled deeper into this wilderness, more centered, as if the harsh environment somehow restored something fundamental within him. More focused than she had seen him since leaving the city. Several times throughout the day, he stopped without warning, crouching near the edge of the trail to study disturbed dirt with careful attention, examining broken branches that hung at unnatural angles or running his fingers along markings scratched into stone that Leon couldn't immediately identify or even see clearly. The first few times she asked what he was looking for, genuine curiosity driving her questions. Eventually, she stopped asking entirely, because Patrick rarely answered directly, offering only small talk that left more questions than understanding. At midday, they reached a narrow stream flowing fast from the higher mountains, the water so clear it seemed almost blue-black against the pale stones of its bed. Patrick stepped into the freezing current without the slightest hesitation. He continued several yards through water that reached nearly to his knees, the current strong enough that she could see the effort it took to maintain balance. He climbed back onto the trail farther downstream, water streaming from his boots and lower legs. Leon frowned slightly as she followed, gasping involuntarily as the ice-cold water shocked through her boots and soaked her pants. "You're hiding tracks," she said once they were both back on solid ground, understanding finally clicking into place. Patrick glanced back at her once, water still dripping from his clothing. "Yes? From whom?" Patrick looked toward the mountain behind them, his eyes traveling the path they had taken, studying the terrain with that same careful attention he gave everything else. "Anyone," he said simply. The answer stayed with her long after they continued walking. By late afternoon, thick clouds rolled lower across the top, their dark mass promising weather that would make travel even more difficult. Patrick suddenly stopped, his entire body going still with that particular alertness she had learned to recognize. Leon nearly walked into him before noticing his attention fixed ahead through the maze of tree trunks and hanging branches. Smoke. A village lay ahead of them, partially concealed within a natural depression in the mountainside. Small by the look of it, perhaps 30 or more houses. They remained where they were for several long, quiet seconds, studying the settlement from the hiding spot of the tree line. Patrick's breathing had slowed, his stand relaxed but ready. From this distance, through the shifting fog and fading light, Leon could barely make out rooftops constructed of dark stone and old wood, smoke rising from several chimneys, and the faint movement of people going about their evening routines in the streets below. The village seemed to exist in harmony with the mountain itself, built into natural and protected garden as if it had grown there organically over generations. "We can still make it before full dark," she said quietly. Patrick shook his head immediately, decisively. "No." Leon looked at him, waiting for explanation. "Too visible at night," he said. "Strangers arriving after sunset need a place to stay." The logic made perfect sense, especially in a place this isolated where newcomers would be noticed and discussed for days. Patrick studied the village for another long moment, his eyes tracking the layout of buildings, the movement of smoke, the patterns of activity visible even from this distance. Then, he turned away from it entirely, already scanning the surrounding terrain for alternatives. "We came here tonight," he decided. "Enter in the morning when we look like normal travelers, not people running from something." They moved farther along the ridge, Patrick leading them to a narrow area protected by large stone outcroppings and thick pine trees that would conceal both firelight and movement from anyone below. The spot offered natural windbreak and enough level ground for their gear, while still providing clear lines of sight in multiple directions, defensible without being obvious about it. The fire Patrick built remained deliberately large enough to heat water for tea and provide warmth. Leon sat across from him, wrapped tightly in her blanket against the deepening cold, watching as Patrick sharpened one of his arrows with slow, controlled movements. His attention to the task was complete, each stroke of the stone precisely placed to maintain the arrow's balance while creating the sharpest possible point. "You think Gamba passed through there?" Leon asked, breaking the comfortable silence between them. Patrick nodded once without looking up to his work. "He's a trader, mountain trader. Villages like that know him, depend on him for supplies they can't get elsewhere." Leon stared toward the distant lights, trying to imagine the conversations that might have taken place, the questions that might have been asked. "If the people there are connected to the boss, asking about Ganba directly could create problems for us," she said, thinking through the possibilities. "Word travels fast in places like this." Patrick slid the newly sharpened arrow back into place beside the others. "Yes," he agreed simply. "So, we approach it differently, more carefully." Patrick looked at her now, giving her his full attention, waiting to hear her thoughts. Leon leaned slightly closer to the small fire, the warmth feeling good on her face. "You talk to the storekeeper," she suggested. or whoever runs the trading post. People trust monks, especially in places like this. You ask about supplies. Mention you're traveling with a trader who might have passed through. Patrick glanced down briefly at the simple brown robes he still wore, considering how others might perceive him, then looked back at her with understanding. Indirect questions. Nothing that sounds like we're hunting someone. Exactly. And you? He asked. Leon reached into her pack and pulled out a small piece of wrapped candy she'd kept from the city, one of several she'd bought before leaving, thinking they might prove useful. I find a kid, she said, holding up the candy with a slight smile. Children notice everything adults miss, especially strangers, and they remember details of what people looked like, which direction they went, who they talked to. Patrick remained quiet for a moment, considering the plan from multiple angles. Then he gave a slight nod of approval. The approach was simple, which meant fewer opportunities for complications. Wind moved heavily through the trees above them as full darkness settled across the mountain. The temperature would drop further before morning, probably below freezing. And somewhere beyond those mountains, farther north where the terrain grew even harder, the girls were still alive, still waiting. Patrick looked toward the darkness stretching endlessly in that direction, his expression unreadable but as tense with controlled urgency. Waiting for first light. Morning came cold and gray across the mountain, leaving everything beneath it looking dimmed and distant. The fire had already burned down to ash by the time Patrick began packing the camp. He moved quietly, leaving little behind, except flattened ground where they had rested during the night and a few scattered stones that had ringed the fire pit. His movements serving a specific purpose, hide their present. Leon folded the blankets, while watching fog drift slowly between the trees below them. The village sat deeper in the valley now, smoke already rising from several rooftops as the first signs of movement began below, preparing for work that would fill their day. Neither of them spoke much while preparing. They had already discussed the approach the night before, had tested it for weaknesses. They both understood the plan without needing to rehearse it again. Go in, eat, gather supplies. Leaving before anyone became too interested in where they were headed or why they were moving through the mountains with such apparent purpose. Simple, direct, minimal exposure. The trail down into the village was narrow and wet from the night cold, slick with accumulated moisture and the frost that formed when temperature dropped enough to ice the path. Loose stones shifted beneath their boots as they descended through thick pine trees toward the lower valley. As they approached closer, the sounds of village life slowly emerged from the mountain silent sounds that had been muffled by distance only minutes before, but now grew clearer with each step downward. Metal striking metal echoed from somewhere near the center. Dogs barked, their sound carrying through the thin morning air. Voices carried between buildings, some calling out greetings, others exchanging information about tasks that needed complete before day's end. The smell reached them next after days of limited supplies and the nutrition of dried food. Cooked broth, smoke from wood fires, bread warming over flames. The combination struck both of them with unexpected force. Leon glanced toward Patrick, a slight smile playing at the corner of her mouth. "For someone who grew up in the mountains," she said quietly, her voice carrying just enough amusement, "you move very fast when food is involved." Patrick looked at her briefly, his expression unchanged but something flickering in his eyes. "The mountain teaches priorities," he said simply. A smile crossed Leon's face this time, lasting just long enough to register before she controlled it away. Whatever this moment was, it would not survive entry into the village. Both understood that without discussion. Like the others before it, the village was small and tightly built against the mountain slope. Most of the structures were old wood and dark stone. People noticed them immediately. Not openly, mountain villages taught a careful art of seeing without appearing to watch. But enough. Patrick felt the shift in attention as they crossed the threshold into the village, felt eyes following them from windows and doorways as they moved toward the supply store and restaurant, combined into one structure near the middle of the village. Inside, warmth hit them immediately, almost physically, a blast of heat from the cooking fires that seemed to wrap around them like something solid. The smell of cooked food filled the room, thick and heavy. A few villagers sat near the walls drinking tea or eating quietly before starting their day. Patrick and Leon took a table near the corner without speaking much, establishing a quiet presence that suggested travelers pass through. The owner brought food quickly, not because he recognized their hunger, it was easy to read. 2 large bowls of mountain stew arrived, filled with thick noodles twisted into knots, root vegetables cut into rough chunks, cabbage leaves that had been shredded and cooked until soft, fresh herbs that added complexity to the broth, and slow-cooked meat that fell apart at the touch of a spoon, served in a rich broth. Hot flatbread accompanied the bowls, fresh enough from the fire. Leon didn't realize how hungry she was until the first bite, didn't realize how much the cold and constant movement had depleted her, until her body received the signal that fuel was being provided. Patrick finished first, as she had anticipated he would, his consumption as efficient as his movement. He stood with barely a sound. "I'll get supplies," he said quietly. Leon nodded. "And I'll wait outside." They had learned already in their days of travel how to move through places without becoming significant in the memory of those who saw them pass. For the next hour, they separated naturally through the village. Patrick remained mostly inside the store, speaking quietly with the owner while gathering dried food packed carefully in wax paper, fuel stored in sealed containers, blankets that would provide additional warmth during the increasingly cold nights as they climbed higher. Leon moved through the outer paths near the village edge, blending into the morning movement while watching people instead of buildings. Children running between homes, their voices high and bright. Workers heading toward fields or toward tasks that required multiple people. Old men sitting outside small homes drinking tea from ceramic bowls, their expressions suggesting the comfortable silence of those accustomed to each other's company without needing constant conversation. Everyone noticed strangers that much remained constant regardless of location, but noticing and remembering were different things. When they finally met again outside the supply store, the sky had begun its slow shift from gray toward darker gray, clouds gathering with the kind of determination that suggested snow before nightfall. Patrick adjusted the pack across his shoulder and looked once toward the upper trails leading farther north, his expression unreadable, but his body language suggesting the controlled urgency that had defined their entire journey through the mountains. "Let's continue," he said quietly. "We talk later." Leon nodded, and together they moved back toward the trail leading out of the village. Whatever information would wait until they were far enough away that their conversation could not be overheard. But both felt the same thing as they walked away from the village, felt it with the kind of certainty that came from experience and attention. Eyes following them. Again. They stayed on the trails for several more hours, climbing steadily higher into rougher terrain where fewer signs of civilization remained, and the landscape began to shift from managed villages into genuine wilderness. The path became rockier, less clearly marked, requiring more attention to follow. The temperature continued its steady descent as elevation increased. By late afternoon, snow appeared scattered between the rocks beneath the trees, patches of white that grew more frequent and heavier as they climbed higher. Eventually, Patrick stopped beside a narrow clearing protected by cliffs on one side and dense forest on the other, a location that suggested he had traveled these specific routes before, knew where shelter could be found, understood the mountain's geography the way a person understood their own home. "This works," he said. Leon dropped her pack beside the fire pit, and Patrick quickly assembled from old stones already left behind by previous travelers' evidence of how many people had used this exact location, how many journeys through the mountains had required rest at this specific point. The village was gone now, hidden somewhere far below beneath fog and the intervening terrain of the mountain rising between them and civilization. Leon sat beside the fire, watching Patrick quietly as he prepared tea over the flames. The water boiled quickly into the small metal container he had purchased in the village. He added leaves that released fragrance into the steam. Then finally, after the silence had stretched long enough, Leon broke it, her voice quiet, but clear enough to carry over the sound of the fire. "The group passed through," she said quietly, both hands wrapped around the tin cup of tea as though drawing the last of its warmth into her palms. "A large group. More than a week ago now." Patrick lifted his eyes from the fire. "The people in the village notice them because of the supplies they have with them," she continued. food, medicine, fuel canisters. Enough for a significant number of people traveling together over a long distance, not just passing through for an evening. "The girls?" Patrick asked. Leon shook her head slowly, the firelight catching the tension held quietly in her jaw. No one saw them. The fire cracked and shifted between them, sending a brief shower of sparks upward into the cold, dark air before they disappeared. "But the group was heavily guarded," she added. "Men positioned at the edges. Others play the role of traveling families, wives, bodyguards dressed as ordinary travelers. They stayed tightly together and moved quickly. If Lena and Mai were inside that group, they would have kept them out of sight, hidden inside the supply loads." Patrick stared into the flames without answering. But at least now they had something solid, something real to move toward. The mountain kept secrets easily. People here had learned long ago that knowing too much was its own kind of danger. Leon watched him quietly before speaking again. "What about you?" Patrick lifted his eyes slightly from the fire. "The storekeeper knew Ganba," he said. "I'm certain of it, the way he reacted to the name before he caught himself. But he didn't know when Ganba would return." Patrick paused for a moment, turning the tin cup slowly in his hands. Or he chose not to say. Leon nodded slowly, reading the distinction clearly. "You think Ganba is somewhere nearby?" Patrick looked out past the edge of the firelight toward the darkness between the trees. "He trades through this entire region," he said, "has done for years. Every route, every village, every family that needs medicine brought in from outside. If we stay on the mountain paths long enough and keep moving in the right direction, we'll cross him eventually. The mountains aren't as large as they feel." The temperature had been falling steadily since the sun dropped behind the peaks. Leon pulled the blanket tighter around her shoulders and moved closer to the fire. Patrick barely seemed to feel the cold at all. He sat, straight-backed and still, his breathing slow, like a man who had made peace with the mountain long time ago. Leon studied him for a moment, the stillness of him against the shifting light, before finally asking the question that had been sitting quietly in the back of her mind for several days now, growing heavier the further they climbed. "How did you survive here?" Patrick looked at her directly. "You were 7 years old," she continued, her voice careful rather than challenging. "These mountains would put down most trained adults who came unprepared. A child alone in them, in the cold, without equipment or shelter or any knowledge of the terrain." She let the sentence trail off rather than finish it. Patrick was quiet for several seconds. His eyes moved briefly down, as though the question required him to travel somewhere inside himself that he rarely visited. "I think it was the season," he said finally, his voice low. "Not as cold as it is now. The worst of winter hadn't started yet." His eyes drifted briefly upward toward the unseen peaks above them, invisible now behind layers of darkness and cloud. "And luck," he added quietly. Leon waited without pressing. "Master Shan found me before the mountain did," Patrick said. The words came without drama, simply stated. The silence that followed them stretched between the two of them. Leon let herself picture it for a moment, genuinely try to construct it in her mind, with the detail she usually reserved for understanding injuries, anatomy, and mechanical failure of the body under pressure. A 7-year-old child alone in terrain like this, the cold is moving inside through clothing. Hunger narrows the world to its most basic requirements, the disorientation of wilderness without scale or direction for a child raised in a city. And somehow, through a combination of circumstance and timing that defied reasonable probability, surviving long enough to be found by an elderly monk living in a monastery so remote that almost no one in the outside world even knew it existed. "How do you keep warm? I look at you and the cold doesn't bother you. How you do that?" she asked softly. Patrick looked down at the tea in his hands, considering. "Shan said body heat comes from inside first," he answered carefully. "He said the cold only wins when the mind agrees to it." Leon's eyebrow drew together slightly. The corner of Patrick's mouth shifted the smallest suggestion of a smile, gone almost immediately. "It sounded strange to me as well," he said, "for a long time." "So how actually you do that?" Leon pressed, leaning forward slightly. Patrick sat back a little, adjusting his position against the stone behind him. "He taught me how to breathe," he said simply. "Slowly and with control. drawing air deep into the body rather than taking short breaths against the cold, breathing with the cold rather than bracing against it. Leon looked at him with the focused quality she brought to examining something she couldn't immediately explain. "You're doing it now," she said. It was not quite a question. Patrick nodded once without elaboration. "The body follows the breath. Give it a slow rhythm and turn into heat." Another gust tore through the trees at the camp's edge, bending the nearest branches sharply before settling. The fire dipped sideways and recovered. Leon shivered hard through her shoulders, pulling the blanket so tightly. Patrick didn't move at all. Leon looked at his eyes for another moment before making her decision. "Teach me." Patrick looked at her with something close to genuine surprise. "You want to learn?" "I want to stop freezing," she said plainly. "Yes." Patrick shifted slightly, adjusting to face her more directly across the low flames. "Sit straight," he said, his voice quieter, more deliberate. "Don't round the back." Leon corrected her posture without comment. "Slow the breathing before anything else. Don't force it slower, just allow it." She followed the instruction carefully, watching him demonstrate with the same close attention she brought to observing technique in any other context. "In through the nose," he continued, his own breath visible and steady in the cold air. "Deep enough to feel it move into the lower part of the body first. The stomach should expand before the chest does." Leon copied the movement precisely, adjusting until the mechanics matched what he described. "Hold it briefly, not until it's uncomfortable." The forest around the camp remained silent beyond the wind's low movement and the dry, soft crackling of the fire consuming the last of its fuel. "Now, release it slowly. Let it go without pushing it." Leon exhaled. Again. Once more. The rhythm began to take shape gradually, settling into something that no longer required thought to maintain. She kept her attention on it, feeling the pattern of it, the way it pulled the tension from around her throat and upper chest without her choosing to release it. Patrick watched the change in her breathing settle into consistency before allowing himself to lean back against the stone once more. After several minutes sitting still inside the rhythm, Leon became aware of something she hadn't expected. The cold was still there. The mountain had not moved or warmed, but her body heat had shifted slightly. It pressed differently against her hands. The tightness across her chest had eased to something she could explain. Not warmth, but it is no longer cold. "You learned all of this at 7 years old," she said quietly. Patrick nodded once. The firelight moved slowly across his face, catching briefly in the gray-blue of his eyes. But his focus had already moved somewhere that the firelight couldn't reach. North and upward through dark ridges and fog, toward villages still ahead of them, toward a trail that was growing no warmer the longer they sat still, toward Lena and May. The thought didn't leave him even when he was sitting beside a fire. Some part of his attention had not rested since the city. It would not rest until the trail ended somewhere. Leon noticed the shift in him, the way his expression had settled in his face. Even in the moment of teaching her, his mind was always partly somewhere else. Ganba. This night was colder than the last while the wind moved through the trees below, bringing with it the brisk edge of winter. Patrick and Leon had spent most of the day climbing narrow trails that twisted through towering cliffs and frozen streams, climbing higher with each passing hour until the air itself seemed thinner. By nightfall, Patrick found another sheltered area beneath a massive wall of dark stone. The rocky overhang provided protection from the wind and offered the kind of vantage point that allowed him to see any approach from multiple directions. The fire remained small, never expanding beyond what was necessary. Too much light traveled dangerously far in the mountains, carrying a visible signal to anyone who might be watching from the surrounding ridges. Smoke could be seen for miles. Fire could draw attention from places impossible to predict or defend against. Leon sat across from him, finishing the last of the hot stew they had prepared, while Patrick poured water slowly and into a metal kettle. Neither of them spoke much. Speech felt unnecessary in the mountains, almost intrusive against the silence that pressed down from all directions. The mountains had a way of making silence feel like the natural state of mind. Then, a sound drifted faintly through the trees, soft and almost lost below the steady movement of the wind passing among the trees. Leon's head lifted immediately, her body tense, soft, distant, the kind of sound that most people would dismiss or fail to listen to at all. "Did you hear that?" she whispered, her voice barely carrying past the small space between them. Patrick didn't answer. He continued preparing the tea with the same patience, pouring the hot water into cups as if nothing had interrupted the quiet rhythm of the evening. His calm suggested either complete ignorance or absolute certainty, and Leon had spent enough time around him to understand the difference. The sound came again, and this time it was unmistakably closer. A soft, metallic sound through the trees, moving through the shadows with a calm, intentional rhythm, neither rushed nor secretive. A bell. Leon's hand moved quietly and smoothly toward the sword, resting beside her on the ground. Before her fingers could close around the hilt, Patrick's hand appeared calmly and placed itself lightly against her wrist, the contact gentle but unmistakably clear. She turned to look at him, questioning him. Patrick shook his head once, a single deliberate gesture. "Not danger," the movement said. "Wait." The sound continued approaching through the darkness beyond the firelight's uncertain reach, and now Leon could distinguish the individual components within it, the soft, rhythmic movement of an animal walking carefully through snow and loose stone. Someone was coming toward them directly, following no attempt at hiding his approach. And Patrick remained completely unconcerned, utterly at ease, his body language suggesting calm. The trees shifted and parted. A figure emerged slowly from the surrounding darkness, moving with the careful step of someone accustomed to difficult terrain. An old man wearing a wide mountain hat stepped into the edge of the firelight, and behind him came a small donkey, loaded with an impressive array of bags, blankets, tools, and hanging supplies. The tiny bell hanging near the animal's neck rang softly and clearly as the donkey stopped, its breath rising in white clouds into the freezing air. Leon studied the man carefully, cataloging details. His face bore the deep lines of someone who had spent decades exposed to wind and cold. His eyes moved over the camp with purpose, noting the fire size, their position, the supplies arranged nearby, before settling finally on Patrick with the sign of recognition. Patrick stood slowly and lowered his head in a gesture of respect. The old man stared at him for several quiet seconds that seemed to contain entire conversations, his face revealing nothing beyond careful observation. Then finally he spoke, his voice calm beneath the sound of the wind moving through the trees. "So," the old man said quietly, looking at Patrick beneath the firelight, "the mountain called you back after all." The words settled between them. Not surprising. As if Gamba had always believed Patrick would return one day, even after disappearing into the world below the mountains nearly 2 years earlier. His eyes shifted toward Leon now, careful and observant beneath the shadow of the wide hat. She noticed immediately that nothing about the old trader was careless despite his age. The face, the slow movements, the quiet voice, all of it concealed a sharpness that missed nothing. The donkey shifted beside him, steam rising faintly from its breath into the freezing air as the small bell near its neck rang softly once more. Gamba looked back at Patrick. "You didn't come alone," he said. It wasn't a question. Patrick stepped closer to the fire and lowered his head respectfully. "I need your help." The old trader remained silent for a moment, studying both of them carefully while wind pushed through the dark trees surrounding the camp. Then his eyes settled once more on Patrick. "And trouble you brought back into the mountains," Gamba said quietly. "Not a question. Because men like Gamba survived this long by learning to recognize danger long before it arrived." Patrick stepped aside from the fire and motioned toward the open space beside it, where several old blankets had been arranged in a loose circle around the flames. "Sit," he said quietly. Gamba studied him for another moment, finally lowering himself onto one of the blankets. The old donkey settled nearby while the small bell near its neck rang softly once before becoming still. Patrick poured tea into another cup and handed it to the old trader. The liquid was still hot, and Gamba accepted it slowly, warming his hands against the heat of the ceramic before taking a drink. His eyes closed briefly at the warmth, a small acknowledgement of comfort in the harsh mountain night. For a while nobody spoke. Only the sound of wind moving through the trees surrounded the small camp. The fire crackled as the cold air pressed against it from all sides. Then Gamba looked toward Leon. So, he said calmly, his voice carrying the weight of years spent reading mountain people and traders, you finally found a wife. Leon nearly choked on her tea, the liquid catching unexpectedly in her throat. Patrick looked up immediately, his expression shifting in a way that caught Leon's attention. She's not. Ganba smiled beneath the wide hat. The mountain gets lonely, he said. I understand. For the first time Leon met him, Patrick looked uncomfortable. As he lowered his eyes back toward the fire, unable to meet either of their looks, Leon noticed immediately, and smiled quietly to herself, filing away this small revelation about someone she had begun to respect. Ganba watched the reaction carefully, amusement visible in his expression, but saying nothing more about it. Instead, his attention returned fully to Patrick, the humor fading into something more serious. Did you ever make your way home? He asked quietly. The humor disappeared from the moment entirely. Patrick looked into the fire for a few minutes before answering, as if searching for the flames for the right words, or perhaps for permission to speak to them aloud. Yes. And over the next hour, Patrick told him everything. Not in every detail, he was too disciplined for that, too aware of what needed to remain unsaid, but enough. Enough for Ganba to understand the past 2 years, the city and its overwhelming. Alexander Khan and the weight of family legacy, Mike Donovan and the bond that had formed between them, a bond that had become as close as Patrick had allowed anyone to come since leaving the mountain. The shooting that had taken Mike from him, the assassin's invisible pursuit, the girls taken as leverage, the triad, and the man who now controlled them. Leon sat quietly beside the fire, listening to the entire story unfold in ways even Chin had never fully explained to her. She had heard some of Patrick's history filtered through Chin's rare words, but hearing it from Patrick himself in the stillness of the mountain night, with only the wind and fire as witnesses, changed something fundamental in how she understood him. She had already respected Patrick before this moment, but hearing it from beginning to end, the survival in a landscape that should have killed a child, the isolation that had shaped his every instinct, the violence that had followed him once he returned to the world below, the lives he had been forced to take, not from anger or hatred, but because the situation demanded it. It changed something in the way she looked at him, not as someone mysterious, but as someone who had endured more than anyone should have survived, someone whose mastery was not pride, but essential protection against a world that had stripped everything away from him. When Patrick finally finished speaking, silence settled heavily around the camp, deeper than before. The only sounds were the wind and the distant movement of the donkey adjusting its position. Ganba stared quietly into the fire, turning the teacup slowly between his hands. His face expression revealed nothing, but Leon recognized this as contemplation, the process of an old man integrating new information. Patrick studied him for a moment before finally asking the question, "How did you find us?" Ganba released his small breath through his nose. "I heard stories," he said. Gray, blue-eyed young monk walking through the mountains asking questions, moving too fast for someone simply traveling. Leon glanced toward Patrick. Ganba continued calmly, his eyes still fixed on the fire. Then they found the bodies. Neither Patrick nor Leon interrupted. Interruption was something that happened to people who did not understand the pace at which mountain people revealed information. "The 5 men from the last village," Ganba said. His voice has neither judgment nor surprise. Word traveled fast after that. Stories moved through the mountain faster than snowfall. A storekeeper noticed. A hunter mentioned it to a merchant. A merchant spoke to a trader, and before you know it, we have a mountain ghost. The old trader lifted his eyes toward Patrick, and in them was recognition, not condemnation, but understanding. "You left a trail behind you." Patrick didn't deny it. He accepted the statement as fact. Ganba took another slow drink of tea, allowing the moment to settle. "The storekeeper from the village sent someone looking for me after you left," he continued. "He said a young monk, foreign eyes, wore monastery robes, was asking about Ganba and about armed men traveling north. That caught my attention." "And you tracked us?" Leon asked. Ganba nodded once. "For 2 days." Leon exchanged a quick look with Patrick. Neither of them had noticed. That alone said enough about the old trader's skill, his ability to move through the mountain in ways that left no trace, that drew no attention. Finally, Leon leaned slightly forward, her posture shifting from comfortable to engaged. "Did you see the group?" she asked. "The armed men, the ones pursuing?" Ganba shook his head slowly. "No." Patrick's expression tightened slightly, disappointment showing for the first time that night. The girl was responsible now, and he needed information about the threat following them. But then Ganba added quietly, his voice carrying absolute certainty, "I didn't see them." A pause, intentional, meaningful. "But I know where they're going." Both Patrick and Leon immediately focused on him with renewed intensity, their attention sharpening. Patrick spoke first, his voice controlled but carrying urgency beneath the surface calm. "Where?" Ganba looked at him carefully before answering, taking time to consider how much to reveal and when. "Tomorrow," he said calmly. "You come with me." He pointed vaguely deeper into the mountains, toward the darker ridges that rose higher than those surrounding their current camp. "To my village, my house, safe." His eyes moved briefly toward Patrick's monk clothing. "People are already looking for you. That outfit worked lower in the mountains, in the smaller villages where outsiders don't travel often. Not anymore, not here, not with the kind of people who are searching." Then his expression hardened slightly, the face becoming more severe. "And if you continue asking questions alone, if you continue leaving trails of bodies behind you, you will disappear before you ever reach the boss. You will become another mountain mystery, another young man who vanished into the peaks." Ganba finished the last of his tea and slowly stood. "We make a plan tomorrow," he said, speaking as if his decision was absolute. "Tonight, we sleep. The mountains are dangerous enough without exhaustion making us careless." They broke camp before sunrise. The fire was buried beneath dirt and snow while the first gray light slowly appeared over the mountain ridges above them. Ganba moved through the process with practiced efficiency, ensuring nothing remained that might indicate their presence, that might help anyone tracking them narrow down their location. Ganba led the way now. The old trader moved through the mountain with surprising speed despite his age, his body settling into a rhythm. The donkey followed patiently behind him, the tiny bell echoing softly through the frozen trails. Patrick and Leon followed closely, maintaining distance from Ganba but close enough to observe the route he was taking, learning the paths as they traveled. The mountains slowly swallowed them deeper into the north, the ridges growing higher and the valleys between them becoming more dangerous. And by midday, when the sun had climbed high enough to cast clear shadows and the temperature had begun its daily rise, the trail finally began leading toward Ganba's village, a place that existed in the mountains like a secret, barely visible until you were almost there. They reached Ganba's village as the second day's light began to fade behind the mountain peaks. But they did not enter immediately. From the tree line high above the valley floor, Patrick and Leon crouched beside rocks and observed the small cluster of mountain homes that seemed to emerge from the landscape itself, roofs heavy with snow, narrow paths threading between houses. The village appeared and disappeared in the shifting fog that rolled through the valley, making it seem more like a mirage than a permanent settlement. Ganba settled beside them, his wide-brimmed hat casting deep shadows across his face. His breathing remained steady despite the climb, his eyes scanning the village below. "Too many eyes during the day," he murmured, his voice barely carrying over the wind. "People ask questions they shouldn't ask." Below them, the village slowly came alive with the approaching evening. Lights flickered to life one by one inside windows, casting yellow rectangles of light against the darkness. Smoke began to rise more steadily from chimneys, carrying the scent of burning wood and cooking food up the mountainside. Dogs barked somewhere in the distance with sharp, distinct sounds that dispersed into the night. They remained motionless in their hiding place, watching shadows move behind windows, waiting as full darkness. The cold settled around them, seeping through their clothing and settling into their bones, but none of them moved. Only when the last sign of light had vanished from the windows did Ganba finally rise, his joints creaking softly in the cold. "Come." The village had settled into the deep quiet of mountain night by the time they descended from the tree line. Ganba moved through the narrow paths between buildings with the confidence of familiarity, keeping to the deepest shadows, while Patrick and Leon followed in his footsteps. Their boots made soft crunching sounds in the snow. No doors opened to investigate unfamiliar sounds. The village slept with the heavy exhaustion of people who worked with their hands and rose before dawn. Ganba's house sat near the village's outer edge, partially concealed behind carefully stacked cordwood and the crumbling remains of an old stone wall that might have once marked a property boundary. The structure itself was unremarkable low, built from the same dark stone as its neighbors, with small windows and a roof designed to shed snow. It was a house that had been constructed to survive winter. Inside, Ganba closed the door quickly behind them, before moving to light the fire that waited in a stone hearth near the center of the main room. As orange light slowly pushed back the darkness, the interior of the house revealed itself: simple furniture, shelves lined with supplies and preserved foods, walls decorated with nothing more elaborate than a few old photographs and the tools necessary for mountain life. Leon flexed her fingers, working circulation back into joints that had grown stiff during the long wait in the cold. Ganba moved through his home with the automatic of routine, placing a pot of water over the growing fire while simultaneously unpacking supplies from the bags they had carried. He worked without wasted motion, every action serving multiple purposes, conserving energy. He handed Patrick a bundle of folded clothing that had been waiting in a corner of the room. "Change," he said, his voice carrying quiet authority. "People remember the monk now. That memory will follow you through every village between here and wherever you're going." Patrick nodded once and disappeared through a doorway into what appeared to be the house's only other room, a small sleeping chamber, barely large enough for a single bed and a chest for storing clothes. Meanwhile, Ganba continued his preparations for the evening meal. Soon the small house filled with rich aromas, thick rice noodles cooking slowly alongside root vegetables that had been stored through the winter, mixed with herbs that grew wild on the mountainsides, and strips of meat that had been dried and preserved months earlier. It was simple mountain food, designed to fill you up, heavy enough to sustain people through the hard work of survival at these mountains. Ganba heated additional water and placed a basin beside the fire where it would catch both warmth and light. "Wash," he said calmly. "You smell like mountains that scent carries." Leon smiled at his words while kneeling beside the warm water. She cupped the heated liquid in her hands and brought it to her face, feeling the mountain's cold gradually leave her skin. For the first time in days, neither of them felt exposed to the relentless bite of wind and weather. The house wrapped around them, holding heat and light, while the vast darkness of the mountain pressed against the walls outside. They ate quietly, steam rising from their bowls, while the wind pushed against the exterior walls of the house, creating soft, creaking sounds. Ganba poured tea after the meal had finished, a strong, bitter brew that warmed them from the inside and helped settle the heavy food they had consumed. He finally allowed himself to relax beside the fire, settling across from Patrick. For a long moment, the old trader simply stared into the flames, watching them dance and shift in patterns that seemed to hold meanings only he could read. The silence stretched between them. Then he spoke, his voice emerging from the quiet like stones dropped into still water. "Evil comes in many forms," he said. Neither Patrick nor Leon interrupted. They had learned to recognize when someone was preparing to share knowledge that might prove essential to their survival. Ganba's fingers tightened around his teacup. The firelight cast dancing shadows across his face as he leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping lower. "But that family," he continued, his eyes remaining fixed on the fire. "The boss and his bloodline. They are something else entirely. Something that goes beyond ordinary cruelty or greed." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle between them. "The boss doesn't just control through fear. He controls through knowledge, through connections." Ganba's watched the pattern repeat for decades. And he's collected the most skilled assassins in these mountains, men who don't fail, men who can't be stopped by ordinary fighters. Patrick's attention sharpened. Leon leaned forward slightly, her mind already cataloging threats, calculating vulnerabilities. "There's Bao Ren," Ganba said, his hands spreading wider. "Big axe, mountain executioner. Stands taller than any man I've seen, carries a logging axe modified for killing. Every swing corners you, breaks your defense, traps you against walls or cliffs. Patient. Fights like a madman. He took another drink, his eyes never leaving the flames. Darrow works the eastern compounds, blacksmith by trade, enforcer by choice, carries a war hammer, breaks bones, crushes skulls. No finesse, just raw power. He's killed at least 20 men that I know of. Chovek operates in the passes between villages, Ganba continued. They call him the Butcher, uses cleavers, fights like an animal. No discipline, just aggression, unpredictable. Dangerous because he doesn't follow patterns. Patrick remained perfect still, absorbing every detail. Then there are the twins, Kai and Lin, brother and sister. They work together always, hunt as a pair, coordinated perfectly. One distracts, the other kills. They've never failed a contract. The fire crackled, filling the silence that stretched between Ganba's words. Jinluo, the old trader said quietly, and something in his tone shifted darker. The chain man, tall, thin, moves like he's half asleep. But that chain, he shook his head slowly. It becomes part of him, extension of his body. He controls distance, traps weapons, and pulls opponents off balance, loves forests, cliffs, darkness, anywhere the chain can wrap around something. Ganba set his cup down with deliberate care. And closest to the boss himself, General Ko, old military, mountain fighter, commands compound security, uses a spear, doesn't waste movement or words, 30 years protecting routes and territory. If he comes for you, it will be organized. He looked directly at Patrick now, his expression grave. Finally, there's Brother Hale, the monk. Ganba's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. Former monastery disciple, corrupted by violence and money, older than you by 30 years at least, fights with discipline, controlled, understand balance, timing, breathing, patience. Patrick's hand moved unconsciously to the pendant beneath his shirt. He learned from someone good, Ganba continued, maybe the same traditions you know, but he twisted them, used them for profit, for the boss. His eyes held Patrick's. When you meet him, you'll recognize pieces of your own training reflected back at you. That makes him more dangerous than all the others combined. Leon looked at Patrick and Ganba, understanding that what had just been shared wasn't simply information, it was warning. Patrick's voice became quiet but steady. They're all human. Ganba nodded slowly. Yes, he agreed, but they're also survivors. Each one has killed dozens of men. Each one knows these mountains better than most people know their own homes. He leaned back slightly. You should know their names, know what they carry, know how they move, because when you face them, there won't be time for questions. The fire popped, sending sparks spiraling upward into the darkness. Outside, the mountain wind continued its endless conversation with the trees. And somewhere in those mountains, the hunters Ganba had named waited without knowing that someone was coming for them, someone who had survived the mountain once before. His voice remained calm, almost tired, as if he were discussing weather patterns rather than human monsters. In these mountains, everyone pays tribute to them. It's been that way for more years than most people care to remember. Money? Leon asked. Ganba shook his head with slow deliberation. Not here. Money has little value in places where the nearest bank might be weeks away, and survival depends on things that cannot be purchased. He looked toward the dark window, where snow continued to fall. Food, livestock, supplies, young people who can work or fight, whatever they demand, whenever they demand it. The tribute changes with their needs and their moods. And if people refuse? Patrick asked, though his tone suggested he already knows the answer. Ganba turned to look at him directly, his eyes reflecting the firelight. They disappear. Not just the ones who refuse their families. People wake up one morning to find houses empty, animals scattered, and no trace of what happened to the people who lived there. Silence settled heavily across the room. Ganba continued, his voice dropping even lower. Before he joined the Triad organization, he already controlled significant portions of these mountains. The Triad connection only made him stronger, more organized, and better equipped. It gave him resources and connections that extended far beyond what any mountain clan could provide. He reached beside him and withdrew a piece of paper. They maintained several compounds throughout the mountains, he said. Old places, built into the landscape itself, hidden from casual observation but heavily fortified against serious threats. Places where they can feel safe without interference. He spread the paper flat on the floor between them, revealing hand-drawn markings that showed trails, landmarks, and geographical features rendered with the accuracy of someone who had traveled every path personally. One of them is 2 days' travel from here, assuming good weather and no complications. Patrick's eyes moved across the rough map, absorbing details with the intense focus he brought to anything that might prove tactically important. "Tomorrow," Ganba said quietly, his finger tracing routes across the paper. "We draw the rest. The approaches, the defenses, everything I've observed during my trading visits, everything that might help you understand what you're walking into." Patrick woke before sunrise. The warmth still radiated from the fire. Snow continued to fall outside the windows. Ganba was already awake, sitting cross-legged near the heat, a cup beside him. He worked carefully with pencil and paper as he added details to the map they had examined the night before. His concentration was absolute. He understood that accuracy in such matters could mean the difference between life and death. Patrick remained motionless, observing without interrupting. He had learned years ago that some forms of work required solitude, even when others were present. Master Shan had taught him the value of stillness, of allowing others to complete important tasks without the distraction of unnecessary interaction. The old trader continued drawing for several more minutes, periodically pausing to consider angles and distances, occasionally erasing lines and redrawing them with slightly different orientations. By the time he finally sat back and flexed his cramped fingers, Leon had entered the room quietly, still wrapping herself in the heavy blanket she had used during the night to ward off the mountain cold. Ganba pushed the completed sketch toward them without preamble. 3 rough locations were now clearly marked across the hand-drawn terrain, connected by trails between ridges and through valleys with paths. "These are the compounds," he said. Patrick studied the map carefully, his eyes tracing relationships between the marked locations and the geographical features that surrounded them. Each compound had been positioned to take advantage of natural defensive features, high ground, narrow approaches, difficult terrain that would slow and narrow attackers while providing defenders with clear fields of observation. Ganba pointed toward the northern trail. His finger settled on a location that sat isolated between converging ridges and cliff faces. Based on the routes they took, the timing of their movement, and Leon reports from people who saw them traveling, I believe they took the girls here. Leon leaned closer, studying for the position. The location appeared accessible only through a narrow valley that could be easily monitored and defended. "They're heavily armed?" she asked, though her tone suggested she already knew the answer. Ganba released a quiet breath. "Very heavily. Military-grade weapons, trained personnel, communication equipment that allows them to coordinate with their other facilities. They treat these mountain compounds like fortresses because that's exactly what they are." His finger remained positioned over the target location. "And the people they employ there are dangerous in ways that go beyond simple criminality. They've been selected specifically for their willingness to do whatever is necessary to protect the family interests." Patrick looked up from the map, meeting the old trader's eyes directly. "You don't have to come with us." The statement hung in the air between them, carrying implications that extended far beyond the simple words. It was both an acknowledgement of the danger they were about to face and an offer to release Ganba from any obligation he might feel to continue guiding them. Ganba held his look without flinching, reading the determination that lay beneath Patrick's calm face. "But we have to go," Patrick finished, the words carrying absolute finality. The old trader remained quiet for a long moment. Finally he nodded slowly, a gesture that contained both acceptance and resignation. "We leave after full darkness," he said. "The moon will be dark tonight, which will help conceal our movement but make travel more treacherous. We'll need to move carefully and trust our knowledge of the terrain." Before leaving, Leon stepped into the second room and made 2 quick calls through the satellite phone. The first went to Alexander's people. She gave them a brief update about the mountain compounds, the possible location, the direction they were moving. No details longer than necessary. The signal in the mountains was weak and unreliable. The second call went to Chen. We're moving north tonight, she told him quietly. I'm sending coordinates now. Chen listened without interrupting. I need you to start looking for extraction points, she continued. Road access, clearings, anything a helicopter can reach if things go bad. A pause. Then Chen answered calmly. I'll have options ready. I'll contact you again in a day if we can. The line went dead shortly after. Leon lowered the phone and looked once toward Patrick and Ganba, waiting near the door. Then she joined them. Darkness had fully settled over the village by the time they prepared to leave. No lights are burning now. No voices sound through the narrow mountain paths. The village slept beneath snow and cold, hidden inside the silence of the mountains. Ganba led them carefully between the houses. Patrick and Leon followed closely behind, careful where they stepped on the frozen ground. The donkey remained behind this time. When they finally reached the tree line beyond the village, Ganba stopped beneath the tall pines and looked back once toward the sleeping homes. Then toward Patrick. They control those mountains, Ganba continued. People disappear there. Patrick adjusted the bow across his shoulder. We still go, he said calmly. Ganba studied him for a moment, then nodded once. Then stay close, he replied. Without another word, the three of them disappeared into the dark forest, swallowed once more by the frozen mountain night. Shadow descent. The climb to the ridge took most of the afternoon. By the time they reached the peak overlooking the compound, the temperature had dropped sharply, and a hard mountain wind swept across the higher elevations. Below them, partially hidden between towering cliffs and dense pine forest, sat the first compound. It was larger than Patrick expected. Several wooden structures surrounded a central house, reinforced with stone walls the color of dried blood and heavy fencing topped with rusted barbed wire. Torches burned across the property in a pattern, while armed men patrolled the perimeter in rotating cycles. Patrick stayed low behind the rocks. Every muscle remained perfectly still against the frozen ridge as he studied the compound sprawling below, his eyes moving with focus across each structure, each shadow, each point of light. Shan had taught him how to survive the mountain, how to move unseen through dense forest and navigate paths where others would be lost within minutes, how to listen to the world around him until even the smallest sound carried meaning. But this part is watching defenses, reading patrol patterns, thinking about entry and escape routes, calculating the consequence came from somewhere else entirely. From Mike. Long conversations during training sessions that stretched across weeks. The former ranger would speak about operations conducted deep in hostile territory, about the mathematics of survival when surrounded by enemies, about how movement could be planned before a single step was taken. Stories about his father, the way Julian Khan had once approached dangerous ground, with the understanding that success depended not on speed, but on preparation. The way he had learned to think about terrain as both obstacle and advantage. Now, Patrick found himself seeing the compound through that same mindset, the strategic awareness that came from two very different men, each teaching him pieces of a larger discipline. Counting, timing, learning the rhythm that controlled the place. Two guards positioned near the outer gate, their bodies aligned to cover the main approach into the compound. Another pair moved along the eastern side, their patrol route predictable. Movement near the rear buildings suggested two men, possibly three, though the distance and falling snow made it difficult to know. Elevated positions near the center structure, probably rooflines or scaffolding, gave them sight lines across most of the property. The narrow access points between buildings created bottlenecks. The limited exits meant that anyone inside would find retreat complicated. Patrick studied the terrain with the same cold calculation, his mind mapping possibilities. Ganba crouched beside him. The old trader had crossed these mountains for decades, but even he seemed unsettled by what lay below. "This is unusual," the old man said quietly. "Very unusual indeed." Patrick kept watching the compound below, his look never wavering from the armed figures moving through the snow. "What is?" His response came without emotion. Ganba studied the patrol routes carefully. So many armed men outside, standing guard like soldiers. His voice worries now, something deeper than caution. These compounds, They normally hide from attention. They don't guard like this unless they expect trouble to come. Real trouble. Patrick already understood the calculus before Ganba spoke it aloud. Word had reached them, of course it had. Information traveled through the mountains inevitably and impossible to stop. The bodies they had left behind, the villages they had moved through. The monk walking through the snow asking questions, gathering names and faces and information. The boss knew something was coming. He had prepared. The only question that remained, the one that mattered more than any other consideration, was whether Lena and May were still inside that compound, breathing and aware, or if this entire climb had led them to nothing. For nearly an hour they remained on the ridge, observing every movement below with the patience of hunters who understood that rushing destroyed everything. Nobody spoke much. Patrick's mind catalogued each movement, each change in routine, each moment of carelessness or discipline from the armed men below. Finally, Patrick pulled back from the edge. His decision was already made, already settled in the set of his shoulders. I'm going in tonight. Ganba's entire body tensed. He turned immediately toward the younger man. No. The word came sharp and definitive. Absolutely not. You don't understand what waits down there. Patrick ignored the response, his focus turning inward now, already moving through the steps that would follow. They increase security because they're afraid, he said quietly. I can see it in the patterns, the extra guards, the timing, the way they check the same spots twice. That means we're close. That means they know something is coming or guarding something of value. Or it means they're preparing a trap, Ganba replied sharply, his voice rising slightly before catching itself. A careful one, a deadly one. You think you're the only one who can plan? Patrick turned toward him fully, and even Ganba seemed to settle slightly under that stare. If the girls are there, we don't have time for hesitation, Patrick said. Every hour we wait is another hour they spend in that place. Leon watched both men carefully from her position, reading the tension between them. She understood what was happening. She had seen it before the clash between caution and necessity. Ganba lowered his voice further. Though it took visible effort, he was forcing himself back into control. You don't understand these people, he said, and there was genuine concern beneath the words now. The boss, he grew up in these mountains. He knows them like you know breathing. Those men below aren't just hired guards following orders. They're loyal to his family, bound by blood and history and mountains. Patrick's expression remained unchanged, unmoved by the warning. The wind pushed harder across the ridge, carrying snow horizontally now, beginning to obscure visibility. Ganba shook his head slowly. Come back with me tonight, he said. We think differently. We wait. We move carefully. There are other ways. Always there are other ways if you don't rush toward the guns. Patrick looked back toward the compound below. No. The answer came immediately. No negotiation, just refusal, absolute and final. Leon already knew nothing would change his mind. His decision had been made before Ganba even spoke, probably made the moment they first saw the compound lights burning below. Patrick studied the patrols once more, committing final details to memory before speaking again, his voice careful and measured. If Lena and May are inside that place drugged, injured, terrified, held in whatever cells or rooms they've prepared for them, then every extra day we delay matters more than any tactical advantage. Ganba stared at him for several quiet seconds, the silence stretching between them. His face was difficult to read. Silence settled between them for a moment before Patrick finally turned toward Leon. You go with him. Leon looked at him sharply. What? This place is too dangerous, Patrick said quietly. If things go wrong down there, they'll go wrong fast. Leon stared at him for a second, then shook her head immediately. No. Patrick's expression remained unreadable. Leon, I didn't come this far to wait on a mountain while you walk into that place alone, she said, cutting him off. That's not why I'm here. The wind pushed harder across the ridge, carrying snow between them. Patrick studied her carefully. This isn't normal fight, he said quietly. Those men down there are expecting me. And those girls are expecting someone to save them. Ganba watched the exchange silently now, understanding neither of them was likely to change their position. Patrick lowered his voice slightly. This could go bad in seconds. Leon stepped closer. I know. You don't understand what's inside that compound yet. No, she answered calmly, but I understand what happens if we're too late. That stopped him for a moment. And if we find them drugged or injured, she continued, you'll need me. Snow continued falling around them while the compound lights burned below. Patrick looked at her for another long moment, then finally gave a small nod. Not agreement, acceptance. Ganba exhaled quietly, already recognizing that neither of them intended to leave this ridge. He had seen this type of determination before, in the mountains and in himself, the kind that couldn't be talked down or reasoned away. For a long while, nobody spoke. Then Patrick finally looked toward Leon again, his attention shifting to practical matters. Contact Chen. She nodded immediately, understanding the implication before he finished speaking. Have the helicopter moved toward the extraction point, closer than planned? Ganba looked at him sharply. You already planned extraction before we even climbed up here? Patrick's eyes returned toward the compound below, tracking movement and pattern. If the girls are there, he said quietly, his voice barely sounded above the wind. We'll need to move fast, very fast. Everything planned, everything timed, everything prepared. Below, the guards continued moving through the compound, completely unaware that death was already watching them from the mountain above. Up on the ridge, in the thickening snow, fate had already shifted its course toward them. Patrick studied the compound for several more minutes before finally pointing toward the cliffs behind it. That's where we go in. Leon followed his line of sight, tracing the path he had already mapped in his mind. Behind the compound, the mountain dropped sharply into darkness, a steep rock wall covered in patches of snow and scattered pine growing from crevices in the stone like stubborn survivors clinging to impossible ground. No lights penetrated that section. No patrol movement disturbed the darkness. It was a blind spot in their vision, exactly as Patrick had calculated. Ganba said immediately, "That path isn't used." "That's why it works," Patrick replied. Most of the guards focused on the lower trails and front approach routes leading into the compound, the visible paths. Their attention remained outward toward the mountain passages where danger was expected to arrive. Not above, not from the cliffs behind them where most people would never imagine climbing. Patrick kept studying the patrol movements below while speaking quietly. Few hours before sunrise, security becomes weaker, he said, tracking the patterns of the guards as they moved through their rotations. People get tired, focus drops, reaction time slows. That's when we move. Ganba nodded reluctantly, recognizing the truth in the observation. Patrick pointed again toward the smaller outer buildings surrounding the main structure, his finger identifying specific routes and positions, like someone reading a language only he could interpret. We clear the guards outside first, he said, his eyes moving across the compound. Quietly, one at a time, then we search for the buildings nearest the entrance. The girls first, Leon said quietly. Patrick looked at her directly, and his eyes held hers for a moment before he nodded once, slowly. That's the objective. Find the girls, extract them safely. Everything else came after that single priority. The three of them pulled farther back from the ridge into the shelter of the trees. The mountain seemed to gather around them as they moved inside. Ganba unpacked climbing rope and old mountain equipment from his bag. He checks each piece checked and verified without speaking. Patrick and Leon prepared their weapons beside the rocks. Leon removed her sword carefully from its wrapping, the blade whispering softly as it emerged from cloth. She checked the edge beneath the faint moonlight, running her fingers along it, verifying its sharpness one final time. Patrick inspected each arrow individually, holding them up to what little light the snow-covered sky provided, examining the points. He secured the bow across his shoulder, the leather settling into familiar position against his body. Then he reached into a small pouch Ganba handed him without explanation. Dark mountain ash mixed with oil, the color of stone and shadow. Without speaking, Patrick spread the dark color across his face and neck. Leon did the same beside him. By the time they finished, both of them looked less like living people and more like shadows that had learned to move. Ganba watched quietly while Patrick secured the long-concealed blade behind his back, the weapon disappearing completely. "You move fast once it starts," the old trader said quietly. Fast enough that you forget others can't keep pace. That girl won't keep up if you disappear into the compound and leave her behind. Patrick looked toward Leon briefly, considering the warning, before answering. She stays behind me, he said calmly, and watches my back. That's the arrangement. That's how we survive this. He looks directly toward Leon, and his eyes held hers with absolute clarity. No risks, he said. No improvisation, no heroics. You move when I move. You stop when I stop. You follow the plan exactly as we discussed it. Leon almost smiled at that, at the clear attempt to control what could not be controlled, to demand safety in a situation built entirely on danger. You say that like you're planning to take all the risks yourself, she replied. That was not quite agreement, but was not quite challenge either. Patrick didn't answer. His silence confirmed everything. He would move first. He would absorb the exposure. He would position himself between any danger and her, and he would do it without hesitation or negotiation. Finally, Ganba rose to his feet, his knees making small sounds as they extended. It's time, he said simply. He led them carefully through the trees toward the upper cliff path, overlooking the rear side of the compound, understanding of terrain and footing. Snow crunched softly beneath their boots. The trees around them remained silent except for the distant wind moving between the ridges. Ganba secured the rope around an old pine rooted deep into the mountain stone, pulling hard twice to test its strength and verify its reliability before stepping back. The rope held firm. It would hold their weight. It would hold their lives. Patrick moved toward the edge first, his silhouette becoming almost invisible against the darkness of the sky and the mountain. Below him, the compound lights glowed faintly through the darkness and drifting snow, visible but distant, a target that suddenly seemed both nearer and more dangerous than it had seemed from the ridge. He turned once toward Ganba. If we don't return by sunrise— You will, Ganba interrupted quietly, his tone carrying absolute certainty. Patrick held his look for a moment, understanding passing between them without words. Then he nodded once, slowly, accepting the blessing or the reassurance. Leon stepped after him, tightening her gloves around the rope, ensuring her grip would hold even with numbed fingers. The rope felt solid beneath her hands. Real. Dependable. Patrick grabbed the rope, his hands settling into position with absolute confidence, his body already understanding the descent before it began. And without another word, without final instruction, he stepped backward over the edge of the mountain and disappeared into the night, the darkness swallowing him completely, the rope extending downward into shadow, carrying him toward the compound and toward whatever waited below. Patrick landed first, his descent-controlled one hand settling against the frozen ground as he absorbed the impact. He remained crouched for barely a heartbeat before stepping aside from the rope, clearing the landing zone. Seconds later, Leon descended beside him, her boots touching the snow-covered ground. Her breathing came steadily and controlled, she already prepared for what came next. Above them, the rope disappeared into the darkness, back toward Ganba and the ridgetop. Ahead lay the compound itself. Torches' light moved between buildings in deliberate patterns, while guards continued their patrols through the snow, unaware that the threat they had been tasked to prevent was already inside their perimeter, already studying them, already calculating the cost of each step they took. Patrick crouched lower near the sheltering rocks and studied the movement again from ground level, a perspective entirely different from the ridge above. 3 patrol groups. That much was certain. 2 men each, moving with the coordination of trained personnel, rotating separately around the rear side of the compound in overlapping circuits designed to ensure no blind spots, no gaps in coverage. Professional work. Patrick turned toward Leon, his expression unchanged, his eyes holding the steady focus of someone who had already moved past doubt into decision. "Stay behind," he whispered. "No movement unless I signal, no sound. Whatever you see, whatever happens, you remain still." Leon nodded once, her hand tightening slightly around the grip of her sword. She had prepared mentally for moments of action, but preparation and reality carried different effects. Patrick studied her for one more moment. Then he moved. Disappeared. One moment he stood beside her, a shadow among shadows. The next, the snow and the falling darkness swallowed him completely. Even expecting the movement, even knowing it was coming, Lian still lost sight of him. Her grip tightened slightly around the sword hilt, her knuckles already beginning to feel the cold despite her gloves. She stood alone in the darkness near the cliff wall, breathing through her nose, listening to the sounds of the compound, waiting, watching, understanding, with a clarity that made her pulse quicken, that she was witnessing something that did not fit into the categories of Qin-trained combat or learned skill. The first patrol moved slowly along the rear fence line, rifles hanging loose and almost casual across heavy winter jackets, while they spoke quietly to each other. The cold had begun to work on them as they were trying to preserve warmth, trying to keep circulation moving through numbed fingers and aching joints. Professional enough to maintain awareness. Neither of them noticed the shadow moving between the buildings behind them, darker than the darkness, moving in a way that suggested no physical limitation. Patrick waited. Patience was a tool as sharp as any blade. He waited until they passed the narrow gap between two rocks, the point where the fence line bent and momentarily offered concealment. Then he entered behind them, his movement so silent that the snow barely moved beneath his feet. The first man sensed some primal shift in the air, some animal awareness of presence, and began to turn. Too late. Patrick's arm locked around his throat from behind, cutting off the beginnings of a shout before it could form, while the blade entered beneath the jaw and drove upward into the brainstem. The body collapsed into the snow like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Patrick was already moving toward the second guard before the first man's knees fully buckled. The second man reached for his weapon instinctively, panic flashing across his face in a sudden comprehension, the slow realization that something was wrong, that danger had arrived without warning. His fingers found the rifle's grip while his mouth opened to shout. Patrick stepped inside the motion with the confidence of someone who had performed this calculation 1,000 times before. He drove the blade directly between the floating ribs, angling upward toward the heart, a strike so controlled that the man barely managed a sharp breath, a single exhalation of surprise and pain. Patrick twisted once, lowered the body silently into the snow beside its partner, and disappeared again before the blood finished spreading across the frozen ground. The second patrol never saw him at all. They walked along the outer storage buildings carrying Troche light between them, the glow creating a small bubble of visibility against the darkness, while snow drifted heavily through the narrow path between structures. Patrick moved above them first, not around, not alongside, but above. He pulled himself onto the low roofline of the storage structure with movements that should have created noise, should have drawn attention. Instead, he crossed silently through the darkness, using the building's bulk to shield him from sight, before dropping behind the trailing guard with the controlled jump of someone who understood how to create impact, how to land silently. The strike landed instantly, a hard blow directly into the side of the neck, not wild, but delivered by someone who understood exactly how much force would crush the man's balance and nervous system together. The guard collapsed without sound. His troche still gripped loosely in his numb fingers as his knees buckled. The second guard spun at the movement, lifting the troche to look at the threat, eyes wide with the sudden shock of realizing that danger's in front of him. Patrick drove forward before the man could react fully, his body flowing into the space the guard stood, slamming him backward into the wooden wall hard enough to knock the air from his lungs completely. The sword entered low beneath the ribs and angled upward into the heart certainty of outcome. No hesitation. The troche slipped from numb fingers to the frozen ground. The flame died instantly beneath the snow. Patrick stepped back into darkness again, his breathing as steady and controlled as if he had been standing still, his face showing no emotion that anything significant had happened. Leon watched him from the shadows, unable to look away now. This was unique, essentially, unmistakably unique. Patrick did not confront danger as if he were responding to a threat. He maneuvered as if he had the conclusion prior to the confrontation, progressing through actions using his opponent's movement against them. The final patrol came closest to discovering him. One of the guards suddenly stopped near the rear gate. He scanned the darkness around them with the careful attention of someone whose instincts had begun to scream warnings. His hand tightened around the rifle as he studied the snow-covered trees, the shadows between structures, the places where darkness remained absolute. "You hear that?" he whispered. His voice has genuine concern now. The second guard turned slightly, his attention snapping toward his partner. What? Patrick stepped from behind them silently. The first guard saw him only at the very last second, that moment of recognition where the mind suddenly knows that death has arrived. His eyes widened, his mouth opened, his fingers began to tighten on the rifle's trigger. Patrick's blade cut across the throat before sound could form. Blood sprayed hot across the falling snow in an arc. The guard's body remained standing for another second, that strange moment of delay before the muscles failed completely and he crumpled into the snow. The second man reacted with trained speed, spinning with the rifle halfway raised toward the movement behind him. Patrick stepped inside the weapon before the barrel could level. One hand trapped the rifle against the guard's chest, while the other drew the blade upward in a short, violent motion across the inside of the man's arm. The tendons separated instantly. The rifle dropped uselessly from numb fingers into the snow. The guard tried to shout. Patrick moves forward before he can make a sound, slamming him backward against the wooden fence. The sword flashed once in the darkness and entered low beneath the ribs, angled upward. The man's body jerked hard. Patrick stepped closer, twisting the blade once. A wet gasp of air escaped the guard's mouth as blood spread quickly across his winter coat. Then Patrick pulled the sword free and let the body collapse silently into the snow. Then silence returned. Perimeter guards are all dead. From the shadows near the cliff wall, Leon stared at Patrick as he emerged once more from the darkness, blood scattered across his black clothing. His breathing remained steady. His movements showed no sign of strain. His eyes have the same calm focus they had held before, unaffected by what had just transpired. In places like this, in darkness and silence, watching him emerge from blood and snow without a trace of hesitation, Leon felt something shift inside her. Not fear. Realization that Patrick was far more dangerous than she had allowed herself to believe. Late again. Patrick returned to the base of the cliff where Leon waited in the shadows beside the jagged rocks, her dark face barely visible against the stone. Patrick's breathing remained steady and controlled. He crouched beside her. "The perimeter is clear," he whispered. His voice barely sounds above the wind. Leon studied his face briefly, reading the tension in his features before looking toward the compound spread below them. Even in the darkness, she could assess his physical state as no signs of exertion, no indication of struggle. Whatever he encountered has no effect on him. Patrick pointed toward the outer buildings that stood separated from the main structure. "3 small houses," he said quietly, his breath forming small clouds in the frigid air. "One still has light and movement inside. The others appear asleep." Leon narrowed her eyes toward the faint candle flickering through a window of the nearest building. "Guard change," she whispered back. "Sunrise comes in less than an hour. They'll be tired, less alert." Patrick remained silent for a moment, his mind processing the tactical situation. Then he nodded once. "That's the first house." They moved immediately, low and silent. When they reached the first house, Patrick stopped beside the wooden door and pressed his ear against the cold surface, listening carefully through the thin walls. Voices inside, one man speaking in low tones, maybe 2, but the second remained quiet. Patrick turned slightly toward Leon, catching her eye in the darkness. "Stay behind me." Then he pushed the door open with force and stepped inside. The room smelled of smoke, stale sweat, the old tea that had been brewing too long on a small camp stove. A guard sat near the flickering light with his back toward the entrance, rifle leaning casually beside his chair. His body spoke of boredom, routine, the kind of relaxed attention that came from too many nights of nothing happening. The man didn't even turn around. "My shift doesn't start for another hour," he muttered loudly, assuming his partner had entered early. Patrick paused for half a second, reading the situation completely. Then the guard glanced over his shoulder, perhaps sensing something different in the quality of silence behind him. The moment he saw Patrick dressed entirely in black, with his face darkened, his hand shot toward the rifle with desperate speed. Too late. Patrick crossed the room instantly and drove the sword forward directly into the man's chest. The blade entered clean through the heart and pinned him against the chair before he could draw breath to scream. The guard's eyes widened once. He was dead in an instant. At the same moment, a side door creaked open. Another guard stepped into the room. "Hey, what's all the—" Leon moved before he finished speaking. Her blade flashed once across his throat in a quick motion. Blood sprayed against the rough wooden walls. The man collapsed hard onto the floor, his hands clutching uselessly at his neck. Silence returned immediately, broken only by the wind outside. Patrick pulled the sword free and searched the room quickly, his eyes scanning every surface for useful intelligence. Nothing of value. "Guardhouse," Leon whispered, her voice steady despite the violence that had just unfolded. Patrick nodded once, already moving toward the door. "We don't have a lot of time." Sunrise was coming, and with it the increased likelihood of discovery, all the dead men. They moved out immediately toward the second building, leaving behind only death and silence. The next house was darker and quieter than the first, its windows black against the snow-covered walls. Patrick stopped beside the door and listened carefully. Slow breathing inside, sleeping. He looked toward Leon, and she saw something in his expression that surprised her. "There's no need to kill sleeping men," he whispered quietly, his voice carrying an edge of conviction, "no matter how bad they are." Leon stared at him for a long moment after everything she had witnessed that trip. Dozen men already dead by his hand. And yet here he was making distinctions that seemed impossible to maintain in their current circumstances. Still holding on to lines nobody else could see anymore. Patrick continued quietly, his voice betraying no doubt. "We control them. Tie them. Move on." Leon nodded slowly, but she found herself studying him with new intensity. Patrick pushed the door open carefully. The old hinges creaked softly in the cold mountain air. Inside, 2 guards slept in separate beds, their rifles resting within arm's reach beside them. Empty wine bottles on a table suggested they had been drinking the night before. Patrick moved first, 2 fingers to the side of the neck. The guards collapsed deeper into unconsciousness before making a sound. Leon immediately secured their hands and legs with cord from her pack, while Patrick searched the room systematically. No intelligence worth gathering. Patrick stood, his expression unreadable. One more. The third house sat closest to the main building, positioned like a final checkpoint before the compound's heart. No light coming from the window, no movement. Patrick approached slowly and rested one hand against the old wooden door, listening for sound that might indicate activity inside. Then he pushed. The hinges screamed loudly through the night air, the sound cutting across the house. Patrick froze instantly, every muscle tensed for reaction. Inside, the 2 guards jumped from their beds with the startled reaction of men accustomed to danger, instinctively reaching for the rifles beside them. Patrick moved first. He crossed the room before the nearest guard fully stood and drove the sword directly into his chest while covering the man's mouth with his free hand. The body jerked once before collapsing backward onto the floor, blood spreading across the rough wooden planks. Beside him, Leon swung hard at the second guard. Her blade cut across his chest, opening him deep and throwing him backward against the wall with tremendous force. But the man still grabbed his rifle. Years of training overrode shock and pain. Leon saw the barrel turning toward her with deadly intent. Patrick saw it too. He stepped across the room instantly, knocking the rifle upward with one hand, while the sword slashed violently across the guard's throat. Blood exploded across the blankets and wall in a spray, but the rifle still fired. The gunshot erupted through the mountain compound like thunder, the sound echoing off the surrounding peaks and rolling back upon itself in waves. Wood splintered overhead as the bullet tore through the roof, sending fragments raining down upon them. Then silence. But it was a different silence now. Leon looked toward Patrick immediately. Both of them understood the same thing with crystalline clarity. The element of surprise was gone. Patrick and Leon moved quickly toward the side of the main building. Inside, voices erupted through the house with sudden urgency. Men shouting commands, women yelling. Heavy boots pounding across wooden floors. Orders are being barked from room to room. The entire main house had awoken, and now every person was moving with deadly purpose. Patrick stopped beside the outside wall, pressing his back against the stone, and slowly slid the sword into its position across his shoulders and pulled free the shorter hunting knife that Ganba had pressed into his hands before they had entered the compound. Leon glanced toward him. "Easier inside," Patrick whispered. "Now they're waiting for us. Rifles become useless." Leon immediately understood the tactical shift. Small rooms where close combat was inevitable. She slid her own sword away and pulled a shorter knife from the sleeve at her hip. "They'll have a kitchen entrance," Patrick whispered, scanning the building's perimeter. "Service door, less defended." "That's where we go." They circled carefully around the rear side of the structure, stepping over discarded equipment and avoiding patches of ice. They reached a smaller door next to a stack of split firewood and snow-covered barrels that had been arranged for winter storage. Patrick rested one gloved hand against the wooden door, feeling for vibration or movement within. Slowly pushed, the hinges moved without making a sound. The door opened inward on well-oiled hinges, revealing darkness beyond. Both slipped inside with fluid, synchronized movement. Heated air struck their faces immediately, carrying the rich smells of wood smoke, recently cooked meat, and lamp oil that had been burning for hours. Cast iron pots sat cooling on a large stove, and wooden cutting boards had the remnants of a meal. But the atmosphere within the house itself had undergone a complete transformation. The initial panic had gone entirely. No more frantic yelling or confusion, men communicating through whispered commands. Someone with authority had taken immediate command of the situation. Patrick felt the shift instantly, recognizing the change from chaos to response. The boss is here. The realization hit him with absolute certainty. And if he's here, the girls are somewhere within these walls. "Someone coming," Leon whispered. Patrick immediately lowered himself beside the kitchen wall, pressing into the shadows cast by hanging cookware and wooden shelving. A guard entered the room seconds later, his rifle held at a comfortable ready position across his chest. He moved with confidence, glancing briefly toward the closed kitchen door before beginning to turn back toward the main hallway that led deeper into the house. "All clear back here." Those were the final words that would ever leave his lips. Patrick exploded from the darkness behind him. One hand clamped over the man's mouth with crushing force, while the hunting knife drove upward beneath the base of the skull, finding the gap in the men head. The guard's body had uncontrollable reaction before collapsing into complete stillness. Patrick immediately dragged the lifeless guard aside, positioning it where it wouldn't be immediately visible to anyone entering the kitchen. Then, both of them advanced deeper into the house, moving with careful steps. The hallways stretched before them in dangerous quiet. Too quiet for a building that had just erupted in activity. The silence carried more threat than the earlier chaos had. Patrick stopped suddenly and raised 3 fingers toward Leon, using the clear hand signals that transcended language barriers. 3 guards, positioned strategically throughout the house, waiting in ambush positions. Leon nodded with immediate understanding. Patrick pointed carefully toward the far side of the main room, where one guard crouched behind heavy wooden furniture, his rifle aimed toward the front entrance in anticipation of an assault from that direction. Across the room, partially concealed by shadow, another man had positioned himself to cover the opposite hallway with overlapping fields of fire. Patrick directed his attention toward the second guard, then gestured toward Leon with clear intention, then pointed to himself, 5 fingers raised slowly. Silent countdown. Military coordination signals that Mike had drilled into him years ago during their hiking sessions. Leon had grown up surrounded by soldiers her entire life, raised within the environment of the Army Ranger Base, where such communication was as natural as spoken language. No words were necessary between them. She moved into her assigned position, while Patrick remained hidden behind the wall near the first guard, calculating angles and timing. When Leon had reached her optimal position, she gave the smallest possible nod, barely a movement at all. Patrick slowly raised his hand, fingers extended. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Leon moved first with explosive speed. The guard barely had time to register the approaching threat before she drove her knife deep into his chest, the blade finding the space between ribs and piercing vital organs as she forced him backward against the wall to prevent any sound from escaping. At precisely the same instant, Patrick stepped from concealment and sent the hunting knife spinning across the room in a perfect arc. The blade struck the second guard directly through the throat with crushing accuracy. The impact pinned him against the wall behind him, blood erupting in a spray across the wooden surface as his rifle slipped from hand and landed on the floor. Both bodies collapsed almost simultaneously, their deaths occurring within seconds of each other. Patrick immediately crossed the room to retrieve his knife. Both he and Leon melted back into the concealing shadows that lined the room's perimeter. Then a voice boomed through the house with commanding presence. "Mountain Boy!" The voice carried confidence and authority. "I want to see you." A metallic sound echoed from somewhere deeper in the house, the unmistakable noise of a weapon being deliberately dropped onto wooden flooring. "Come out," the voice called again with mocking challenge. "Fight like a man instead of hiding in shadows." Patrick began moving instinctively toward the source of the sound, drawn by direct confrontation. Leon's hand shot out immediately, gripping his arm as she shook her head with warning. Trap. Every instinct she had screamed danger, but the voice continued with calculated psychological pressure. "You want to see the girls?" The words hit Patrick like physical blows. Complete silence filled the house, stretching for long seconds. Then slowly, with deliberate control, he stepped forward into the larger central room. A massive figure stood waiting near the center doorway with the patience of a predator. Broad shoulders that suggested tremendous physical power. Thick arms marked with the scars of countless fights. His shirt lay carelessly tossed beside a rifle on the floor, showing confidence in hand-to-hand combat. Leon remained hidden in the protective shadows behind Patrick, her mind sorting the man's strengths and potential weaknesses. The large guard studied Patrick with calculating eyes, taking in every detail of his appearance, the black paint smeared across his face, the blood spatters from previous fights, the way he moved. Slowly, the man's lips curved into a smile that held no warmth whatsoever. "So, you're the mountain ghost," he said with genuine amusement coloring his voice, "the one who's been killing everyone so quietly." Patrick's response carried no emotion. "Where are the girls?" The man's laugh emerged as a low, rumbling sound that filled the room. "You can meet them in hell." Then he attacked with startling speed, faster than his massive frame should have allowed, defying Patrick's expectations based on size and apparent bulk. The devastating kick connected solidly with Patrick's chest, the impact lifting him from his feet and sending him sliding backward across the wooden floor with tremendous force. The large guard's smile widened with satisfaction. "Not so tough after all." He rushed forward again, pressing his perceived advantage. This time, Patrick was completely ready for the assault. He absorbed the incoming strike, redirecting the men's hand while slipping past the larger men in one fluid movement that forced his legs awkwardly to maintain contact. "Tell me where the girls are," Patrick said with deadly calm, his voice carrying the absolute certainty of rage. "And you live." The man responded with another laugh and immediately charged again, abandoning technique for raw aggression. Patrick struck first this time. A brutal low kick targeted the man's supporting knee, the impact shattering bone and cartilage with a sharp crack that echoed through the room like breaking timber. Before the scream of agony could fully escape his opponent's throat, Patrick's left hand drove upward into the exposed rib cage with tremendous force. Multiple ribs snapped instantly beneath the hard impact. The massive guard staggered sideways, gasping for air that wouldn't come as his punctured lung collapsed. Patrick moved behind him with fluid speed, one hand gripping the jaw while the other locked into position behind the skull in a hold that allowed no escape or resistance. Then, twisted with explosive force. The sharp sound of breaking neck echoed through the house with finality. The body dropped heavily onto the wooden floor with a dull impact. Head rotated completely in the wrong direction, eyes staring sightlessly at the ceiling. And once again, the mountain silence returned to claim the house. Leon rushed toward Patrick the moment the large guard struck the floor, concern showing across her face immediately as she reached him, her eyes scanning his body trained to identify injury. "Are you okay?" she whispered quickly. "You took that kick hard. I saw the impact from across the room." Patrick steadied his breathing, forcing air through his chest, each exhale controlled despite the burning through his muscles. "I'm fine. You want me to check for broken ribs?" Leon moved closer, already reaching toward his side. Trauma to that area can be deceptive. Internal bleeding doesn't always show immediately. Patrick shook his head once, a sharp, definitive movement. "I lost concentration for a moment," he admitted quietly. Leon paused. Patrick rarely acknowledged weakness. The house had gone silent again after the violence that follows death. Patrick looked toward the upper hallway. "Check the rooms," he said quietly. They moved quickly through the house together now, opening doors one after another, Leon taking the left side while Patrick cleared the right, their movements synchronized. Empty bedrooms with striped mattresses, storage rooms were filled with nothing but dust and scattered debris. Then Patrick pushed open another door and stopped. The room inside was filled with women and children, perhaps 15 or 20 people, crowded into a space designed for far fewer, huddled together in the darkness with barely enough room to move. The moment they saw him standing in the doorway, his silhouette backlit by the hallway light, covered in blood, his face still marked with the black tactical paint, several of the women screamed immediately. Children cried with the terror of young ones, who understood instinctively that danger stood before them. Several women pulled the children backward toward the walls in a desperate huddle, their movements frantic and uncoordinated. For a moment, Patrick simply stood there, frozen in the doorway, looking far more like something that had emerged from nightmare than a man trying to help. The blood, the paint, the stillness of his expression, all of it created an image of pure threat. Leon moved past him immediately, her knife lowered to her side in a clear gesture of non-aggression. "We're not here to hurt anyone," she said quickly, her voice dropping into the calm, measured tone she used in medical emergencies, the tone that somehow penetrated panic. "We're looking for 2 girls, specific girls, young women. They were taken from the city." The screaming slowly quieted, though the fear remained thick in the room like smoke. One of the younger women held tightly to a small child while staring fearfully toward Patrick, her eyes unable to look away from the blood that covered him. Leon followed her eyes briefly, understanding immediately what the woman's fear told her about Patrick's appearance in that moment. Patrick still stood near the doorway. Leon stepped closer to the frightened woman and lowered her voice further, kneeling slightly to meet her at eye level. "Please," she said, "where are the girls? Where did they hide them?" The woman hesitated, her entire body trembling as she held the child more tightly against her chest. Her eyes moved between Leon and Patrick, clearly calculating which threat represented immediate danger. Then, slowly, with the careful deliberation of someone risking everything on a single choice, she pointed a shaking finger toward the far side of the room. A large wooden board rested against the floor beside the wall, positioned to look like nothing more than discarded building material. Patrick moved instantly, his body abandoning any pretense of caution. He grabbed the board and ripped it aside with brutal force, the old wood splintering and cracking as it tore away from the wall. Underneath was a narrow underground space, barely large enough for 2 people to lie side by side. A crawl space. Patrick dropped into the hole without hesitation, lowering himself into that space that seemed to swallow light. His eyes adjusted quickly to the darkness below, and what he found there was stir everything inside him. Lena and May lay motionless against the dirt floor, their bodies barely visible in the shadows, their breathing so slow it barely sound. For one terrible second they looked dead. Patrick lifted Lena first, cradling her carefully despite his urgency. Her body felt horrifyingly light in his arms, fragile in a way that spoke of starvation and abuse. He passed her up to Leon, who took her with the same care she'd use with any patient. Then May. Patrick extracted her from the crawl space, despite the urgency burning through his chest. Neither girl responded to the movement, neither opened their eyes, neither made any sound. Leon immediately began checking them, her hands moving quickly through a medical assessment. "They lost a lot of weight," she whispered. "Look at their muscle mass and their skin. Whatever they've been giving them, it's massive." Bruises covered parts of their arms and necks, and old bruises in various stages of healing, suggesting repeated trauma over an extended period. Their breathing remained shallow and uneven, that suggested respiratory depression from chemical administration. Leon checked May's pulse again, her fingers holding steady against the girl's neck for a long count. Patrick stood beside the bed staring at the girls, at what remained of Lena's vibrant energy and May's quiet strength, now reduced to unconscious forms barely recognizable to the people he knew. Something inside him finally cracked open, something that had been held in perfect control, finally fracturing beyond repair. He turned suddenly toward the woman still clutching her child in the corner. "Where is he?" The question came out quietly. The woman cries immediately, pressing herself and her child harder against the wall. Patrick crossed the room in 3 quick strides and grabbed her hard by the shoulders, his hands gripping with enough force to make her cry out, "Where is he?" Fear exploded across the room again as he shook her violently, his control finally abandoning him completely. Other women screamed. Children cried. The space that had been tense suddenly became chaotic with panic. "Where is he?" he yelled, his voice raw and stripped of all his usual discipline. "Where did he go? Where is he now?" The woman began crying uncontrollably, her entire body shaking as she held her child protectively. Leon rushed forward immediately and grabbed Patrick's arm, her grip surprisingly strong despite her smaller frame. "Stop!" Patrick barely heard her, his attention fixed entirely on the woman before him, his mind consumed with a singular focus on finding the boss. "He did this to them." Patrick's voice cracked out of his control that terrified even him. Leon stepped directly in front of him now, positioning herself between Patrick and the woman, her eyes meeting his with direct intensity. "What are you doing?" she snapped sharply, her voice cutting through his rage. "What are you becoming right now? Because this—" She gestured toward the woman he'd been shaking, toward the terrified children, toward the scene of violence he'd created. "This is the same thing he did. You're repeating his violence. You're becoming what you've been trained to never become." That finally stopped him. The words penetrated past the rage, past the breaking control, past the desperate need for vengeance that had surged through him. For several seconds, Patrick simply stood there, breathing hard, his body still trembling with adrenaline and fury, while the terrified woman held her crying child against her chest, her entire frame shaking with fear. Then, slowly, with visible effort, with the conscious choice that separated discipline from impulse, Patrick let go. Leon immediately pulled the woman aside and spoke quietly for nearly a minute, while the woman slowly stopped shaking, while her breathing gradually steadied, while her survival instinct finally began to override her fear. "The boss left yesterday," the woman finally whispered, her voice barely audible. "Him and his son both. They were visiting families farther north, in the higher villages. I heard them talking about it before they left. They said they'd be gone for a week, maybe 2. Patrick's hands tightened into fists. Leon turned back toward the bed where Lena and May lay unconscious. "The girls are alive," she said quietly, "but barely. Their vitals are weak. Respiratory depression is significant. Whatever they've been given, it's serious. We need hospital-grade monitoring and medical intervention." Patrick looked at her immediately, understanding the implications before she spoke to them. "They need a hospital now," Leon continued. "They could stop breathing without warning. We can't handle that level of medical emergency in these mountains." No hesitation followed that assessment. Patrick secured Lena carefully across his back. Leon lifted the smaller May against her shoulders with similar care. Neither girl moved, neither opened her eyes. The house remained strangely silent as they moved back through it. No guards waited outside where Patrick had left bodies. No one tried to stop them, no resistance. Only bodies and blood remained behind the evidence of Patrick's violence that said, "He was here. He took them. He will not stop." By the time they reached the tree line beyond the compound, pushing through the last of the perimeter before the mountain's edge, the first light of morning had begun touching the mountain peaks. Cold, gray sunlight slowly spread across the snow. Patrick and Leon disappeared once more into the trees, carrying the broken girls back into the mountains. No turning back. Ganba moved restlessly near the edge of the clearing, moving between the scattered rocks as his eyes constantly scanned the tree line below the mountain trail. The old trader's attention never settled, always moving, always searching for a habit born from decades of mountain travel. They should have been here already. More than 2 hours had passed since sunrise. In the mountains, 2 hours was an eternity. Enough time for a situation to finish completely. Ganba had lived long enough to understand it's too long. In places like these, delays usually mean only one thing: death. The old trader adjusted the rifle hanging across his shoulder. He shifted his weight onto his good leg. The rhythm of his breathing remained steady and controlled, but his senses had sharpened into that alertness that only came when something felt genuinely wrong. He listened carefully to the mountain around him. Most people heard only wind moving through the dense pine trees or the distant sound of water running beneath layers of ice and snow. Ganba heard differences. He heard the pattern of branches that meant human movement. Then a sound reached him from far down the trail. Very low at first, almost easy to notice, but Ganba had learned never to dismiss anything. Fast, urgent movement, not the measured pace of patrol movement or the careful steps of hunters stalking prey. Someone running. Ganba immediately stepped behind the nearest rocks near the clearing's edge, one hand tightening around the rifle as his sharp eyes locked onto the tree line below, tracing the exact path where the sound had coming from. His body went perfectly still. Seconds stretched into what felt like minutes. Then, two figures ran from the tree line in a desperate motion. Patrick, Leon, both moving with incredible speed, their bodies bent forward against the cold and exhaustion as they carved a path up the mountainside toward the clearing. Even from a distance, Ganba could see the urgency in their movements, the run of people operating on pure adrenaline and will. Ganba stepped out immediately from behind the rocks, lowering instinctively, then stopped cold. They were carrying someone. No. Two people. Patrick carried Lena across his back, her body limp and unmoving despite the speed and movement. Her arms hung at odd angles, and even from where Ganba stood, he could see her unconsciousness. Beside them, Leon struggled forward with May wrapped against her shoulders beneath heavy blankets that had been hastily arranged. Neither girl moved, neither girl responded. Both appeared barely conscious, if conscious at all. Even from a distance, Ganba could see something was terribly wrong. Patrick's clothes were soaked in blood and wet against his skin. Leon's face looked pale beneath the black paint still smeared across her face. Exhaustion was visible in every movement, every step. She was running on fumes, on nothing but willpower and the refusal to stop moving. They finally reached the clearing. Ganba rushed forward immediately. What happened? His voice was quiet, but urgent. Patrick lowered Lena carefully and set her down, adjusting her position to ensure her airway remained clear, actions suggesting that somewhere beneath the blood and violence, he was still thinking clearly. Leon immediately checked May again, her fingers finding the pulse point at the girls. The girls, Ganba said quietly, his eyes taking in their condition clearly for the first time. Both looked barely alive, bruises covered with visible skin-deep purples suggesting injuries over days. Their faces looked sunken. Their bodies were too thin beneath the blankets. Leon checked Lena's pulse again. They kept them underground, she said quietly. In complete darkness, drugged regularly, barely fed, the psychological damage alone. She stopped herself. Ganba's face darkened immediately, the old trader's jaw tightening. Patrick stood nearby, his face streaked with drying blood. He stood with the stillness, every muscle locked in place by force of will. The boss wasn't there, he said coldly. His voice had that dangerous calm that was somehow worse than anger. He left the campground before we arrived. Ganba stepped closer to the girls slowly, disbelief crossing his face as he checks in their full condition. Animals, he muttered quietly. Leon looked up sharply, her eyes snapping to focus despite her exhaustion. I need Chen now, she said urgently. She immediately pulled out the satellite phone with shaking hands, her fingers nearly fumbling with the device as she powered it up. She continued monitoring May's breathing while navigating the phone's interface. Patrick remained standing near the edge of the clearing, his eyes fixed silently on the forest behind them, waiting for the next threat to emerge from the darkness between the trees. His stand suggested he was still partially waiting for a fight, still expecting armed men to attack at any moment. Ganba watched him carefully, observing the changes on the young man's face since he'd left for the raid hours ago. Something had shifted. Patrick looked calmer than before, his breathing controlled, but it was not the calm of peace. It was the calm of someone who had committed to something else. Leon finally got a signal. The phone chirped softly. Chen, she said quickly into the receiver, her voice sharp and efficient. Verify extraction point now. Emergency medical evacuation. Both girls are critical. Severe malnutrition, multiple contusions, signs of systematic trauma. I need a medical facility prepped before we arrive. Helicopter with 2 stretchers if possible. Ganba moved beside Patrick quietly, the 2 men standing in companionable silence as they watched Leon work, as they waited for the next phase of movement. You found them, Ganba said. It wasn't a question, it was acknowledgement. Patrick didn't look at him. His eyes remained fixed on the tree line, on the darkness gathering between the trees as evening approached. "Too late," Patrick said quietly. Leon finally lowered the satellite phone and looked toward Patrick and Ganba. Her expression confirms of what she'd just coordinated. "I have the location," she said, already moving. She opened the map quickly beside the rocks, her fingers tracing the terrain before pointing toward a narrow clearing marked between two mountain ridges. Ganba leaned closer, his face studying it only for a second before nodding with the certainty. "I know this glade," he said quietly. "The trees around it are thick enough to stay hidden until the helicopter arrives. Old traders used it years ago, good sight lines, protected from wind." Patrick looked toward the mountains ahead. He could feel the shift in the air, the temperature dropping, the wind changing direction. "Then let's move," he said. His voice carried no exhaustion despite the deadly fights that had happened inside the compound. Only urgency lived in his words. Only purpose. Patrick adjusted Lena carefully across his back, testing her weight, ensuring the position across his shoulders for the miles ahead. He looked toward Leon, noting how her body held itself together through will alone. "Can you keep moving?" Leon looked exhausted, barely able to stand after everything that had happened, but she tightened the straps holding May against her shoulders and nodded anyway. "I can do it," she said simply. Ganba immediately started moving through the trees. He moved fast, faster than Patrick expected from a man his age, his walking sticks, his body moving through the mountain like it was simply an extension of the paths he'd always known. The mountain trail became brutal almost immediately. Freezing wind cut through the trees from higher elevations. Still, they pushed forward without stopping, without acknowledging the exhaustion that pulled at every muscle. 2 hours passed in the darkness of the trees, almost running at times when the terrain allowed it. Neither Lena nor May moved once during the entire journey. Leon never stumbled, never asked for rest, never indicated anything beyond forward movement. By the time they reached the extraction point, the sun had fully broken across the mountains. The glade sat hidden between tall pine trees and broken stone cliffs, isolated enough that the helicopter could land without being seen from nearby villages or mountain trails. Patrick carefully lowered Lena onto blankets near the trees. Her breathing remained steady. That was something. That was the baseline for survival. Leon checked both girls again. Her hands moved to pulse points, observing pupil dilation. "They're still breathing," she whispered quietly, her voice carrying relief. Then she leaned back against one of the rocks, exhaustion finally catching up with her now the adrenaline draining away. "I can't wait for a hot bath and a real bed," she said weakly, her eyes already half closing despite the cold that surrounded them. Ganba gave a small, tired smile, the kind of expression that came from a man who had learned long ago that survival itself was victory enough. He settled against the stone beside them. But Patrick said nothing. He stood near the edge of the clearing, staring out toward the mountains, his eyes distant, his mind working through something. His body remained still, but his thoughts moved through the peaks and valleys ahead. Ganba studied him quietly, watching the familiar signs of someone making decisions. "Better you don't come back to this side of the mountain," he said finally. "Nothing good waits for you here anymore. Only ghosts and men who want to bury you alongside them." Patrick didn't answer. His silence was complete, absolute, the kind of silence that meant the decision was already made, already irrevocable. Far in the distance, so distant it might have been wind. At first, the sound of rotor blades slowly echoed through the mountains, growing steadily louder, more real, more present. Everyone looked up. The helicopter appeared between the ridges moments later, descending carefully toward the clearing, its shadow preceding it across the snow before the aircraft touched down hard against the frozen ground. Wind exploded outward beneath the spinning blades, throwing snow and ice through the glade. The side door opened. Chen stepped out immediately, his face scanning the clearing, assessing the situation. He spotted Patrick and Leon at the edge of the tree line and start walking. His eyes locked onto the girls, onto Lena and May, lying unconscious against the blankets, their small forms barely visible against the white. He saw their condition, the bruising. My God! Patrick, Leon, and Ganba moving quickly now that the helicopter had arrived. They carried Lena and May toward the aircraft. Chen rushed to help, securing them inside the helicopter, while Lian quickly connected the IV bag's fluids, calculated, medications measured, everything she could do with limited resources already done. "Let's keep these elevated," she told Chen. "Monitor for shock, and get them straight to a hospital. They need trauma evaluation, proper imaging, specialists. Whatever damage happened internally needs to be assessed immediately." Chen nodded immediately, understanding the urgency of the instructions. Lian climbed into the helicopter beside the girls, positioning herself to continue observation during the flight, to be next if their condition deteriorated further. But Patrick didn't move. He stood silently beside the open helicopter door, his body framed by the opening, his expression revealing nothing. Chen looked back at him, confusion crossing his face. "What are you doing?" Patrick remained still, watching the girls, watching the helicopter prepare for departure, watching the mountain around them as though calculating something only he could see. "The mission was rescue," Chen yelled over the rotor noise. "The girls are here. They're safe now. It's over. You've done what you came to do." Patrick looked at Lena and May lying unconscious inside the helicopter, their small forms barely moving. Then slowly shook his head. "No," he said, the single word carrying absolute certainty. Lian stared at him in disbelief from inside the helicopter, her exhaustion momentarily forgotten as she realized what he intended. Ganba stepped closer, his face creasing with concern. "Don't stay here, Patrick," he said firmly. "You saw what these people are, ruthless men. This mountain will bury you if you let it. They'll keep coming, they'll keep hunting, and eventually they'll catch you when you're tired, when you're slower, when your luck finally breaks." Patrick's eyes remained fixed on the girls. "They killed Mike," he said quietly, his voice steady despite the wind. "They tried to kill me, and everyone close to me keeps suffering because of them, because of what I did." His voice stayed calm, controlled. "I'm not leaving this mountain until that man is dead." Silence settled between them beneath the roar of the helicopter, the kind of silence that acknowledged finality, that recognized a line had been drawn and would not be crossed. "That's the only way this stops," Patrick continued, his eyes finally looking away from the girls to focus on Chen. "That's the only way they stop hunting. That's the only way this ends." Lian stared at him for several long seconds from inside the aircraft, her mind working through the implications. Then suddenly, she climbed back out of the helicopter, her legs nearly giving out when they touched the snow-covered ground, exhaustion hitting her all at once. She steadied herself against the side of the aircraft, her hand gripping metal, her body registering the toll of hours without rest, without food, without anything beyond forward movement. Patrick looked at her immediately, reading her intention before she spoke. "Go with them," he said. "You need medical attention, rest, proper facilities. You've done enough." Lian shook her head immediately, her exhaustion forgotten in the face of commitment. "I promised my father I'd watch your back," she said quietly. "That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm committed to doing." Chen looked between both like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Survival was being rejected in favor of something more complicated, more personal. "What do you want me to tell Alexander?" he asked finally. Patrick finally looked at him, his eyes meeting Chen's with the clarity of someone whose path was already determined. "Tell him we need a few more days," Patrick said simply. Lian adjusted the IV line beside the girls one final time, despite the exhaustion that threatened to pull her into unconsciousness. "Make sure they take care of them," she told Chen quietly. "I stabilized them as much as I could. Promise me you'll make sure they get that." Chen nodded, understanding what was being asked of him. Ganba glanced toward the mountains uneasily. "We better move," he said firmly. "Staying in one place too long makes us targets." Patrick gave one final look toward the helicopter, toward the girls inside, toward Chen, who still stood in the doorway watching everything unfold. Then he turned away. Lian moved beside him, ready, committed. Ganba followed, his frame moving with purpose through terrain. The three of them disappeared back into the tree line, just as the helicopter lifted from the clearing, its engines screaming against the mountain silence. The aircraft rose steadily between the ridges, carrying Lena and May away from the mountains, away from danger. The sound of the helicopter faded gradually, growing distant, finally disappearing altogether until only wind remained, only the mountain's sound presence, only the silence that Patrick, Lian, and Ganba moved through as they turned their steps toward what came next. They had been trudging through the dense forest for 10 minutes, with Ganba leading the way. Patrick could tell that Lian's energy was nearly gone despite her best efforts. Her steps faltered, her breaths coming in shallow gasps. She stumbled and then crumpled to the ground. Patrick didn't hesitate. He gently lifted her over his shoulder, adjusting her weight carefully as they continued deeper into the mountain. The trees around them were both an obstacle and an ally. The night concealed their movements, but it also dangers. The mountain wind whistled through the pines, a ghostly soundtrack to their journey. Ganba stopped. He gestured to a cluster of large rocks that created a natural alcove, partially shielded from the elements. "We'll rest here for the night," he said, his voice low, certain. "We'll be safe. We'll continue in the morning after Lian regains some strength." Patrick nodded, knowing the truth of Ganba's words. He could feel exhaustion clawing at him. He lowered Lian carefully to the ground, her breath steady as she slipped into a deeper sleep. Ganba settled near a small clearing and motioned for Patrick to join him by the flickering light of a makeshift fire. The glow etched shadows into the lines of his weathered face. "What's your plan now, Patrick?" he asked. "Are you thinking of taking down every one of them? News of the raid spread. They've lost their leverage, so they'll be expecting you." Patrick didn't answer immediately. His eyes remained fixed on the flames, dancing and twisting like the thoughts spiraling in his mind. He understood Ganba's question, but he wasn't ready to speak about it. Gradually, the fire's warmth lured him to sleep, the burdens of the day fading, even if only for a few hours. Dawn broke slowly over the mountains, painting the peaks with a soft golden light when Patrick stirred awake. He took a moment to gather himself, then woke Lian. Her eyes fluttered open, a question already forming. "What happened last night?" she asked, rubbing sleep from her eyes. "You fell asleep," Patrick replied simply, leaving out the part where he had carried her. They ate sparingly, dividing the remainder of their supplies. By nightfall, they reached the outskirts of Ganba's village, careful to avoid attracting attention. Once inside Ganba's modest home, they shed their travel clothes, wiping away the traces of blood and grit from their skin. The comfort of clean garments was a reprieve. Inside the small house, the scent of broth began to drift through and gradually fill the modest room as Ganba moved in the kitchen space. The old trader prepared his mountain soup. He had the recipe over countless years of traveling, the technique perfected, through seasons of making do with whatever the mountains provided. The rich, warming aroma seemed to settle over the room. Patrick sat by the window, his eyes drifting beyond the dark mountains. His mind raced as he considered what lay ahead. Each way he takes will come with risk, but one conclusion anchored his thoughts. This conflict had to end, and he was the only one who could see it through. Ganba placed a steaming bowl before him, interrupting his thoughts. The rich aroma broke through the haze of uncertainty. "Eat," the old trader instructed, his tone soft but firm. "You'll need your strength." Patrick nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Ganba's words. The following day, as the first light through the cracks in the shutters, Patrick got up from his thin bedding. The air remained cold even indoors. He took a moment to collect his senses. He rose, quietly so as not to disturb Lian, who was still wrapped in the thick quilt beside him, her breathing steadily, a testament to the much-needed rest after exhausting days. Ganba moved slowly in the kitchen, preparing the morning ritual of tea-making. The scent of steeped leaves mingled with the crisp mountain air that drifted from a crack in the window. "Good morning, Patrick," Ganba greeted with a nod, using the local expression, as he poured steaming liquid into a pair of mugs. Patrick returned the nod, cradling the mug between his hands to warm his fingers. The simple gesture. Ganba handed him a rice cake, warm to the touch. It was no fancy breakfast, but it filled the stomach. Patrick's mind momentarily wandered to the breakfast tables at Alexander's estate. Endless platters covered in silver and polished crystal, foods untouched, their purpose more decorative than eating. Lian joined them soon after, her presence marked by a quiet yawn. She settled across from Patrick, eyes finding clarity in the morning light. "You seem stronger," Patrick observed, recognizing the color return to her cheeks, the sharpened focus in her eyes. Leon offered a small smile. "A bit of sleep will do that," she replied, dropping into the chair. Ganba, ever watchful, spread the map across the table, heavy with its potential paths and choices. His fingers traced the routes they had taken, lingering at the site of the last raid marked by a faded cross. "This is where you struck last," Ganba indicated, pointing at the maps. "Now only 2 remain. One lies east, one toward the west." Patrick studied the map, familiarizing himself with the terrain, the jagged lines describing mountains, the narrow lines for pathways carved by long history. "Which one is near the place we attack?" he asks. Ganba touched a finger to the western mark. "Here," he answered. "It's nearer and holds more significance. It's where you can find him." "Then west it is," Patrick decided. His look drifted toward Ganba, settling on the older man. "You've helped us more than expected," Patrick said. "We'll go alone from here. You've taken enough risks already." His tone softened but held no room for negotiation. "Stay here. Let us finish this. We'll return once it's done." Ganba nodded, understanding in the wise depths of his eyes, a man familiar with obligation and the cost of choices. "See you when you return," he replied simply, as if sealing an unspoken pact. Turning to Leon, determination hardened in his features. "Let's gather what we need," he said. "We move out tonight." As twilight approached, the two of them stood ready. Their supplies packed securely, unheeded dangers became closer than shadow. "Ready?" Patrick asked, scanning their surroundings. Leon nodded again, eyes bright in the fading light, her reply soundless but filled with firm consent. With a final glance toward Ganba, the two of them slipped into the nights. The mountain welcomed them with its cold challenge, and together they melted into the trees, bound for the western path, a step towards confrontation. The Butcher's Trail. The trees stretched endlessly before them, thick with pine. Patrick moved first, Leon following 3 steps behind. Moonlight filtered through the overhead. Patrick's senses mapped everything in the wind direction, the distance, but something felt wrong. No movement, even the wind seemed muted, as though the mountain itself held its breath. Leon noticed Patrick's shift slightly, his shoulders tightening, his head tilting fractionally as though tracking something just beyond his hearing range. "What is it?" she whispered. Patrick didn't answer immediately. His hand drifted toward the blade secured beneath his coat, fingers brushing the handle without drawing it yet. "Too quiet," he said finally. Leon scanned the darkness around them. She saw nothing. Only trees and shadow and endless cold. "News of the raid spread fast," she murmured, keeping pace beside him now rather than trailing behind. "The entire boss network knows what happened at the compound. They'll be expecting you." "Traps," Patrick said simply. The word hung between them. They continued forward. Patrick's eyes swept continuously across the trail ahead, searching for change in the snow, unnatural positioning of branches, wire stretched between trees. Leon copied his awareness, her focus sharpening despite the cold. She watched the spaces Patrick didn't look at, the shadows behind them, the branches overhead. Minutes passed without sound. Then Patrick stopped completely. Leon froze mid-step, her body responding instantly to his stillness. She didn't ask questions. She waited, watching Patrick's face in profile, seeing the absolute focus. He tilted his head slightly, listening. Seconds stretched. Then she heard it too distant but distinct. Metal scraping against stone, not the natural sound of wind moving through rocks. The sound repeated. Closer now. Patrick's hand closed around the blade handle. He drew it slowly, the steel emerging without sound, moonlight catching its edge for just an instant before shadow swallowed it again. "Someone's ahead," he breathed, the words barely forming sound. Leon's fingers found her own weapon. Her breathing slowed, controlled, the way her father taught her before every training session. The scraping sound stopped. New silence pressed against them, heavier than before. Dangerous. Then a footstep. The sound of someone who wanted to be heard, who announced presence rather than hid it. Patrick's eyes locked onto the darkness ahead, tracing the direction of the sound through layers of shadow and distance. Another footstep. Closer. Leon positioned herself slightly behind Patrick's right shoulder, creating tactical spacing, giving them both room to react without interfering with each other's movement. The footsteps continued steadily, unhurried, then stopped completely. Patrick's grip tightened on the blade. Somewhere ahead, hidden beyond the trees and darkness, someone waited. Not approaching, just waiting. Patrick took one careful step forward, his boots finding solid ground without sound. Leon matched his movement, maintaining position, maintaining awareness. The forest held its breath around them, and somewhere in that darkness, something breathed back. Patrick stopped 5 paces from the narrow passage, his blade already drawn. The darkness ahead felt occupied, dense with intention. "Stay back," he said, voice low enough the words barely making a sound. Leon moved sideways, creating distance, her hand finding her weapon. "What is it?" "We're not alone." Movement shifted in the shadows ahead. Then Cho Vek stepped into the moonlight, both cleavers hanging loose in his stained hands, his one good eye fixed on Patrick while the scarred socket remained empty and terrible. The butcher's apron beneath his coat showed dark patches that never dried. "Mountain boy," Cho Vek's grin stretched wide. "They said you were fast, quiet, dangerous." He tapped one cleaver against his leg. "But I've cut apart faster things than you, seen men run, seen them beg." Another step forward, boots crunching snow. "You won't do either, will you?" Patrick held his position, blade low, body perfectly still. His eyes tracked the cleavers, measured the distance, calculated the confined space between the rocks on either side. "Move," Patrick said. Cho Vek's laugh came wet and ugly from somewhere deep in his chest. "No, you move, backward or forward, doesn't matter to me." He raised both cleavers slightly. "Either way, I'm paid the same." The charge came instantly. No warning, no build-up. Cho Vek exploded forward, both cleavers swinging in wild arcs that carved through air with sounds. Patrick dropped low, sliding backward as the blades passed overhead close enough. He felt displacement against his face. His boots found a space against stone, and he pushed right, creating angle. Cho Vek pivoted without pause, already swinging again. The cleaver buried itself in the rock face where Patrick had been, stone chips exploding outward. The butcher wrenched it free and kept coming, his movements fast for someone his size. "That's it! Keep running!" Cho Vek's voice rose, excited, feeding on the movement. Patrick shifted his weight, watched the pattern. Cho Vek attacked continuously, no defense, pure aggression channeled through chipped steel. The narrow passage amplified everything. Each swing forced Patrick to react immediately. He saw the opening when Cho Vek overextended slightly on a downward cut. Patrick slipped inside the arc and drove his blade across the butcher's forearm, opening flesh from elbow to wrist. Blood ran immediately. Cho Vek laughed louder. The cleavers kept moving, faster if anything. Patrick blocked instinctively and felt the impact shudder through his blade, the metal screaming. He jumps before the hit, rolling sideways as both cleavers hammered down where he'd stood. "Thought you were supposed to be good." Cho Vek kicked the rocks aside, clearing space, advancing steadily. "All I see is a boy running." Patrick's back hit stone. The passage walls closed on both sides, offering nowhere to retreat. Cho Vek grinned and raised both cleavers high, preparing to split Patrick's skull. Patrick dropped beneath the swing instead of backward, rolling through Cho Vek's legs as the blades crashed into rock above. Stone cracked. Patrick came up behind the butcher and drove his blade forward, aiming for the spine. Cho Vek twisted impossibly fast. The blade sank into ribs instead, cutting deep. Patrick pulled to withdraw, but Cho Vek's hand clamped around his wrist, fingers crushing bone together. "Got you," Cho Vek whispered. He yanked Patrick close, forehead slamming forward. Patrick turned his face at the last instant and felt the impact against his temple instead of his nose. Light flared across his vision. Cho Vek opened his mouth, teeth going for Patrick's throat. Patrick drove his knee upward into the butcher's stomach once, twice, 3 times. Felt something give way inside the other man. Cho Vek's grip loosened fractionally. Patrick yanked free, stumbling backward, still holding his blade. Blood ran from the wound in Cho Vek's side more than before. Real fast now. Cho Vek looked down at the spreading stain, then back up at Patrick. His grin never faltered. "Now we're having fun." He charged again, limping slightly but still fast. The cleavers swung wild, destroying everything. Wood splintered from a fallen branch. Patrick gave ground, watching. Cho Vek favored his left leg now, unconsciously shifting weight. The wound in his side made him rotate differently, protecting damaged ribs. Patrick waited. The pattern emerged. Chovek's aggression created rhythm. 3 swings high, pivot, 2 swings low. Repeat. Overwhelming to most opponents, but predictable once recognized. Patrick ducked under the first high swing, moved inside the second. Instead of attacking the upper body, he dropped and drove his blade laterally across Chovek's thigh, opening the muscle deep. Chovek's leg buckled. Not completely, but enough. His next swing came slower, unbalanced. "You little—" Patrick was already moving. He circled right, forcing Chovek to pivot on the damaged leg. The butcher's movement stuttered, losing his relentless pressure that defined his entire style. Blood soaked Chovek's pants now. His breathing came harder. "Should have just died quick," Chovek gasped. He raised both cleavers overhead, preparing one final devastating strike. Patrick didn't retreat. He stepped forward, inside the killing arc, and drove his blade upward beneath Chovek's jaw. The steel punched through soft tissue and kept going until it stopped against bone. Chovek's cleavers fell from nerveless fingers, hitting stone with dull metallic sounds. His one good eye stared at Patrick, confused. Chovek collapsed, first to his knees, then backward to the ground. Patrick stood over the body, breathing harder than normal. His blade remained buried in the butcher's skull. He placed his boot against Chovek's shoulder and pulled the weapon free. Blood steamed in the cold air. Leon approached carefully from where she'd held position against the passage wall. "Are you hurt?" Patrick checked himself automatically. Blood covered his hands, his coat spattered across his face. Most of it belonged to Chovek. "I'm fine." "He was insane," Leon said. Patrick looked down at the body, at the ruined cleavers still clutched loosely in dead hands. "He was paid to be." Silence settled between them. "There will be more," he said quietly. The wind shifted as they moved higher, colder now. Patrick's pace never changes, but his eyes keep swept the terrain. Leon followed without question. She had stopped asking where they were going. He moved with purpose that didn't require explanation. After another hour, Patrick stopped. A natural overhang jutted from the rock face, sheltered on 3 sides with a clear view of the trail below. Difficult to approach unseen, easy to defend. He stepped inside, checking the depth, the angles, the wind direction. "Here we should camp," he said quietly. Leon set her pack down and exhaled slowly. She didn't sit. Not yet. Patrick moved to the edge of the overhang, eyes scanning the trees below. No movement, no sound beyond wind. He turned back. Leon was watching him, not with concern, with focus. "Sit," she said, and Patrick didn't move. "You took a hit on the head." She stepped closer. "You need to be checked." "I'm fine." "That's not how concussions work." Patrick looked at her eyes for a moment, then sat on a flat stone near the back of the shelter. Leon knelt in front of him, setting her pack beside her. She pulled out a small medical kit. "Look at me." Patrick met her eyes. She leaned in slightly, studying his pupils. Left, right, back again. "Follow my finger. Don't move your head." She moved her hand slowly across his field of vision. Patrick's eyes tracked without hesitation. Leon paused, then pressed 2 fingers gently against the side of his skull where Chovek's forehead had connected. Patrick didn't flinch. "Any nausea?" "No." "Blurred vision?" "No." "Dizziness?" "No." She studied him for another moment, then leaned back satisfied. "You're lucky. Another inch and that impact would have fractured your skull." Patrick said nothing. Leon returned the kit to her pack, then finally sat, her back against the stone wall. She exhaled slowly, allowing herself to feel the exhaustion she'd been holding back. For a while, neither of them spoke. Patrick broke the silence. "Tomorrow, late afternoon, we'll be able to see the compound." Leon looked at him, her expression unreadable. "And then?" "We go in after midnight." She nodded slowly, processing the time frame. Leon's look drifted to the darkening below. "If there aren't any more surprises," she said quietly. Patrick didn't answer immediately. He looked out at the mountain, at the trail they had climbed, at the distance still ahead. "There will be," he said finally. Leon glanced at him. Patrick's expression hadn't changed. His tone remained calm. but we'll be ready. Leon studied him for a moment longer, then looked away. She didn't argue. She adjusted her position slightly, pulling her jacket tighter against the cold. Her fingers found the knife at her side, checking its placement without thinking. "How many more do you think are out here?" she asked. Patrick considered the question. "Enough." "That's not an answer. It's the only one that matters." Leon almost smiled at that. Almost. She pulled a water bottle from her pack, took a careful sip, then offered it to Patrick. He accepted, drank, passed it back. "Get some rest," he said, his voice low. "Tomorrow will be a long day." Leon closed her eyes, her breathing evening out. Patrick remained still, his back against the stone, his eyes fixed on the trail. Somewhere higher, the compound waited. Patrick's hand rested near his blade. The mountain waited. And so did he. Dawn came cold and gray, light bleeding slowly across the frozen peaks. Patrick's eyes opened without transition, no adjustment, just awake. Beside him, Leon stirred, her hand already moving toward her weapon. She blinked once, oriented herself, then sat up slowly. Neither spoke. Patrick stood and moved to the edge of the overhang, studying the terrain below. The compound remained hidden beyond the next ridge. Leon rose and checked her gear. Knife secured, medical kit tucked properly, water bottle capped. Patrick returned from the edge and did the same. He tested the blades, adjusted the position of smaller knives secured inside his jacket. Leon glanced at his shoulder where Chovek's cleaver had come close the night before. No visible damage. "Can you move it fully?" Patrick rotated his shoulder in demonstration. Full range, no hesitation. She nodded, satisfied. Patrick secured his blade and stepped toward the trail leading downward. Leon followed. The terrain shifted as they moved lower. Trees thinned, replaced by exposed rock and frozen ground that offered nowhere to hide. Patrick slowed his pace, eyes tracking the landscape ahead. Something caught his attention. He stopped, crouching beside a large stone. Leon moved beside him. "What is it?" Patrick gestured toward broken branches half buried in snow. Fresh breaks, not old. His eyes traced the pattern across the ground, boot prints, partially filled by recent snowfall but still visible. "Someone came through here, recently." "Scouts?" "Maybe." Patrick stood and continued forward, his awareness high. "This isn't right," she whispered. Patrick's jaw tightened fractionally. "No." Then movement caught his peripheral vision. Not ahead, behind. Patrick turned his head slightly, not committing to full movement yet. A figure stood in the path they'd just pass. Lean, dressed in dark clothing that blended with the mountain terrain. A curved blade hung loosely in one hand, its edge catching weak sunlight. The man's face showed nothing. No anger, no anticipation, just focus. Patrick recognized the difference immediately. This wasn't hired muscle or territorial enforcer. This was a train killer. "We have another problem," Leon's voice came next to him. Patrick's eyes flicked right without turning his head. A second figure blocked the path leading toward the compound. Same height, same build, same empty expression. Female, but identical in readiness. The siblings stood positioned perfectly, cutting off retreat and advanced simultaneously. Patrick's mind calculated instantly. Paired assassins, trained together, moved together, dangerous alone, lethal combined. He stepped away from the boulder slowly, blade already sliding free. Leon moved beside him, not behind, creating space, maintaining awareness of both threats simultaneously. The male assassin Kai took one measured step forward. His sister mirrored the movement from the opposite direction. Closing the circle, Kai's blade rose fractionally. Just preparation. "You move well," he said quietly, his voice sound despite the wind. "It won't matter." Patrick didn't respond. Words meant nothing here. Lynn shifted position, angling toward Leon. Her blade remained low, ready to strike upward through ribs or across exposed legs. The standoff stretched. 4 fighters, open ground, nowhere to run. Then Kai moved. Kai didn't charge directly. He moved sideways, forcing angle adjustment, breaking Patrick's positioning. Lynn mirrored him from the opposite side, tightening the circle. Patrick shifted to track Kai, but that exposed his right flank to Lynn. Leon stepped into the gap, blade rising to intercept before Lin could exploit the opening. The siblings attacked simultaneously. Kai struck high toward Patrick's throat. Lin swept low toward Leon's legs. Patrick dropped beneath Kai's blade while Leon deflected Lin's strike away. Kai pressed forward immediately, not allowing Patrick to recover position. His curved blade came again, faster this time, angled toward Patrick's shoulder. Patrick blocked, felt the impact shudder through steel, and tried to create distance. But Lin was already moving, cutting off the angle. Patrick had to pivot sharply to avoid her blade slicing across his back. Leon intercepted Lin from the side, forcing the female assassin to defend rather than attack. Their weapons clashed, scraped, separated. Kai used the distraction. He lunged past Patrick's guard and opened strike across Patrick's shoulder. Blood welled immediately through torn shirt. Patrick didn't hesitate. He retaliated with a horizontal slash toward Kai's ribs, but the assassin twisted away and Lin blocked the strike from an impossible angle, her blade appearing exactly where it needed to be. They read to each other perfectly. Anticipated movements, covered gaps. Patrick and Leon fought well, but separately. The siblings fought as one organism. Leon recognized the pattern first. "They're reading us. We need to change." Patrick understood immediately. He moved closer to Leon, their shoulders almost touching. When Kai lunged again, Patrick didn't retreat. He stepped forward, driving the assassin backward toward Leon's blade. Lin tried to flank, but Leon was already moving, intercepting the angle before it developed. The siblings' rhythm broke, just slightly, but enough. Kai recovered quickly, adjusting his approach. But Lin hesitated for a fraction of a second, uncertain whether to press Leon or defend her brother. That uncertainty cost them momentum. Patrick drove forward again, forcing Kai to give ground. Leon stayed close, covering Patrick's exposed back, preventing Lin from exploiting the aggressive movement. They are moving together now, not perfectly coordinated like the siblings, but adaptive, reactive, learning. Kai tried to separate them again, attacking from an angle that would force Patrick to turn away from Leon. Patrick didn't take the bait. He held position, deflected the strike, and Leon counterattacked from Kai's blind spot. Her blade cut shallow across Kai's forearm. First blood on the assassins. Lin's expression flickered, barely visible, but there. Concern. She attacked more aggressively, trying to drive Leon back, to recreate distance between them. But Patrick intercepted her strike meant for Leon, his blade crashing against her with force that sent her stumbling sideways. Kai lunged to protect his sister, but his wounded arm slowed him just enough. Patrick saw the opening. Leon pressed Lin hard, not giving the female assassin time to coordinate with her brother. Their blades rang out repeatedly, sharp metal sounds echoing across empty terrain. Patrick drove Kai backward toward uneven ground. The assassin's footwork remained steady, but the wounded arm affected his balance. Enough for Patrick to exploit. He feinted high, drawing Kai's defense upward, then dropped and drove his blade through Kai's thigh. Bone cracked beneath steel. Kai's leg buckled. His expression never changed, but his body betrayed him. Patrick's second strike came instantly, blade across the throat, deep and final. Kai dropped without sound, blood spreading across frozen ground. For the first time, emotion cracked through Lin's mask. Her eyes locked onto her brother's body, then snapped back to Patrick. Pure hatred burned there, raw and consuming. She screamed and charged, not strategic, not coordinated, just rage. Leon stepped into her path, blades clashing with force. Lin fought with desperate strength, her strikes wild but dangerous in their unpredictability. Patrick circled behind, while Lin focused entirely on Leon. His blade swept low, cutting through the back of Lin's knee. Tendons were severed, her leg collapsed. She fell forward, still trying to swing at Leon even as her body failed. Leon's blade came down once, precisely, ending it. Silence returned to the mountain. Two bodies lay in the snow, blood steaming in cold air. Patrick and Leon stood breathing hard, weapons lowered but not sheathed. Neither spoke immediately. Patrick shoulder bleeding, but not severely. Leon approached and examined the wound without asking permission, applying pressure with clean cloth from her kit, wrapping it quickly. "We need to keep moving," Patrick said quietly. Leon nodded, securing the bandage. "More will come." "Yes." Patrick and Leon moved past the bodies without looking back. The ridge ahead climbed steeply, the final approach to the compound. They reached the overlook as afternoon light began fading. Patrick crouched behind a cluster of rocks, eyes scanning the structure below. The compound spread across a wide stone building arranged defensively, walls reinforced with timber, narrow passages between structures. Smoke should have risen from cooking fires. Guards should have patrolled the perimeter. Nothing moved. Leon knelt beside him, studying the same emptiness. "Something's wrong," she whispered. Patrick's eyes tracked every detail. No movement at all, no sounds. "They moved the women and children out," Leon said quietly, understanding settling across her face. "They're waiting for us. Everyone left inside is a fighter." Patrick nodded slowly. His eyes continued mapping the compound gates, walls, rooftops, space between buildings. "They sent assassins after us," Leon continued, "but they knew we might survive. This is their final trap." "Yes." Patrick shifted position, viewing the compound from a different angle. His eyes found something in a section of wall where shadow fell differently, where stone met rock face at an awkward angle. "There," he pointed. Leon followed his gesture. The blind spot wasn't obvious. This was structural weakness disguised by mountain. "We need to enter from the least expected place," Patrick said. "Can we reach it without being seen?" Patrick studied the approach. Difficult, not impossible. Yes, but not now. He pulled back from the ridge, moving deeper into cover. Leon followed. Patrick found a shelter hidden from view. "We rest for a few hours," he said, settling against stone. "We go in at sunrise." Leon looked at him questioningly. "Sunrise? They'll see us. They'll be tired, waiting all night, expecting us to attack in darkness." Patrick's eyes remained on the ridge. "Sunrise will be when their focus breaks." Leon considered this, then nodded. She positioned herself across from Patrick, maintaining watch in the opposite direction. Neither spoke again. The compound waited below, silent and deadly. Patrick closed his eyes, but his hand never left his blade. Sunrise would come, and with it, death, through pain and stone. Patrick and Leon waited in shadow, watching the compound below as sunrise approaching. First light came gradually. The compound emerged piece by piece, walls, rooftops, and the spaces between buildings. Guards became visible. 3 on the walls, 1 on each side and 1 in the middle, 2 near the main house, 1 walking patrol between structures. Their movements slow after a long night, shoulders hunched against cold, attention wandering toward the promise of sunrise and warmth. Patrick studied each one, mapping their patterns. Leon crouched beside him. She watched in silence, learning the same patterns. Patrick glanced east. The sky lit up further, pink touching distant peaks. "Now," he whispered. They moved. The approach took 15 minutes of careful descent. Patrick led, finding handholds in the rock, moving quietly. Leon followed his exact path, placing her feet where he had been. The blind spot in the wall appeared exactly as Patrick had identified it. A section where mountain met stone at an awkward angle, creating small gap in the dark wall. Patrick reached the wall first. Old stone, gaps between rocks where mortar had crumbled, enough purchase to climb. He tested the first handhold, then pulled himself upward. Near the top, he paused, listened. Patrick studied the patrol guard's route one more time. The man walked a predictable path along the compound's rear section, passing behind the storage buildings, disappearing from the wall guard's line of sight. That was the window. Patrick touched Leon's shoulder once, then moved. He stayed low, using the Wells stone wall as initial cover, then shifted to the shadows cast by the storage building. Leon mirrored his path 3 seconds behind, maintaining tactical spacing. The patrol guard rounded the corner, walking casually, rifle slung loose across his back. He yawned, scratching at his beard, his mind clearly on breakfast and rest rather than threats. Patrick pressed himself flat against the building's corner, becoming part of the stone texture. His breathing slowed to almost nothing. The guard's footsteps approached, 10 feet away, 5. The guard passed within arm's reach, completely unaware. Patrick moved like released tension. 1 step brought him behind the guard. His left hand clamped over the man's mouth, cutting off sound before the guard can make any. His right hand drove 2 stiffened fingers into the pressure point cluster at the base of the skull where spine met brainstem. The guards went down in half a second, every muscle locking simultaneously. Then, complete collapse, unconscious before his mind could process what happened. Patrick lowered him silently against the wall, positioning the body in shadow. Leon reached them, her eyes taking in the clean takedown. Patrick looked toward the compound walls. The corner guards remained in their positions, visible but distant. The middle guard stood at the wall's center point, elevated, with clear lines across most of the compound, but not behind the storage building. Patrick gestured toward a stack of empty barrels near the building's far end. Leon understood immediately. She moved to position while Patrick gripped the nearest barrel's edge. He lifted it slowly, tilting it carefully, then released it. The barrel toppled with a loud wooden crash, rolling across the courtyard with hollow, echoing sounds that carried through the morning quiet. Patrick immediately melted back into shadow, pressing against the wall, vanishing from sight. The middle guard's head snapped toward the noise. He leaned forward over the wall's edge, trying to locate the source. "Who's there?" he called out, his voice with authority mixed with irritation. "Answer!" Silence. The guard muttered something under his breath, then turned and walked down into the compound. His rifle came off his shoulder now, held ready but not aimed. He approached the fallen barrel cautiously, his eyes scanning the courtyard, the buildings, the shadows. Patrick waited behind him. The guard bent slightly, examining the barrel, trying to determine if wind had knocked it over or if something else had caused the disturbance. Patrick emerged from the darkness, silent. His hand shot forward, 3 fingers extended, driving into the hollow behind the guard's ear. The touch created a specific kind of trauma that shut down consciousness instantly. The guard's knees buckled. Patrick caught him before he fell, controlling the fall, lowering the body to the ground. He dragged the unconscious guard into the deeper shadows beside the building, positioning him where he wouldn't be immediately visible. 2 remained on the walls. Patrick looked up at the corner positions. The guards stood perhaps 40 feet apart, each elevated on stone platforms built into the wall's structure. Good sight lines during darkness. But now, with dawn breaking, the rising sun created glare that worked against them. Patrick caught Leon's attention and pointed toward himself, then toward the left corner guard, then pointed at her and gestured right. Simultaneous attack. Leon nodded once. Patrick pulled the sword free from its position across his back. The steel emerged without sound, handle settling naturally into his grip. Beside him, Leon drew her own blade. They split, moving along opposite walls, using the buildings and morning shadows as cover. Patrick reached the stone steps leading up to the left guard's position. He paused at the base, listening. Above, the guard shifted his weight, his boots scraping slightly against stone. A cough. The sound of someone bored, tired, ready for shift to end. Patrick started climbing. The guard stood facing outward, looking across the compound's exterior approaches, watching for threats from outside, while threats climbed quietly behind him. Patrick reached the top. The guard sensed something finally, some primal awareness that pierced through fatigue and routine. He started to turn, moving toward the rifle across his chest. Patrick's blade came across in a horizontal arc, fast and clean. The strike caught the guard across the throat, opening the carotid artery in one fluid motion. Blood sprayed. The guard's hands flew to his neck, trying instinctively to hold together what had been severed. His mouth opened, but only wet, choking sounds emerged. Patrick immediately looked toward the opposite wall. Leon stood on the right corner platform, her blade already bloodied, her guard slumped against the wall behind her. She met Patrick's eyes across the distance and nodded once. 2 remained near the main house entrance. Patrick descended the steps quickly now. Speed mattered more than silence. The bodies would be discovered soon, maybe minutes, maybe less. He moved across the courtyard directly, no longer hiding. Leon converged from the opposite angle, both of them approaching the main house's front section where the final 2 guards stood positioned. The guards noticed them immediately. Both men straightened, confusion crossing their faces as they registered 2 figures dressed in black, faces darkened, weapons drawn, moving with clear hostile intent through their compound's heart. "Intruders!" one shouted, his voice cracking with sudden adrenaline. "We're under attack!" His hand fumbled for the rifle leaning against the wall. Patrick covered the distance in seconds. The guard got the rifle up, finger finding the trigger, barrel swinging toward Patrick's chest. Too slow. Patrick's blade knocked the barrel aside with a sharp metallic ring. His momentum carried him forward, inside the guard's defensive space, and his sword drove upward beneath the ribs, angling toward the heart. The guard's eyes went wide. The rifle fell from nerveless fingers. Patrick pulled the blade free and the body collapsed. Beside him, Leon engaged the second guard as he backed toward the main house entrance, trying to create space, trying to call for help. Leon's blade swept low, cutting across his thigh. The leg gave out immediately. As the guard fell forward, she drove her sword down through his back, between shoulder blades, finding the spine. The guard dropped face first onto the stone. The perimeter was clear. Patrick and Leon stood before the main house entrance, weapons ready, their dark silhouettes framed against the doorway. Inside, voices continued. Movement. The sound of normal activity, not yet aware that the walls had been breached, that death had entered their compound. Patrick looked toward Leon. She stood ready, her breathing controlled, blood spattered her sleeve, but her hands remained steady. No words passed between them. None were needed. Patrick stepped toward the entrance. Patrick's hand moved toward the door handle. The door swung open before he touched it. A massive figure emerged, ducking slightly beneath the frame. Shoulders that filled the doorway, arms thick with muscles and covered in scars. His beard showed streaks of gray mixed with black ash. He carried a war hammer in his right hand. He held it low and ready. Darrow. The blacksmith stopped completely when he saw Patrick standing 3 feet away, blade drawn, face marked with dark paint and other men's blood. Their eyes met. For one long second, neither moved. Then Darrow's jaw tightened. His grip shifted on the hammer's handle. His expression showed no surprise, no fear, just grim recognition of what was about to happen. Patrick moved first. His blade came up in a diagonal slash aimed at Darrow's exposed chest, fast, clean, the kind of strike that ended fights. The hammer swept across, catching Patrick's sword mid-swing. Metal crashed against metal. The impact sent vibrations up Patrick's arm, jarring his grip. Darrow stepped forward, using his weight, driving Patrick back. The hammer came around again, horizontal this time, aimed at Patrick's ribs. Patrick dropped low. The hammer's head whistled over his shoulder, close enough that he felt the displaced air. He pivoted, his blade cutting toward Darrow's knee. Darrow shifted his stance just enough. The blade caught leather and cloth but missed the joint. His boot came up, kicking Patrick's sword hand. Patrick's grip loosened. The blade dipped. Darrow's hammer dropped straight down, aimed at Patrick's skull. Patrick threw himself sideways. The hammer struck stone where his head had been, cracking the courtyard surface, sending little pieces of stone to the air. Patrick rolled, coming up several feet away, his sword back in proper grip. Darrow pulled the hammer free from the cracked stone. He rotated his shoulders, settling into a combat stance. His breathing remained steady. "You're fast." Darrow's voice carried no fear. "Won't matter." He advanced. Patrick backed toward the open courtyard space, creating distance. His mind processed the new variables. Darrow's weapon had too much mass to block directly. Each impact would drain energy, weaken grip, slow response. Darrow swung again, this time a wide arc that forced Patrick to retreat further. The hammer's momentum carried it in a full circle. Before the swing completed, Darrow stepped forward and drove the hammer straight forward like a spear thrust. Patrick sidestepped. The hammerhead passed beside his ribs. Patrick's blade came down on the hammer's shaft, trying to trap it, pin it to the ground. Darrow twisted the handle. The hammer's weight leveraged Patrick's sword aside. Darrow pulled back and immediately swung upward, the hammerhead rising toward Patrick's chin. Patrick leaned back. The hammer's face passed inches from his throat. He countered immediately, his sword cutting horizontally at Darrow's extended arm. Darrow pulled his arm in. The blade caught his forearm, opening a shallow cut through the scarred skin. Blood welled, but Darrow didn't react. He reversed his grip and brought the hammer down again, this time toward Patrick's shoulder. Patrick raised his sword, angling it to deflect rather than block. The hammer struck the blade's flat edge. The force drove Patrick down to one knee. His arm shook from the impact. His fingers burned from holding the grip against that kind of weight. Darrow pressed. He lifted the hammer and struck again before Patrick could recover. Patrick rolled right. The hammer cratered the ground beside his leg. Stones scattered against his side. He came up moving, blade extended, keeping Darrow at sword's length. Darrow ignored the distance. He walked forward through the threat, his hammer held ready. Patrick slices his legs. Darrow turned his shin, letting the blade scrape across bone rather than cut through muscle. He swung the hammer sideways. Patrick ducked under it. He drove his shoulder into Darrow's chest, using his full body weight to disrupt balance. Darrow barely shifted. He brought the hammer's handle across, catching Patrick across the back, slamming him downward. Patrick hit the ground hard. Air burst from his lungs. The hammer rose overhead. Darrow's arms extended, putting his full strength behind the strike. Patrick rolled left as the hammer came down. The impact beside his shoulder sent shockwaves through the stone. Dust exploded upward. Patrick kept rolling, came up in a crouch, sword raised defensively. His breathing came harder now. His shoulder ached where the handle had struck. His sword arm trembled slightly from blocking those impacts. Darrow stood over the fresh crater he'd created, completely calm. Blood ran down his forearm from Patrick's cut, but his grip remained solid. His stance was balanced, his eyes focused. "Can't block forever." Darrow adjusted his grip. "Every hit makes you slower." Patrick understood immediately. This wasn't about overwhelming force. Each strike Patrick blocked cost energy. Each impact weakened his defense. Eventually, his grip would fail. His blocks would slow. Then, the hammer would land clean. Patrick changed approach. He moved laterally, circling rather than retreating. His blade stayed low, not committed to defense. He watched Darrow's shoulders, his hips, looking for the tells that preceded each strike. Darrow swung again. Patrick slipped past the hammer's arc instead of blocking, moving inside its reach. His blade cut across Darrow's ribs, opening a long, shallow wound through his shirt. Darrow grunted. He spun, bringing the hammer around faster than his size suggested possible. Patrick dropped flat. The hammer passed overhead. He lashed out with his foot, kicking Darrow's planted leg. Darrow's knee buckled slightly. The old injury. His weight shifted wrong. Patrick saw it. He came up inside Darrow's recovery, his blade driving upward toward the exposed armpit where major arteries ran close to skin. Darrow twisted. The blade missed the artery but sank into shoulder muscle instead. Patrick felt it catch, held by tissue and bone. Darrow's face contorted. He released one hand from the hammer and grabbed Patrick's sword wrist, his scarred fingers clamping down with forge-hardened strength. Patrick pulled it out. His blade yanked free from Darrow's shoulder, tearing muscle. Blood poured down Darrow's side, but Darrow held Patrick's wrist. His other hand brought the hammer around one-handed, slower but still deadly. Patrick stepped in closer instead of pulling away. He drove his knee into Darrow's damaged leg, targeting the injury he'd seen in the stance. Darrow's leg was completely motionless. He dropped to one knee, his grip on Patrick's wrist loosening. Patrick tore free. His blade came up and across in one continuous motion, cutting through Darrow's throat. The hammer fell from Darrow's hand, hitting the ground with a loud sound. Darrow's hands moved to his neck. Blood poured between his fingers. His eyes stayed on Patrick, still focused, still aware, even as his life emptied onto the courtyard stone. He toppled sideways. Patrick stepped back, his chest heaving, his sword arm shaking from the sustained blocking. Blood covered his blade. His shoulder throbbed where the hammer's handle had struck. But he stood. Darrow didn't. Patrick looked toward the main house entrance. Leon stood ready beside it, her eyes sharp. Patrick turned toward the door. Time to move inside. Patrick and Leon moved through the doorway into darkness that smelled of sweat and smoke. The interior corridor stretched narrow and low. Stone walls pressed close on both sides. Doors lined the passage, most closed, some hanging open on broken hinges. The noise from Darrow's fight had to be heard. Footsteps scraped behind walls. Whispered voices filtered through gaps in doorways. Everyone inside knew the compound had been broken. They were hiding now, waiting, hoping someone else would fight first. Patrick moved along the left wall. Leon took the right, her blade held low and ready. They advanced in silence, checking each room systematically. The first 3 rooms stood empty, beds overturned, blankets scattered. The occupants had fled deeper into the house. The 4th door hung partially open. Leon paused beside it, listening. Her eyes met Patrick's across the corridor. She held up one finger, then pointed at the door. Patrick nodded once. Leon pushed the door open with her foot, keeping her body clear of the opening. Nothing happened. No gunfire, no movement. She stepped through fast, blades sweeping the immediate space. A guard lunged from behind the door, knife aimed at her ribs. Leon pivoted, her blade coming up in a tight arc that opened his throat. Blood sprayed the wall. The guard collapsed, choking. Patrick continued forward, passing rooms. His footsteps barely made a sound on the stone floor. A shadow moved in his side vision. Patrick turned as a second guard rushed from a side room, machete raised overhead. Patrick's hand shot out, catching the descending wrist before the blade could fall. His fingers locked around bone. He twisted sharply. The guard's wrist broke with a loud crack. The machete clattered to the floor. The guard tried to pull free. Patrick spun the guard around, his arm wrapping across the man's neck in a control hold. He walked the guard forward, using him as a shield, moving deeper into the corridor. The passage ended at a heavy wooden door. Light showed beneath its edge. Voices sounded through the wood, tense and urgent. Patrick pressed his mouth close to the controlled guard's ear. "Tell them to come out." His voice is barely above a whisper. "Tell them you caught me." The guard's breathing came ragged and wet. Patrick's fingers pressed harder against the guard's throat. "Do it." The guard coughed, tried to speak, and managed a strangled call. "I got him. You can come out." Patrick's hand moved to the guard's neck. 2 fingers found the pressure point cluster beneath the jaw. He pressed deep. The guard's body collapsed completely. Patrick lowered him to the floor, drawing his sword smoothly. Inside the room, laughter echoed through the door. "So he's not so hard to kill after all." The voice sounded arrogance, confidence, the assumption that everything had ended before it began. The door swung open. 2 guards stepped through, smiling, weapons held casually. Patrick moved before their eyes could adjust to the corridor's darkness. His blade cut left, then right. 2 strikes, fast enough they blurred into one continuous motion. The first guard's throat opened. The second guard's chest split across the sternum. Both men dropped simultaneously, their smiles still frozen on their faces. Leon reached Patrick's side, her eyes widening slightly at the speed of the kills. She'd seen Patrick fight before, but every time it was different. Faster. Patrick stepped over the bodies into the main room. The space opened larger than expected. Stone pillars supported a high ceiling. Weapons hung on walls. A heavy table dominated the center, covered with maps and empty bottles. A figure stood at the room's far end, leaning against a pillar with studied casualness. Wei, older than Patrick remembered, harder around the eyes. His face bore new scars across the cheek and jawline. His stance showed confidence built on his father's power. "Patrick." Wei pushed off the pillar, moving into the light. "I wondered if you'd come." Patrick said nothing. His sword remained ready. Wei's eyes moved to the bodies in the doorway, then back to Patrick. "My father always said you were dangerous." He cracked his knuckles slowly. "But you look tired. That shoulder bothering you?" Patrick's left shoulder throbbed where Darrow's had struck. The pain ran deep into muscle. Wei smiled. "I can see it, the way you're holding that sword." His eyes shifted to Leon. "And your friend's hurt too." Leon shifted her weight slightly, favoring her right side where she'd taken a hit earlier. "Where's your father?" Patrick's voice cut through Wei's observations. Wei laughed. "You think he'd stay here? Wait for you?" He shook his head. "He left yesterday. Knew you were coming." "Where?" Wei rolled his shoulders, loosening them. "You're not leaving this room." Patrick shifted his sword. "I'm tired of talking." Patrick stepped forward, hands empty, body balanced. Wei grinned and charged. He came fast, heavier than Patrick, using his weight like a weapon. His first punch aimed at Patrick's damaged shoulder. Patrick slipped it, countered with a palm strike to Wei's ribs. Wei absorbed it, grabbed Patrick's wrist, and drove his knee toward Patrick's stomach. Patrick twisted, turning his body. The knee caught his hip instead of his gut. He broke Wei's grip, struck twice at pressure points in Wei's arm. Wei's fingers went numb. Wei swung his other hand, catching Patrick across the jaw. Patrick's head snapped sideways. He tasted blood. They separated, circling. Wei shook his arm, trying to restore feeling. "Not so fast now." Patrick didn't answer. His breathing remained controlled despite the pain radiating through his shoulder. Wei attacked again, this time with both hands, driving forward in a combination of strikes. Patrick deflected, redirected, and used Wei's momentum against him. But each deflection hurts. Wei grabbed Patrick's shirt, pulled him close, and drove his forehead into Patrick's face. Patrick's nose split. Blood poured down his chin. Wei stepping back. "My father wanted to use you, control you." He spat blood onto the floor. "I just want you dead." Patrick wiped blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. Then he moved forward, faster now, committing fully. His hand struck Wei's throat. Light touch, precise placement. Wei's windpipe collapsed inward. His eyes went wide. His hands flew to his neck. Patrick drove his palm into Wei's chest directly over the heart. Wei dropped to his knees, gasping, clawing at his throat. Patrick stepped behind him, his arm wrapping around Wei's neck in a blood choke. He squeezed. Wei struggled, his neck cracked. Then he went still. Patrick held the pressure for 10 more seconds, then released. Wei's body slumped forward onto the stone floor. Patrick stood over him, breathing hard, blood dripping from his nose and split lip. Leon moved beside him. The boss wasn't here. Patrick looked down at Wei's corpse. No. His voice came flat, empty. He wasn't. Patrick sat on the stone bench in the compound's courtyard, his shirt stripped away, exposing the deep purple bruise spreading across his left shoulder. The Doro impact had driven deep into muscle and tissue. Leon knelt beside him, her medical kit open on the ground. She pressed her fingers along the injury's edge, testing for breaks, checking bone beneath swollen skin. Patrick's jaw tightened, but he made no sound. "Bone's intact." Leon's voice carried clinical precision. "Deep tissue damage. The bruising will spread further before it stops." She reached into her kit, pulling out a cloth soaked in something that smelled sharp and medicinal. When it touched his shoulder, fire spread through the damaged area. Patrick's hand formed a fist against his thigh. Leon worked methodically, cleaning the wound. She'd done this before. Her fingers found damaged area, checked for internal bleeding, testing range of motion. "Move your arm." Patrick raised his arm slowly. Pain shot down to his fingertips. His shoulder wouldn't lift above parallel with the ground. "Limited mobility." Leon wrapped compression bandaging around the joint, her hands moving with steady purpose. "Swelling will worsen over the next few hours. You need rest." Patrick's eyes moved to the bodies scattered across the courtyard. "We need to move." "You need rest," Leon repeated, not looking up from her work. She pulled the bandaging tight, securing it with a metal clip. "But you won't take it." She shifted position, kneeling in front of him now. Her hands moved to his face, tilting his head back to examine his nose. Blood had dried in dark streaks down his chin and neck. Her fingers pressed along the bridge, testing. Patrick's eyes watered involuntarily from the pressure. "Not broken." She grabbed a clean cloth, wetting it from her canteen. "Split skin." She cleaned his face with firm strokes, removing dried blood, checking for other damage. When she finished with his face, she sat back, pulling her own shirt up to expose her ribs. A dark bruise spread across her right side where a guard's kick had landed during the earlier fight. Patrick watched as she examined herself, fingers probing along her rib cage, testing each one individually. Her face showed concentration, but no pain response. "Cracked?" Patrick asked. "Bruised." She reached for the cloth again, cleaning dried blood from her forearm where someone's blade had caught her. "Nothing broken." She wrapped her own ribs, then she pulled her shirt down and began repacking her medical kit. "Ganba's house." She looked up at the sun's position. "We clean up, regroup, plan the raid on the last compound." Patrick pulled his shirt back on carefully. He forced his arm through the sleeve despite the pain. Leon stood, slinging her pack across her back. She moved to the stone basin, washing blood from her hands and blades. Patrick joined her, cleaning his own weapon. They walked toward the compound's gate without looking back at the bodies as they crossed through the tree line into mountain woods beyond. The temperature dropped immediately beneath the tree cover. Pine scent replaced the smell of blood and smoke. Patrick moved with visible stiffness now. His shoulder limited his arm movement, but his pace never slowed. Leon walked beside him, watching his movement with attention. She didn't offer help, knew he wouldn't accept it. They'd walked for an hour when Leon finally spoke. "The boss knew we'd hit this compound." Her voice had no emotion. Patrick's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. "He's not running," Leon continued. "He's consolidating, gathering strength at the final location." Patrick adjusted his sword's position across his back, accommodating his damaged shoulder. "Then that's where we go." They descended toward Ganba village, their shadows stretching long in the afternoon light. Before the storm. Darkness had settled completely by the time Patrick and Leon reached the village's outer edge. Snow covered everything. Windows shuddered against the cold. No lights showed except the dim glow of hearth fires leaking through gaps in wooden walls. Patrick moved along the building line, keeping to shadows. His boots sank into fresh snow. Leon matched his path exactly. They passed a few houses. Ganba's home sat near the village's far end, tucked against the mountain's base. A single window faced the street, shutters closed but not latched. Smoke rose from the chimney, gray against black sky. Patrick approached the window, pressed his knuckles against the frame. 3 soft knocks. Silence. Then footsteps inside. The shutter cracked open an inch. An eye appeared in the gap. The eye met Patrick's. Recognition passed without expression. The shutter closed. The door beside the window opened inward, revealing a dim interior lit by a single oil lamp. Ganba stood in the doorway, his face lined and hard, his eyes taking in both with a single sweep. He saw the blood on Patrick's face, the way Leon held her ribs, the exhaustion in their posture. He stepped aside without a word. Patrick entered first. Leon followed, closing the door behind them. The warmth hit immediately, heat from the kitchen heat, driving out the mountain cold. Ganba moved to the small kitchen area, his hands already reaching for bowls for food. He didn't ask where they'd been, didn't question the blood or the wounds. Patrick lowered himself onto the wooden bench near the fire. His shoulder hurts. He leaned back against the wall, letting heat seep into damaged muscle. Ganba placed a pot over the fire, adding water from a clay jug. He dropped dried meat into the pot, then vegetables preserved in salt. Steam rose as the water heated. He turned to Leon, his expression unchanged. "Sit." Leon moved to the bench opposite Patrick. She set her pack down carefully as the motion pulled at her ribs. Ganba approached Patrick first. He crouched down, his old joints creaking, and reached toward Patrick's face. His rough fingers tilted Patrick's chin up, examining the split nose, the bruising along the jawline. His eyes moved to Patrick's shoulder, noting how Patrick held it. "Take off the shirt." Patrick pulled the shirt over his head. The movement drew fresh pain through his shoulder. The bruise had spread further, now covering most of his upper chest in dark purple and black. Ganba's fingers probed the edges, testing exactly as Leon had done hours earlier. But his touch carried different knowledge, old understanding passed down through generations of mountain people who survived without doctors or hospitals. He grunted, then stood and moved to a cabinet built into the wall. He pulled out a small wooden box, opened it, and removed several items. Dried herbs wrapped in cloth, a small clay jar sealed with wax, something that looked like tree bark ground into powder. He brought them to the table, unwrapping each item. The pot over the fire began to bubble. Ganba ladled portions into 2 wooden bowls, steam rising thick and rich. He set them on the table before Patrick and Leon. "Eat." Patrick lifted the bowl. The heat burned his palms. He drank the broth first, felt it spread through his chest, warming from inside. Then he ate the meat and vegetables, each bite bringing strength back into exhausted muscles. Leon ate slowly, her eyes never leaving Ganba as he worked at the table. She watched him mix the herbs and powder with liquid from the clay jar, creating a thick paste that smelled sharp and bitter. When they finished eating, Ganba took the paste and approached Patrick again. He spread it across Patrick's shoulder, working it into the bruised skin with firm circular motions. The mixture burned at first, then went cold, then numb. Patrick's shoulder stopped throbbing. The relief came immediately and complete. Ganba wrapped clean cloth over the paste, binding it in place. Then he moved to Leon, gesturing at her ribs. She lifted her shirt. Ganba's eyes assessed the bruising, then applied more paste with the same efficient movements. He wrapped her ribs tighter than before. The cloth provided support and compression. He returned the wooden box to the cabinet, then sat at the table across from them, his hands folded together. For a long moment, no one spoke. The fire crackled. Wind pressed against the shutters. Ganba's eyes moved between them. 2 compounds. His voice came rough from disuse. "You took both." Patrick met his eyes. "Wei's dead." Ganba nodded slowly, as if this confirmed something he'd already suspected. "The village knows." He reached for a clay cup, drank water, set it down. "Word spreads fast here, always has." "What are they saying?" Leon leaned forward slightly. Ganba's expression remained neutral, but his eyes showed something deeper. Awareness of shift, of change taking place beneath surface calm. Fear. He looked toward the shuttered window. But different fear. Before, they feared what the tyrants would do if crossed. Now, he paused, choosing words carefully. Now, they fear what happens when tyrants fall. The boss left, Patrick stated. He will be at the last compound surrounded by his trusted assassin. Ganba's jaw tightened. Patrick's hands were stuck on the table. He's waiting for you there, Ganba continued. Wants you to come to him. On ground he thinks he controls. Patrick's eyes moved to the fire, watching flames consume wood. His expression showed nothing. Leon studied Patrick's profile. How many? 20. Ganba's answer came flat. Maybe more. His best fighters. The ones who've survived longest. And the village? Leon pressed. Will they help? Ganba laughed, a dry sound without humor. They'll watch. They'll wait. They'll see who's still standing when it's done. His eyes hardened. That's how mountain people survive. We don't pick sides until the fighting's over. Patrick stood slowly. His shoulder moved better now, the herbal paste working deep into damaged tissue. We should leave soon. You need rest. Ganba gestured toward a small room at the back. Both of you. I'll wake you when it's time. Patrick headed for the room but paused, glancing back at Ganba. He proceeded toward the room, with Leon trailing behind. Behind them, Ganba stayed at the table, his hands cradling the teacup, his eyes lost in unspoken reflections. Morning came with mountain weather clearing. Patrick's eyes opened to pale light filtering through the shuttered window, casting thin lines across the wooden floor of Ganba's house. His shoulder still throbbed a deep, persistent pain that ran through muscle and bone. The compression bandaging held firm. The swelling had stopped spreading. He sat up slowly, testing his range of motion, his arm lifted higher than yesterday, still limited, still painful, but improved. The smell of brewing tea drifted through the doorway, mixed with wood smoke and mountain cold. Patrick dressed carefully, moving his injured shoulder as little as possible. When he emerged from the room, he found Leon already sitting at the small table near the hearth, a steaming cup cradled between her hands. She looked up as he approached. Her eyes tracked his movement, assessing without asking. Better? Her voice is trying to read physical recovery. Patrick nodded, lowering himself onto the bench across from her. Some. Leon pushed a second cup toward him. Ganba's tea, supposed to help with inflammation. Patrick lifted the cup, breathing in the herbal scent before drinking. The liquid burned slightly going down, leaving a bitter aftertaste that clung to the back of his throat. They sat in comfortable silence for several minutes. Outside, the village stirred to life distant voices, the sound of animals being fed, doors opening and closing in morning routine. Leon broke the quiet. How's your nose? Patrick touched the bridge carefully, still tender. The split skin had closed but remained sensitive. Fine. Liar. A small smile touched her lips, but functional. Patrick almost smiled back. Almost. Ganba emerged from the kitchen space, carrying a wooden bowl filled with something that steamed in the cold air. He set it on the table between them, rice mixed with dried meat and mountain herbs. Eat, the old trader said simply. Mountain travel requires strength. Patrick and Leon shared the bowl, eating in turns with wooden spoons that Ganba provided. The food settled warm and solid in Patrick's stomach. When they'd finished, Ganba poured more tea, then settled onto his own bench near the fire. His hands wrapped around his cup. His eyes, sharp despite his age, studied Patrick with careful attention. You've killed many men on this mountain. Patrick met his eyes without flinching. Yes. Not just guards. Ganba's fingers traced the rim of his cup. Specialists. Trained killers. Leon's attention sharpened, her eyes moving between the two men. Patrick set his cup down slowly. 3. His voice remained level. 3 assassins. Tell me about them. Ganba leaned forward slightly. Patrick considered for a moment, then began. The first was a butcher, he continues. Used cleavers, fought with no defense, only aggression. Fast for his size, strong. Ganba's eyes narrowed slightly. Chovek. Yes. I knew him. He did. Patrick's jaw tightened. He came at me in the narrow passage, forced close combat, nearly split my skull. But you killed him. Ganba's statement held certainty. Yes. Leon watched Patrick's face, reading the memory of that fight in his expression. The second and third were siblings, Patrick continued. Brother and sister, they fought as a pair, coordinated, reading each other's movements perfectly. Ganba's posture changed immediately. He straightened, his eyes widening fractionally. Kai and Lin. Ganba's voice dropped lower. They were legends in the mountain regions, orphaned young, raised themselves in the wilderness. He shook his head slowly. They never failed. Never. Every target they accepted died. Until us. Leon's voice carried quiet conviction. Ganba looked at her, then back to Patrick. How did you survive them? Patrick's hand moved unconsciously to his shoulder, the damaged one. We fought together, Leon and I. His eyes found hers across the table. They were better coordinated than us, faster, more experienced working as a unit. But, Ganba prompted, but we adapted. Patrick's voice held no pride. We stopped fighting as individuals and started moving as a pair, covered each other. The siblings' advantage was their coordination. Once we matched it even imperfectly, we had a chance. And you took it. Ganba studied both now. The mountain will remember what you did. He trailed off, shaking his head. That will spread like fire through dry grass. Leon leaned forward. Is that why the boss sent them? Because they were the best. Ganba's expression grew darker. The boss knows all of them. Every assassin, every killer, every blade for hire in these mountains. He set his cup down with deliberate care. He spent decades building relationships with these people, earning their loyalty, paying their debts. Patrick's eyes locked onto Ganba. How many more? How many assassins? Ganba's laugh became bitter and short. Dozens, maybe more. The boss has connections that run deeper than most people realize. He's not just a criminal lord, he's a power broker. People owe him favors, people fear him, people respect him. Silence settled over the table. Leon broke it quietly. That's why he's not worried about us hitting his compounds. He has endless resources. Not endless. Ganba's finger tapped against the table, but deep, very deep. His eyes moved to Patrick. You've already killed 3 of his best. That will make him cautious, maybe even afraid. Or angry. Patrick's voice remained flat. Yes. Ganba nodded slowly. Or angry. Patrick stood, moving toward the window. He looked out at the village beyond, simple homes, simple lives, far removed from the violence that had consumed the past days. The last compound, Patrick spoke without turning around. How many fighters will be there? Ganba considered. 20, maybe 30. The boss will have pulled everyone back to his stronghold. A pause. And he'll be there himself this time. He won't run again. Patrick's reflection was shown in the glass, his damaged shoulder, the fading bruises. Good. The single word carried finality. Leon watched Patrick's back, reading the tension in his posture. She'd fought beside him. She'd seen what he could do, but she also saw what the mountain was costing him. Ganba rose from his seat, his old bones creaking slightly. He moved beside Patrick at the window, standing with him in the pale morning light. The boss is not like the others, Ganba said quietly. He didn't rise to power through brutality alone. He's intelligent, strategic. He thinks 3 moves ahead. I know. Patrick's eyes remained fixed on the village. And he's protected by more than just hired killers, Ganba continued. He has loyal men, family men, people who've grown up under his influence. They won't break easily. The old trader held his eyes for a long moment, then nodded slowly, accepting the inevitable. The final compound sits in the high valley, 2 days' walk from here if the weather holds. He moved back to the table, spreading his worn map across the surface. His finger traced a path through mountain terrain. Here, where 3 ridges meet, natural defensive position, only 2 approaches both exposed. Patrick and Leon moved to study the map. He'll see you coming. Ganba's finger tapped the marked location, no way to avoid it during daylight. Patrick's eyes traced the ridgelines, studying elevation markers and approach angles. What about at night? Ganba's finger moved across the map. Darkness helps, but they'll have sentries, fires, guards rotating through the night. He paused. The compound sits on high ground. Anyone approaching from below will be seen. Then we approach from above. Patrick's finger followed a different route, one that curved along the highest ridge before descending toward the compound from the mountain's face. Leon studied the path with sharp attention. That's steep terrain, dangerous in darkness. Less dangerous than walking into prepared defenses. Patrick's voice remained calm. We move after midnight, when guards are cold. Ganba nodded slowly. You'll need to eliminate all of them quietly, before they can raise alarm. Patrick's hand moved unconsciously toward where his bow would rest. How far are the outer positions from the main compound? 400 feet, maybe less. Ganba's finger indicated several spots around the compound's perimeter. They'll have watchers here, here, and here. Standard defensive positioning. Bow range, Patrick's asked. Leon looked at him. Your shoulder. We'll manage, Patrick met her eyes. Drawing a bow uses different mechanics than sword work. I can make the shots. Ganba studied Patrick's injured shoulder with experienced assessment. You'll get maybe 3-4 arrows before the pain becomes too great. After that, accuracy suffers. Then I make the first 3 count. Patrick straightened. We eliminate the watchguards, move through the perimeter, reach the compound before they realize we're there. And then? Leon's question held tactical focus. Then it becomes close work. Patrick's hand moved to his sword. Inside the compound, bows won't matter. It'll be steel and silence. Ganba's eyes narrowed. And then? Patrick's expression remained unreadable. And then I will burn it. The old trader studied Patrick for a long moment. Then he moved to a chest against the far wall, opening it with a rusty creak. He pulled out a heavy coat of mountain gear, well worn but maintained. Take this. He tossed it to Patrick. The high valley gets cold, colder than here. Patrick caught it, testing the weight. Good material, practical. Ganba reached into the chest again, producing a smaller package wrapped in oiled cloth. He set it on the table, unwrapping it carefully to reveal preserved meat, dried fruit, and compressed rice cakes. 3 days' supplies. He spoke like someone who'd spent a lifetime in these mountains. If you ration properly. Leon began repacking her medical kit, checking supplies, discarding items too damaged to use. Her movements showed the methodical preparation of someone who understood what was coming. Patrick moved to his own gear, testing his sword's edge, checking the smaller blades secured in various positions. His injured shoulder hurts each movement, but he worked through the pain with visible determination. Ganba watched them both prepare. You could wait. Give yourself more time to heal. No, Patrick's response came immediately. Every day we wait, he gets stronger. Bring in more people, build better defenses. Every day you wait, you get stronger too. Ganba's voice carried gentle insistence. Patrick paused, his hand resting on his sword. The girls are safe. Mike is avenged. His eyes met Ganba's. But this doesn't end until the boss is dead, until the threat is removed completely. Revenge, Ganba said the word softly. Justice, Patrick corrected. There's a difference. Is there? The old trader's question hung in the air. Patrick didn't answer. He returned to his preparations. Leon broke the tension. When do we leave? Patrick looked toward the window, judging the sun's position. Tomorrow morning, first light. That gives us today to rest. Leon's tone made it clear she expected no argument. Your shoulder needs it, and we both need to be sharp when we reach that compound. Patrick wanted to object. The urgency demanded immediate action, but Leon's logic was sound. He nodded once. Ganba moved back to the fire, stoking it. Then tonight we eat properly. Mountain tradition before difficult journeys. The day passed slowly. Patrick spent most of it moving through careful exercises that tested his shoulder's range without damaging it further. Leon watched. By evening, Ganba had prepared a meal that filled the small house with rich smells of roasted meat, mountain herbs, and fresh bread. They ate together at the table, the food serving as both sustenance and ritual. When darkness settled fully outside, Ganba poured small cups of clear liquid from an unlabeled bottle. Mountain spirits, he raised his cup, for courage, for clarity, for survival. They drank together. The liquid burned fiercely and cleaned down Patrick's throat. Gamba set his cup down with deliberate care. The boss won't surrender. You know this. Yes. Patrick's voice carried certainty. And his men won't either. This will be a fight to the death. Yes? The old trader's eyes moved between Patrick and Leon. You've both killed before. You've both proven capable. But this, he shook his head slowly. This will be different. More violent, more desperate. The boss will throw everything at you. Patrick met his eyes without flinching. I know. Gamba sat with his back against worn rock, hands wrapped around a cup of tea that had long since gone cold. His eyes were fixed somewhere past the flames, into the darkness beyond the shelter's entrance. Patrick remained still across from him, waiting. The silence stretched. Finally, Gamba spoke. The compound ahead, he said quietly. Patrick's eyes didn't shift. Gamba set the cup down slowly. General Ko commands security, he continued. Old military, mountain fighter. He's been protecting routes and compounds in these regions for years. He paused. He doesn't waste movement, doesn't waste words. If he comes for you, it won't be loud. Leon glanced up briefly, then returned to her work. What weapon? Patrick asked. Spear, Gamba said. Long reach. He uses terrain. Knows how to force you into bad positions. The fire shifted. Shadows moved across the walls. There's someone else, Gamba added. Stays close to the boss. They call him the monk. Patrick's expression didn't change. Brother Hale, Gamba said. Former monastery disciple. Turned toward violence years ago. He's much older than you. Calm. Disciplined. He met Patrick's eyes. Fight with anything. Moves like someone who was taught the same things you were. Leon stopped rapping and looked at Patrick. Patrick said nothing. Gamba shifted his weight slightly, leaning forward. But they're not the only ones you'll face getting there. He looked toward the darkness beyond the shelter. There are two who work the mountain between here and the compound. Twins, Riku and Ren. Ambush fighters, Leon asked. Gamba nodded. They don't fight on the ground. They move through trees, use wire traps, vertical terrain. You won't see both of them at once. He paused. They separate targets, exhaust them, make people panic. How do we avoid them? Leon said. You don't, Gamba replied flatly. These mountains are their home. If they're hunting you, they're already watching. The wind picked up outside, howling briefly through the stone. Patrick's voice came quietly and steadily. Anyone else? Ganba's expression darkened slightly. One more. He looked directly at Patrick. Jin Luo. They call him the Chain Man. Patrick waited. Tall, thin, moves like he's half asleep until the chain comes out. Ganba's tone carried something close to warning. He controls distance, traps limbs, pulls weapons away, fights from angles you don't expect. He leaned back again. He likes forests, cliffs, darkness, anywhere the chain can wrap around something. Leon glanced at Patrick again. Patrick remained still. He enjoys it, Gamba added quietly. Testing people, watching them realize they can't get close. Leon finally spoke. You know all of them. Gamba didn't deny it. I've been moving through these mountains for a long time, he said simply. You see people, hear names, learn who to avoid. He looked at Patrick. They know the mountain. They know how to hunt. They've done this before. Patrick's voice came calmly and evened. So have I. Gamba studied him for a moment, then nodded slowly. Maybe. He reached for his pack and pulled out a worn map, spreading it across the ground near the fire. The twins usually work in this region, he said, pointing to a section of dense forest. Heavy trees, narrow paths, good vertical movement. His finger moved. Jin Luo moves between villages. He doesn't stay in one place long, but if he's been hired, he'll be somewhere between here and the compound. He tapped a different area. General Ko and the monk stay close to the main compound. They don't leave unless ordered. Leon leaned forward slightly, studying the map. How many others? Unknown, Gamba said. The compound always has assassins, but Ko commands them. If he's there, the defenses are organized. Patrick's eyes remained on the map. They'll know you're coming before you arrive. Leon looked at Patrick. We should move carefully. Patrick didn't respond immediately. When he finally spoke, his voice had no hesitation. We move forward. Ganba nodded once. Then sleep while you can, he said quietly. Tomorrow the mountain will get colder. Silence filled the space around them. Finally, Ganba rose. Then rest tonight, both of you. The mountain will still be there tomorrow. Patrick lay on the simple bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind already walking the paths they would take. His shoulder throbbed with steady reminder of violence past and promise of violence to come. Tomorrow they will begin the final approach. Patrick's hand found his sword in the darkness beside the bed, his fingers wrapped around the familiar grip. He was ready. The last compound waited, and with it, the end of everything that had brought him back to these mountains, into the trap. Patrick's eyes opened before dawn. He'd spent the night turning something over in his mind, watching the ceiling, remembering what Ganba had told them about the twins. Now, in the gray pre-dawn light, the pieces had arranged themselves. He rose quietly, dressed, and moved to the kitchen table where Ganba already sat, holding his teacup. The old trader looked up. You have something. Patrick unfolded Ganba's map across the table, his finger tracing the forested region Ganba had marked the night before. The twins, Patrick said. You mentioned where they hunt. Ganba leaned forward, studying the map. Show me exactly. Ganba's finger moved across the map. Here, dense forest, narrow game trails. They use the vertical space trees, cliff faces. Victims walk in thinking they're on solid ground. Then the twins separate them, exhaust them. Patrick's eyes tracked the terrain features. His finger moved to an area just north of the forest. This ridge, open ground? Yes, clear approach, no cover. Ganba's eyes narrowed. Why? We approach from there, Patrick said, out in the open where they can see us clearly. Leon emerged from the back room, moving to the table. They'll be watching, Ganba said. That's the point. Patrick's finger traced a path along the ridge. We walked toward the forest edge. Let them see us coming, just before we enter the trees. His finger moved sharply left, toward higher ground. We run, hard angle up the slope. Ganba's expression shifted. Start understanding Patrick's plan. They'll chase, Patrick continued. That's their nature. They'll want to cut us off, force us back into their territory. But if you move fast enough, Leon said quietly, they'll have to follow you out of the forest to catch you. Out of their comfort zone, Patrick's voice carried certainty. No vertical space, no wire traps already set, just open mountainside. Ganba sat back slowly. And then? I take one with the bow. The other, Patrick's hand moved unconsciously toward his sword. The other will fall. The old trader studied Patrick for a long moment. His face showed respect. You have your master's wisdom, he said finally. Shan taught you to see beyond the immediate. Patrick said nothing. Ganba rose, moving to the cabinet. He pulled out the wooden box from the night before, the one with the healing paste. Let me look at your shoulder. Patrick removed his shirt slowly. The bruising had shifted to yellow at the edges, still dark purple at the center. The swelling had reduced but not disappeared. The pendant caught the morning light as it swung free, a simple piece of carved stone on a thin chain, resting against Patrick's chest. Ganba's hands were stilled, his eyes fixed on the pendant. You got that from Shan? Patrick glanced down at it. Yes. You don't understand the honor behind that, Ganba's whisper. That stone is not decoration. It marks something, recognition, trust. Patrick's hand moved to the pendant, fingers closing around it. You should hide it, Ganba said quietly, from people who understand its meaning. Some will see it as challenge, others viewed it as sacrilege. A practice does not open to outsider. Patrick met his eyes. I'll consider it. Ganba applied fresh paste to Patrick's shoulder. The familiar burn-then-cold sensation spread through damaged tissue. When he finished wrapping it, Ganba moved to his storage area and began pulling items from various places. 2 canvas packs, rope, water skins, preserved food wrapped in cloth. We'll prepare 2 bags, he said. 1 light, 1 full. Before you reach the open ground, you drop the heavy pack. When you run, you'll need speed. And after? Leon asked. After you circle back and retrieve it. Ganba smiled. Assuming you survive. Patrick watched the old trader work. You've done this before. Survived in these mountains for 60 years. Ganba tied off one pack. You don't do that without learning when to carry weight and when to shed it. By midday, both packs sat ready near the door. The heavy one contained food, medical supplies, extra rope, and the tools needed for mountain survival. The light pack held only water, minimal food, and weapons. Patrick tested the light pack's weight. Barely 15 pounds. He could run with it. Leon checked her medical kit one final time, rearranging supplies between the two packs. Ganba poured tea, the three of them sitting around the table in silence. No words necessary. Finally, Patrick stood. He shouldered the heavy pack first, testing the balance, then swapped it for the light one. Leon did the same, adjusting straps. Ganba moved to the door, opening it to reveal afternoon light slanting through the village. Cold air pushed inside. The ridge path starts north of here, he said. 2 hours walk. You'll see the forest line clearly from there. Patrick nodded. When you drop the heavy packs, Ganba pointed to a specific landmark on the map. Leave them here, behind these rocks. Patrick committed the location to memory. They stepped outside. The village moved around them, people going about daily routines, unaware or unwilling to acknowledge what was happening. Ganba walked them to the village edge. At the final house, he stopped. The twins are fast, he said quietly. Don't underestimate their speed. They've survived in those mountains their entire lives. I know. Patrick's eyes were already on the path ahead. Ganba looked at Leon. Keep moving. Don't let them separate you. I won't. The old trader nodded once, then stepped back. Just acceptance of what was coming. Patrick and Leon walked north. The heavy packs pulled at their shoulders, but both moved with urgency. Behind them, the village grew smaller. Ahead, the mountain waited. And somewhere in those trees, 2 hunters who'd never failed will be watching for them. 2 hours brought them to the rocks exactly where Ganba had marked them. Patrick dropped his heavy pack behind the largest boulder, Leon doing the same. The forest spread below them, dense and dark, tree coverage so thick the ground disappeared beneath shadow. Beyond it, open terrain stretched toward higher ridges, bare rock, and scattered snow. Patrick checked his bow, testing the string tension. His shoulder felt immediately sharp pain running through damaged muscle. He lowered the bow, breathing through it. Leon watched him. Can you draw? Once, maybe twice. Patrick's voice carried no doubt. I'll make them count. He looked at her directly. You ready? Her eyes met his, no hesitation. I won't let you down. They walked down the slope toward the forest edge, exposed, visible, exactly as planned. The tree line grew closer, 50 yards, 40. Patrick's awareness sharpened, every sound, every shadow, every shift in wind direction, 30 yards, 20. He felt it before he saw it movement in the trees, high in the branches, no wind, something else. Now, Patrick said quietly. They ran, not into the forest. Left. Hard angle up the slope toward higher ground. The twins had seen them break away. Patrick didn't look back. He focused on breathing, on maintaining speed despite the weight of the pack and the fire in his shoulder. Leon stayed close, matching his pace. The slope leveled slightly. Rocky outcroppings provided brief cover. Patrick reached the first one and stopped, dropping his pack. Don't look back, he called to Leon. Follow me to high ground. She ran past him without slowing, heading for the next outcropping higher up. Patrick pulled his bow free, movements practiced into his muscle memory. His shoulder hurts. He ignored it. Control his breathing. Slow. Measured. The way Shan had taught him. In. Out. In. His heart rate dropped. The pain faded to background noise. 1 minute passed. Movement below. 2 figures emerging from the tree line, moving fast. Mountain clothing. Both carry curved knives. The twins. They moved with synchronized motion, reading terrain, adjusting paths to cut off roots. Patrick tracked the one in front. Lean and tall build, faster, more aggressive in movement, Riku, the dominant brother, the one who led. Patrick's breath steadied completely. His fingers held the string, feeling tension, feeling weight. The twins are closer, 70 yards, 60. Patrick waited. 50 yards. He drew. His shoulder erupted in pain that threatened to break his focus. He breathed through it, held, adjusted for wind, for elevation, for movement. Riku moved across open ground, confidence in every step. Patrick released. The arrow flew true. It struck Riku's center mass, punching through layered clothing and flesh. The force carried through, the arrowhead emerging from his back in spray of red. Riku staggered, 2 steps, 3, then fell. Behind him, Ren's scream cut through mountain air, broken. He dropped his weapons and ran to his brother, pulling him behind rocks. Blood spread across stone. Riku's eyes stared at nothing, dead before he hit the ground. Ren's second scream carried different sound, rage, loss, and something darker. Patrick dropped the bow, his right hand moving to his walking stick. Ren emerged from behind the rocks, no weapons in his hands, just raw fury driving him forward. He ran straight at Patrick, closing distance with frightening speed. Patrick stood motionless, stick held loosely in his left hand. Ren pulled a long knife from his belt mid-sprint, blade flashing. 20 yards, 15. Patrick's thumb found the hidden release on the stick's handle. 10 yards. Ren raised the knife high. 5. Patrick twisted the handle and pulled. Steel sang as his sword cleared the wooden sheath. Ren's eyes widened, recognition coming too late. He tried to stop, to change direction, but momentum carried him forward. Patrick moved. One fluid motion, horizontal cut across Ren's chest. The blade passed through ribs and organs. He felt blood steaming in cold air. Patrick stood over the bodies, sword held loosely. Blood ran down the blade, dripping onto frozen ground. Leon emerged from higher ground, moving down to where Patrick stood. She looked at the twins, the arrow still embedded in Riku's chest, at Ren's body. "We should move," she said quietly. Patrick nodded. He sheathed it back inside the walking stick. The mechanism clicked softly. They retrieved their heavy packs from behind the rocks, shouldering them in silence. The trees waited below. The compound is beyond that. Patrick took one last look at the twins, 2 hunters who'd never failed, until now. He turned and began walking. Leon fell into step beside him. Neither spoke. But for now the path was clear. The last campground sat beyond the ridge, hidden in shadow and pine. Patrick stopped where the path carved, holding up one hand. Leon halted behind him. "We rest here," Patrick said quietly, scanning the terrain ahead. They found shelter beneath an overhang, out of sight from the trail. Patrick set his pack down carefully. Leon did the same. He took food from Gamba's prepared bag. Dried meat, hard as leather but rich with fat. Dried cheese curds required patient chewing. Fried dough that sat heavy in the stomach. Mountain food, built for survival, not taste. "The general heard about the other compounds," Patrick said, his voice low. "How we approached them, how we moved. He'll be prepared." Leon wrapped her hands around her cup. "Different strategy this time?" Patrick nodded. "This compound, we enter from the front." He paused, studying her face. "But first we find the watchers, the ones hidden in the trees watching approaches. We eliminate them all before we move on the compound itself." "How many?" "Unknown." Patrick's eyes moved to the darkening forest. "Tomorrow we will watch, all day. We find their hiding places, mapping their positions. Then we attack them at night." Leon considered this. "They'll have rotations, guard changes. We'll learn the pattern." Patrick set his cup down. Her eyes met him. No question, no hesitation. Just acceptance. They spent the rest of evening in silence, eating preserved food, checking weapons, and preparing. No fire. Nothing that would announce their presence. When darkness fell completely, they took turns sleeping. Patrick woke twice during his watch, certain he'd heard movement in the trees. But nothing emerged from the shadows. Dawn came gray and cold. Patrick and Leon moved to the ridge overlooking the compound's approach. They settled behind rocks where they could observe without being seen. The forest spread below them, dense with pine. Somewhere in that darkness, guards watched the paths. Patrick's eyes tracked every section systematically, left to right, near to far, looking for movement, for stillness that felt wrong, for shapes that didn't belong. 2 hours passed. Then he saw it. A slight shift in branches where no wind blew. 30 yards from the compound's outer wall, elevated in a tall pine. "There," Patrick pointed without moving his body. "Northwest, heavy pine with the broken top." Leon followed his gesture. After a moment, she nodded. "I see it now. Platform built into the branches." They continued watching. By midday, they'd identified 4 positions. One in the northwest pine, another to the east, hidden in dense brush where 2 trees had fallen against each other. The third watched the main approach from ground level, concealed behind stacked rocks. The fourth sat high on the compound's south side, with clear sightlines across multiple approaches. Patrick committed each location to memory: distance from the compound, elevation, cover, escape routes. As sunset approached, they pulled back from the ridge. "The one in the northwest tree," Patrick said. "That's yours, after I take the others." Leon studied his face. "Why did that one last?" "Farthest from the compound. If something goes wrong with the others, that guard won't hear it as clearly, won't react as fast." Patrick checked his bow. "Gives us margin." They waited for full darkness. Patrick moved first, descending the slope with Leon close behind. They walk on frozen ground without making a sound. The trees swallowed them. 20 minutes brought them to the edge of the guard positions. Patrick gestured for Leon to wait. She settled behind a thick pine, blade drawn, eyes tracking the darkness. Patrick continued alone. The first guard sat behind the stacked rocks, facing the main trail. Patrick could hear him shifting position, adjusting his rifle against the cold. Patrick approached from behind, using the rocks themselves as cover, each step placed with absolute silence, testing weight before committing, moving only when wind covers sound. 10 feet away, 5. The guard coughed, his breath visible in the moonlight. Patrick's hand shot forward, clamping over the guard's mouth while his other hand drove the knife up through the base of the skull. The blade found the brainstem. The guard went stiff, then collapsed. Patrick lowered him silently, then moved on. The second position sat in the fallen trees. Patrick could see the guard's silhouette against lighter sky beyond, rifle resting across his lap. Patrick pulled his bow, knocking on an arrow. He controlled his breathing, found his stance. Drew. The pain exploded through his muscles. Patrick held it, his fingers steady on the string. Released. The arrow took the guard through the throat. The man made one wet sound, then collapse. Patrick lowered the bow. His shoulder hurt. He breathed through it, waiting for the pain to settle. The third guard watched from high ground, elevated in a tree with good sight lines. Patrick couldn't approach unseen from below. He circled instead, climbing through adjacent trees, moving branch to branch. He reached a position level with the guard's platform, 15 feet of open air between them. The guard faced away, looking at the trail below. Patrick pulled another arrow, drew carefully. He released. The arrow flew true, punching through the guard's chest. The man slumped forward against the tree trunk, dead. 3 down. He found Leon where he'd left her. They moved together through the darkness toward the northwest pine. The fourth guard sat alert in his elevated position, his attention focused outward. Patrick could see him clearly now, silhouetted against the stars. Leon studied the tree, the approach, the guard's position. Then she looked at Patrick and nodded once. She moved up the trunk, finding handholds Patrick couldn't see. Her body melted into shadow, becoming part of the tree itself. Patrick watched from below, his hand on his stick. Leon reached the platform level. The guard remained unaware, his back to her as she emerged from darkness behind him. Her blade flashed once. The guard made no sound. His body sagged against the railing, held there by Leon's grip. She lowered him carefully, preventing the fall. When she reached Patrick, her breathing remained controlled. Professional. "Done," she whispered. Patrick nodded. "Now we are moving on to the camp." They walked through the dark forest toward the compound, its lights visible through the trees. 4 guards dead, the outside perimeter clear. The compound sat unaware, and Patrick and Leon moved through the darkness between the pines. The final approach had begun. Patrick stopped moving. Leon sensed it immediately. She watched him as his entire body went still, his head tilting slightly as though listening to something she couldn't hear. "What is it?" she whispered. Patrick didn't answer. His eyes swept across the compound layout one final time. The cleared guards, the empty patrol routes, the torches burned at carefully spaced intervals. Too easy. The thought cut through his awareness like a blade through silk. Trained guards eliminated without raising alarm. No backup, no reinforcement. The remaining compound structures sat dark and quiet. Professional security didn't collapse this cleanly. "Something's wrong," he said quietly. Leon moved beside him, following his eyes across the compound. "What do you mean?" "The guards we cleared, they were positioned to be seen, to be found." Patrick's voice carried certainty. "This feels like the outer layer, like something you're meant to think is defense." Before Leon could respond, a sound drifted through the darkness from somewhere beyond them, metal sliding against metal. Patrick's hand moved immediately to his sword, his body shifting into readiness. Back to the trees, now. They retreated quickly, pressing themselves against the frozen stone as the sound grew closer. Not footsteps, something else dragging through snow. Then a figure emerged from between the trees, tall, impossibly thin, moving with loose, lazy confidence that suggested complete control of his surroundings. Long arms swung at his sides with unnatural length, and something dark trailed behind him through the snow. A chain. Patrick's eyes locked onto the weapon immediately. Heavy iron links wrapped partially around the man's torso beneath layered gray clothing, the rest dragging across the ground. The man stopped 30 feet away, his narrow face tilting as he studied Patrick and Leon with the patient interest of someone who had been waiting exactly for this moment. "Patrick Kahn," the man said, his voice sounded easily across the distance, calm, almost amused. "The mountain ghost who moves so quietly." Patrick said nothing. His mind calculated distance, terrain, the chain's length and reach. "My name is Jin Luo," the man continued, his fingers absently stroking the chain at his side. "The general thought you might actually make it past the outer guards. I told him you would." A smile crossed his narrow features. "I've been watching you work. Very impressive. Very clean." Leon's hand tightened on her sword grip. Patrick remained perfect still. Jin Luo's smile widened. "The men you're looking for? He's not here. He moved yesterday when word reached us that someone was coming." He paused, letting the information settle. "But he wanted me to give you a message." "I don't want messages," Patrick said quietly. "You'll want this one." Jin Luo's hand moved to the chain, fingers running along the cold metal. "He says thank you. For being so predictable. For coming exactly when and where he expected. For walking into a compound we prepared specifically for you." The chain began to move. Not extreme. Just a slow, deliberate unwrapping from Jin Luo's torso as he pulled it free with practiced ease. The metal whispered against fabric, each link catching faint torchlight as it extended. "The general is waiting," Jin Luo continued conversationally, "with 20 men, real fighters, not the peasants you killed tonight." His eyes glinted. "He wants you to know you're welcome to try reaching him, if you survive me." The chain suddenly whipped outward with shocking speed. Patrick moved instantly, yanking Leon sideways as the hooked blade at the chain's end carved through the space where they had been standing. The hook struck the cliff wall behind them with a sharp crack, sending stone fragments scattering. Jin Luo pulled the chain back smoothly, the metal singing as it coiled. "Fast," he said approvingly. "Good. I was hoping you'd be fast." Patrick drew his sword, the steel emerging silently. Beside him, Leon readied her blade, her breathing controlled despite the sudden escalation. Jin Luo's expression shifted into something darker. "The general told me not to kill you, just slow you down, hurt you enough that you think twice about continuing." He began circling slowly, the chain moving in lazy arcs. "But I don't follow orders perfectly, and I'm very curious to see if you're as good as the stories say." The chain whipped forward again. Patrick deflected it with his sword, metal screaming against metal as he redirected the strike past his body. But Jin Luo had already pulled back, and the chain retracting with fluid control. Leon moved left, trying to flank, but the chain lashed toward her, immediately forcing her to retreat behind the storage building. Jin Luo laughed. "Smart girl. This isn't a fight for two people. This is between me and the mountain ghost." Patrick stepped forward, drawing Jin Luo's attention completely. "Then fight me." Jin Luo's smile returned. "Oh, I intend to." The chain came alive. Not one strike, but several in rapid succession, each attack flowing from different angles as Jin Luo spun and redirected the weapon with practiced mastery. Patrick blocked, dodged, moved constantly as the chain carved through empty air around him, but he couldn't get close. Every time Patrick advanced, the chain forced him back. Jin Luo controlled the distance perfectly, keeping Patrick at exactly the range where the chain was most effective. Leon watched from cover, her mind working through the tactical problem. The chain's reach, the way Jin Luo manipulated distance, the trees around them that the chain could wrap around, creating angles Patrick couldn't predict. Then she saw Patrick's eyes shift briefly toward the higher ground behind Jin Luo. Understanding. The chain came again, and this time Patrick didn't retreat. He moved forward instead, inside the arc, forcing Jin Luo to pull the chain back awkwardly. Jin Luo's smile faltered slightly. Brave. Stupid, but brave. His hand twisted sharply, and the chain wrapped around a nearby tree trunk before whipping back toward Patrick from an unexpected angle. Patrick rolled beneath it, came up moving, his sword cutting toward Jin Luo's exposed side. The chainman twisted away, laughing. Almost! So close! But Patrick had forced him backward, 3 steps, then 5, toward the narrow gap between buildings. Jin Luo realized a second too late. His smile vanished as he tried to retreat, but Patrick pressed harder, driving him into the confined space where the chain's reach became a disadvantage rather than an asset. Clever, Jin Luo hissed. Very clever. The fight had begun, and the compound, so carefully prepared, suddenly felt like a trap closing on both. Honor before blood. Jin Luo's body shifted, his chain coiled tighter around his arm, shortening the weapon's reach deliberately. The lazy confidence evaporated, replaced by focused calculation. You think walls help you? His voice dropped. I've killed in spaces smaller than this. The chain shot forward low and fast. Patrick jumped. The chain struck stone where he'd been standing, sparks flying. Jin Luo yanked back, but Patrick was already moving along the building, closing distance from above. His sword swung down in a clean arc toward Jin Luo's shoulder. The chainman twisted impossibly, the blade missing by inches. The chain wrapped around Patrick's ankle mid-strike, jerking him off balance. Patrick fell, but he turned the fall into momentum, his free leg kicking out as he dropped. His boot connected with Jin Luo's jaw, snapping the man's head sideways. The chain loosened. Patrick rolled clear, his ankle burning where the metal had twisted through his cloth. Jin Luo touched his mouth, fingers coming away bloody. His eyes narrowed. You just made this personal. The chain came alive with renewed fury. Multiple strikes, each one faster than before. Patrick gave ground, his sword deflecting what he could, his body evading what he couldn't block. From her position, Leon saw the pattern. Jin Luo was driving Patrick toward the corner, toward the intersection where 2 trees met at sharp angles. Once trapped there, Patrick would have nowhere to move. She emerged from cover, running low. Jin Luo sensed the movement, his head turning slightly. The chain redirected mid-swing, lashing toward Leon with vicious speed. She dropped onto a slide beneath the chain's arc. Her blade flashed upward as she passed, cutting through Jin Luo's calf. The chainman hissed, stumbling back a step. Patrick didn't waste the opening. He surged forward, his sword cutting a diagonal line across Jin Luo's chest. The blade met with resistance layers of protective fabric sewn with metal rings, but blood still appeared at the wound's edges. Jin Luo retreated properly now, his movements less sharp. The chain coiled defensively around his torso as he put distance between himself and both opponents. 2 against 1, he said, breathing harder. The mountain ghost needs help now? Patrick said nothing. His eyes tracked Jin Luo's weight distribution, the slight favor of his uninjured leg, the way his right hand trembled from the force of their blade contact. Wounded, not broken, still dangerous. Jin Luo's face twisted into something darker. The general was right about you. You don't fight fair. You fight smart. He laughed, the sound bitter. Fine, I'll deliver damages to you. He'll understand. The chain whipped toward Leon again. She sidestepped, but Jin Luo had anticipated the movement. The chain wrapped around a tree, using it as a pivot point to change direction mid-flight. The hook caught Leon's shoulder, tearing through her coat and drawing blood. She fell back with a sharp breath, her hand pressing against the wound. Patrick moved instantly, positioning himself between Leon and Jin Luo. his sword held ready. "You wanted me. Fight me." Jinluo's smile returned colder than before. "As you wish." But instead of attacking, he turned and ran. Not retreating. Moving with purpose toward the open compound center where torches cast dancing shadows across clear ground, where his chain would have full reach again. Patrick understood immediately. He grabbed Leon's uninjured arm. "Can you move?" "Yes." Her voice was tight with pain. "It's not deep." They followed Jinluo into the open space, watching as the chain man took position in the compound's center. The metal weapon extended to its full length now, coiling around him in protective loops. "Better," Jinluo said. "Much better." Patrick studied the new terrain. No narrow gaps, no convenient cover, just open ground with Jinluo controlling the center, able to strike in any direction. Leon moved beside him, her medical mind already assessing her injury. The hook had torn muscle but missed anything vital. She could still fight, still moving. But blood ran down her arm, dark against her sleeve. Jinluo saw it too. His eyes tracked the blood with predatory interest. "That'll slow her down. Give it 10 minutes, she'll be useless from blood loss." Patrick's mind worked through options. Direct approach would fail. Jinluo had too much range, too much control. Splitting up again would expose whichever one Jinluo chose to focus on. Then he saw movement beyond the torchlight. Figures emerging from buildings along the compound's edge. Not guards, something worse. Men in better equipment, moving with disciplined coordination, each one armed and ready, the general's real fighters. Jinluo followed Patrick's eyes and laughed. "Ah, the general's gift. He wanted to give you a proper welcome." He gestured broadly with the chain. 12 of his best, plus me, plus all this lovely open ground. The fighters formed a loose perimeter, boxing Patrick and Leon into the center space with Jinluo. No escape routes, no terrain advantages, a trap within a trap. Leon's hand tightened on her sword. This was the plan all along. "Yes." Patrick's voice remained calm despite the tactical nightmare surrounding them. His eyes moved across the perimeter, counting opponents, measuring distances, looking for any weakness in their formation. Finding none. Jinluo's chain moved in slow circles, metal links catching torchlight. "The general sends his regards. He says you're welcome to keep coming, keep hunting." The chain's movement stopped. "If you survive tonight." Patrick's grip shifted on his sword. Beside him, Leon adjusted her stance despite her wounded shoulder. Their backs nearly touched as they positioned themselves to cover all angles. 12 fighters plus Jinluo. Open ground. No cover. Leon was injured and losing blood. Patrick's breathing steadied completely. The familiar cold clarity settled over him, the state Shan had trained into his bones, where pain disappeared, where fear held no weight, where only action and accuracy existed. The pendant pressed cold against his chest beneath his clothing. "Leon," he said quietly, "stay close, watch my blind spots. I won't let them separate us." Jinluo raised his hand. The 12 fighters tense, waiting for his signal. Patrick's eyes tracked each one, reading their weapons, their stances, their breathing patterns. His mind calculated trajectories, strike zones, and the sequence of movements required to survive the next 60 seconds. Then, the next 60 after that. Jinluo's hand dropped. The fighters closed in from all sides, and Patrick moved. The first guard came fast, machete raised overhead. Patrick sidestepped, his sword cutting upward through the man's exposed armpit. The blade severed artery and nerve. The guard collapsed, machete clattering across frozen ground. 2 more rushed together, coordinating their approach. Patrick moved between them, his sword deflecting the first blade, while his elbow drove into the second guard's throat. The man fell, not moving. The first guard swung again. Patrick's blade found the gap between ribs, puncturing lungs. He withdrew cleanly, already turning toward the next threat. Leon took the guard approaching from Patrick's blind side, her sword cutting across his thigh. The man stumbled, blood spraying across the ground, then dropped. The remaining fighters adjusted, circling with more caution. Professional now, recognizing the difference between ambush and execution. One rushed Patrick's left, another is his right, coordinated pincer. Patrick dropped low, his sword sweeping in a wide arc that caught both legs. Steel bit through muscle and bone. Both guards fell screaming. Patrick rose, his blade finding throats before either could recover. 6 down. Jin Luo watched from his position in the center, chain coiled loosely. His expression shifted from confidence to calculating. "You're better than I thought." Patrick didn't respond. His eyes tracked the 6 remaining fighters as they regrouped, forming a tighter perimeter. Better spacing, no more rushing. The nearest guard feinted left, then struck right. Patrick read the deception, his sword meeting the real attack and deflecting it skyward. His follow-through opened the guard's belly. Guts spilled out. 2 guards moved on Lian simultaneously. She blocked the first strike, rolled beneath the second, came up inside their reach. Her blade found the first guard's kidney. He fell. The second guard swung wildly. Lian's sword took his arm off at the elbow. The 3 remaining fighters backed away, weapons raised defensively. Fear replaced discipline. Patrick walked toward them, his breathing controlled, his sword held loosely. Blood dripped from the blade. 1 guard broke, start to run with surprise attack. Patrick's sword left his hand, spinning end over end. The blade caught the running guard between shoulder blades, driving through spine and heart. The man fell forward, dead before he hit the ground. The final 2 guards exchanged glances, then attacked together in desperate coordination. Patrick sidestepped the first blade, grabbed a sword from the dying guard beside him, now wielding 2 weapons. Steel sang as he deflected both attacks simultaneously, his movements flowing around their strikes. His right blade cut through the first guard's wrist. The hand fell away, still gripping its weapon. His left blade found the second guard's throat. Both collapsed. Patrick walked to the fallen guard, pulling his sword free from the corpse. He dropped the borrowed blade, switching back to his own weapon with tight grip. Jin Luo stood alone in the compound center, his chain moving slowly around him in protective arcs. The lazy confidence had vanished completely. "Impressive," he said, his voice carefully controlled. "The general didn't tell me you were this good." Patrick walked toward him, stepping over bodies. His boots left red prints in the snow. Blood covered his hands, his arms, his chest. Behind him, Lian pressed her hand against her wounded shoulder, watching Patrick move. No emotion, just relentless forward momentum. Jin Luo's eyes tracked Patrick's approach, measuring distance. "These changes things. The general wanted you alive. But I'm thinking maybe I should just kill you now." Patrick stopped 30 feet away, the exact range where Jin Luo's chain was most effective. Jin Luo's expression hardened. The chain suddenly came alive, whipping toward Patrick with vicious speed. But Patrick didn't retreat. He stepped forward, inside the arc, his sword deflecting the chain's hook with a sharp clang that echoed across the compound. Jin Luo pulled back, trying to create distance. Patrick pressed harder, closing the gap. The chain wrapped around a fallen support beam, using it as leverage for an angled strike. Patrick rolled beneath it, came up still advancing. He moved with the same relentless calm, his sword ready, his eyes locked on Jin Luo's injured leg. The weak point. Jin Luo saw Patrick's focus and shifted his weight instinctively, but the movement exposed his already wounded chest. Patrick lunged, his blade cutting deep across the earlier injury. Jin Luo cried out, stumbling backward. The chain fell slack for a moment as he pressed his hand against the wound. Blood ran between his fingers. Patrick advanced another step, then another. Jin Luo's breathing came ragged now, pain and blood loss taking their toll. "The general will kill you for this." "He can try," Patrick's voice carried absolute certainty. Jin Luo looked past Patrick toward Lian, then at the bodies scattered across the compound. 12 professional fighters dead in minutes. His own injuries are bleeding freely. The calculation shifted in his eyes. Survival replaced pride. He yanked the chain hard, using the leverage to propel himself backward toward the compound's far edge, where darkness is between buildings. Patrick moved to follow, but Lian's voice stopped him. "Let him go." Patrick turned slightly, his eyes questioning. "He's bleeding badly. Won't make it far." Lian's voice came weaker than before. Patrick looked back at the darkness where Jin Luo had disappeared, then at the compound around them. Bodies everywhere, blood-staining snow, torches still burning. His breathing slowly returned to normal. The cold clarity began to recede, leaving only exhaustion and the familiar ache in his shoulder. He walked back to where Lian stood, his sword still in hand. Your shoulder, he said. I can manage. But her face showed pain beneath the control. Patrick retrieved his pack from where he'd dropped it earlier, pulling out clean cloth. He moved to Leon's side as he examined the wound. The hook had torn through muscle and tissue deeper than either of them had realized. Blood loss was significant, not immediately fatal, but she needed rest. He packed the wound with fresh cloth, wrapping it tight. Leon's jaw clenched, but she made no sound. When he'd finished, her legs trembled. Leon, I'm fine. Just need a moment. But even as she spoke, her knees buckled. Patrick caught her before she fell, lowering her carefully to the ground. Her face had gone pale, lips losing color. Blood loss and shock. Rest, Patrick said quietly. Don't move. The general. I'll handle it. His voice carried finality. Leon's eyes met him. She wanted to argue, to stand, to continue, but her body wouldn't obey. The adrenaline that had kept her moving through the fight was gone now, leaving only pain and exhaustion. Patrick looked toward the compound's main building where light still burned behind shuttered windows, where the general waited with his remaining men. He couldn't leave Leon exposed in the open compound center. His eyes scanned the perimeter, finding a storage shed near the compound's edge, small, defensible, hidden from direct view of the main building. Can you walk? He asked. Leon nodded, but when she tried to stand, her legs gave out again. Patrick sheathed his sword and lifted her carefully, one arm beneath her knees, the other supporting her back. She weighed almost nothing despite her strength. He carried her across the compound, stepping over bodies, moving like a shadow. The storage shed's door hung partially open. Patrick kicked it wider and entered. Inside, stacks of supplies lined the walls. Rice bags, preserved vegetables, equipment, enough clutter to provide concealment. Patrick set Leon down in the back corner, positioning her behind several large crates. From the doorway, she'd be invisible. He pulled out his water bottle, holding it to her lips. Drink. She drank the cold water, helping to clear her head slightly. Patrick checked her shoulder wrapping one final time. The bleeding had slowed but not stopped completely. She needed proper medical attention, but that would have to wait. Stay here, he said. Don't move, don't make sound. Leon's hand caught his arm, her grip weak but insistent. Patrick, the general isn't like the others. His men, I'll deal with them. Patrick's eyes has absolute certainty. Leon looked at him for a long moment, reading the cold determination there. Finally, she nodded and released his arm. Patrick stood, moving to the doorway. He looked back once. Leon had closed her eyes, her breathing controlled despite the pain. He stepped outside, closing the door behind him. The compound lay quiet now, bodies scattered across blood-stained snow, torches burning lower, the wind carrying the scent of death. Patrick's eyes moved to the main building. 2 stories, heavy timber construction, light visible through gaps in the shutters, smoke rising from a chimney. He walked toward it, no hesitation. The pendant pressed cold against his chest. At the building's entrance, Patrick stopped. Heavy wooden doors, reinforced with iron bands, built to withstand assault. He tested the handle, unlocked. The door swung open. Patrick stepped inside. The interior opened into a large central hall, timber beams overhead, stone floor, weapons mounted on walls, a display of collected blades from defeated enemies. And waiting in the center of the room, 8 men, not positioned for ambush, standing in formation, professional, disciplined, each one armed with sword or spear or axe. Behind them, elevated on a raised platform, sat the general. He was older than Patrick expected, late 50s, perhaps 60, but his body showed no softness, lean muscle beneath simple mountain clothing, scared hands resting on his knees, gray hair tied back, and eyes that had seen too much death to fear it anymore. Patrick Kahn, the general said, the mountain ghost, the lost boy who survived. Patrick said nothing. His hand rested on his sword's grip. The general gestured to his men. I told them about you, about what you did to the other compounds, about the twins. He paused. They didn't believe me. They thought I was being cautious to the point of paranoia. He stood slowly, stepping down from the platform. Then Jin Luo came through that door 10 minutes ago, bleeding, broken, saying you killed 12 men in less time than it takes to boil tea. The general walked through his formation. His men parted, creating a path. He stopped 30 feet from Patrick. Now they believe me. Patrick's eyes tracked every man in the room, positions, weapons, distances, looking for the pattern, the sequence. I could send them to you, the general continued. All 8, overwhelm you through numbers. He smiled slightly. But Jin Luo said you've already proven that doesn't work. He began removing his outer coat, folding it carefully and setting it aside. So, I'm going to make you an offer. 1 fighter, 1 fight. He gestured to his men. If you win, they let you walk out. If I win... He didn't finish the sentence. Patrick studied the general's face, reading truth there, and something else. Honor, the old mountain code, the one that existed before the triads, before the modern world corrupted everything. Patrick's hand moved to his sword, drawing it slowly. The general's men shifted, creating space. They formed a loose circle around the room's center, weapons ready but not raised. The general removed his coat slowly, folding it with the care of ritual. Beneath, he wore only a thin cotton shirt and mountain trousers. No armor, no protection. He gestured to one of his men, who stepped forward and took the coat with quiet reverence. Then the general removed his sword belt, setting the blade aside. Patrick's hand paused on his own sword grip. No, the general said. Not steel. Not tonight. He moved to the center of the room, rolling his shoulders, loosening muscles that had seen decades of combat, his movements of someone who'd survived 100 fights. I've killed men with blades, the general continued, his voice calm. Today, we fight with our hands. He settled into a stance, low, hands open, breathing controlled. Let's see what you learned in those mountains. Patrick released his sword, letting the weapon rest in its sheath. He stepped forward, shedding his own coat and setting it aside. The guards shifted, creating space. They formed a loose circle around the room's center, silent witnesses to something ancient. The general studied Patrick's frame, lean, compact, efficient. No wasted mass, movement that suggested speed over power. You're built like a climber, the general observed. Light, fast. He smiled slightly. I'm built like a mountain. Patrick said nothing. His breathing steadied. The cold clarity descended, sharper than before. The watching men holding perfectly still, the general's breathing pattern slow and measured, the space between them. Your stance, the general said. I don't recognize it. Not mountain style, not modern military. His eyes narrowed. Something prehistoric. Patrick shifted his weight, his hands rising in a guard that has no obvious aggression, open palms, relaxed shoulders, but his feet positioned were sort of relaxed. The general's expression shifted into something darker, recognition without understanding. Show me, he said. Then he moved, not a rush. A measured advance, his lead foot sliding forward to test distance. His hands rose in traditional mountain guard, one high, one low, protecting centerline and ribs simultaneously. Patrick held his ground. The general stepped again, closing to striking range. His right hand flickered out a jab, testing Patrick's reaction speed. Patrick's head shifted 2 inches. The fist passed through empty air. The general's eyes registered the movement, fast, faster than expected. He pressed forward with a combination jab, cross, low kick targeting Patrick's lead leg. Patrick slipped the jab, deflected the cross with his forearm, and lifted his knee to check the kick. The impact of shin meeting shin echoed through the room. Neither man made a sound. They separated, resetting distance. The general's eyes tracked Patrick's footwork. No wasted movement, weight distribution perfect. You don't fight like a young man, the general said. Young men rush, they test, they waste motion. He came again, faster now. 3 strikes in rapid succession, high, middle, low, forcing Patrick to defend multiple levels. Patrick's hands moved in tight, efficient arcs, redirecting each strike past his centerline. No blocking, no absorbing impact, pure deflection. The general's 4th strike, a palm heel toward Patrick's sternum, found nothing but air as Patrick rotated his back, letting the attack slide past his ribs. Patrick's counter came instantly, a precise palm strike toward the general's floating ribs. The general twisted away, but Patrick's hand grazed flesh, not damaged contact. The general's expression shifted. He'd felt the accuracy behind that strike, the exact placement, the controlled power that could have broken bone if Patrick had committed full contact. You're holding back, the general said. So are you. The general smiled, genuine, almost pleased. Then he stopped holding back. He exploded forward with combinations that carried decades of refined technique strikes that flowed from hands to elbows to knees without pause, each attack setting up the next. Traditional mountain fighting mixed with practical brutality. Patrick gave ground, his defense working constantly. Deflect, redirect, slip. His footwork carried him in tight circles, never retreating in straight lines, always maintaining angle. The general pressed harder. A high roundhouse kick toward Patrick's temple forced Patrick to duck. The general's follow-through brought his other leg up a jumping knee strike toward Patrick's lowered head. Patrick rolled forward beneath the knee, came up inside the general's guard. His palm drove toward the general's solar plexus. The general twisted desperately. Patrick's strike caught his ribs instead. Hard impact, not full power, but enough. The general gasped, stumbling back. His hand pressed against his side. But he didn't stop. He reset his stance, breathing through the pain. Good, he managed. Very good. They faced each other again, the general bleeding internally from bruised ribs, Patrick untouched but breathing harder from sustained defense. The watching men remained utterly silent. This wasn't combat anymore. This was mastery testing mastery. The general came again, but differently now, more cautious, more calculated. He feinted high, struck low. Feinted left, was struck right, trying to break Patrick's defensive rhythm. Patrick read each feint. His body responded before his mind processed the information. Years of training with Shan had embedded the patterns so deep they existed below conscious thought. The general's fist shot toward Patrick's jaw. Patrick's head moved. The fist grazed his ear. Patrick's counter, a knife hand toward the general's throat, stopped 1 inch from contact. Control. Absolute control. The general froze. He'd seen the strike coming but knew he couldn't stop it. Only Patrick's restraint had prevented his throat from collapsing. They stood motionless. Patrick's hand extended, the general's breathing sharp against Patrick's palm. "You could have killed me just now," the general said quietly. Patrick withdrew his hand slowly. The general stepped back, his expression complex. Respect, confusion, and something else, the recognition that he'd just witnessed something rare. "Who are you, Patrick Khan?" The general's voice carried genuine curiosity beneath the respect. Patrick's breathing steadied, his hand lowered slowly. "Someone who came for answers." "Answers?" The general's eyes narrowed. "From the boss?" "Yes." The general studied him for a long moment. Then he straightened, his hand still pressed against his bruised ribs. Pain carved lines deeper into his weathered face. "They're not here," he said finally. "The boss left yesterday, took the monk with him." Patrick's expression didn't change. "Where?" "I don't know." The general moved to where his coat lay folded, lifting it slowly. "The monk said he knew a place, safe, hidden. The boss trusted him." He pulled the coat on slowly. "That's all I was told." Patrick absorbed this. The boss, moving ahead of pursuit, taking the monk. Patrick's hand moved to his sword, then went away. "I won't leave this mountain until he's dead." The general studied Patrick's face, reading absolutely certainty there. "Take food," the general said finally. "Fresh bandages, whatever you need from the compound." He gestured to his men. "No one will stop you." Patrick studied the general's face, reading truth there. And something else, the quiet respect of one warrior acknowledging another's path, even when that path led to destruction. "Why?" Patrick asked. "Because you remind me of who I used to be," the general's reply. "Before the money, before serving men like the boss." Patrick nodded once. He walked out into the cold night air. The compound lay quietly around him, bodies of the guards he'd killed still scattered across blood-stained snow. But the remaining men, the general's soldiers, watched from doorways and windows, without hostility, simply watching. Patrick moved quickly to the storage shed. Inside, Leon sat propped against rice bags, her face pale beneath controlled breathing. The bandage around her shoulder showed fresh blood seeping through. "We're leaving," Patrick said, kneeling beside her. "The general?" "Made his choice." Patrick checked her bandage, assessing the damage. "Can you walk?" "I think so." But when she tried to stand, her legs trembled badly. blood loss and shock taking their toll faster than had anticipated. Patrick didn't hesitate. He lifted her carefully, one arm beneath her knees, the other supporting her back. She weighed almost nothing against his strength. "My pack," Leon managed. Patrick grabbed both packs with his free hand, slinging them over one shoulder awkwardly. The weight pulled, but he adjusted his balance and moved toward the door. Outside, the general stood waiting. He held out a bundle wrapped leather containing supplies. "Bandages," he said. "Antibiotics, pain medicine." His eyes moved to Leon's pale face. Patrick accepted the bundle, tucking it against Leon's body where she could hold it. "The path down," Patrick said. "Which way is fastest?" The general pointed northeast, toward a trail barely visible in the darkness. "Follows the stream, steeper than the main route but cuts an hour off the descent." Patrick memorized the information. Then he walked toward the indicated trail, Leon secure in his arms, both packs weighing on his shoulder. The general's voice followed him. "Patrick Khan." Patrick stopped but didn't turn. "When you find the boss and the monk," the general continued, "remember that the monk fights like you do." His voice carried warning. "He won't be easy to kill." Patrick said nothing. He simply continued walking. Leon's head rested against his shoulder, her consciousness drifting. She'd stopped moving 10 minutes ago, conserving what strength remained. Patrick descended faster now, closing distance to Ganba village despite exhaustion and burden. Above and behind him, the last compound disappeared into shadow. Ahead, 2 hunters remained, the boss who'd taken everything, and Brother Hale, the monk who carried discipline, twisted into violence, and the mountain night stretched endlessly around him. Whispers of the mountain ghost. Ganba knelt in his garden when Patrick emerged from the tree line. The old trader's hands were still in the soil, his eyes open wide. Patrick walked toward him, fast-stepped despite the weight across his back. Blood covered him, dried and dark against his clothing. More blood than one person could lose and survive. Not his blood. Behind Patrick, the village stirred. Doors opened, faces appeared, fingers pointed. The mountain ghost had returned. Ganba stood slowly, wiping dirt from his hands. His expression revealed nothing, but his eyes tracked Patrick's movement, reading exhaustion in shoulders that wouldn't quite straighten, seeing pain beneath control. "Inside," Ganba said quietly. Patrick entered the small house. The warmth hit immediately, familiar after cold mountain nights. He lowered himself carefully, letting Leon's weight settle onto the wooden table Ganba had cleared quickly. Her head to the side, consciousness drifting. Ganba moved to her immediately, his hands finding the pulse point at her throat, his fingers pressed, counting. Then moved to her shoulder, peeling back the blood-soaked bandaging Patrick had applied. The wound beneath showed torn tissue, deep cut. Blood welled fresh when the cloth pulled free. "How long ago?" Ganba asked, his attention fixed on the injury. "Long time. Too long." Patrick's voice carried the flat exhaustion. Ganba grunted. He moved to his cabinet, pulling out supplies, clean cloth, the wooden box with its healing paste, a leather roll that unfolded to reveal curved needles. He spread everything on the table beside Leon's still form. "Boil water," he said without looking at Patrick. "Large pot." Patrick moved to the fire, his body responding while his mind remained somewhere else. He filled the pot from the clay jug, hung it over flames that Ganba had already coaxed higher. The village filtered through the walls, voices carrying across the cold air, the news spreading of the mountain ghost arrival. The ghost walked through Ganba's door, carrying a wounded woman, covered in blood. Ganba worked methodically. He cleaned Leon's wound with cloth dipped in something that smelled sharp and medicinal. Her body jerked, consciousness surfacing briefly with the pain. "Hold her shoulders," Ganba said. Patrick moved to the table's head, his hands settling gently but firmly on Leon's shoulders. She tried to pull away as Ganba's needle penetrated torn flesh, drawing edges together with precise stitches. Her eyes opened, unfocused. "Patrick," her voice became weak. "I'm here. Did we rest?" His hands held steady as Ganba's needle continued its work. "Just rest." Her eyes closed again, surrendering to exhaustion and blood loss. Ganba finished the stitching, not his first time in decades of mountain emergencies. He applied the healing paste over the closed wound, then wrapped clean bandaging around her shoulder and across her chest, securing everything tight. "Blood loss," Gamba said quietly, checking her pulse again. "Not critical yet, but close. She needs fluids. Rest." He looked up at Patrick. "And proper care beyond what I can offer here." Patrick nodded once. Gamba pulled a small wooden case, opening it to reveal glass vials in a leather pouch. He withdrew one vial, holding it up to the light, clear liquid inside. "Antibiotics," he explained. "The real kind, not mountain medicine." He didn't finish. The needle entered Leon's arm. She didn't stir. "She'll need another dose in 12 hours, Gamba said, packing the medical kit. "And someone needs to watch her through the night, if fever develops." "I'll watch her." Gamba studied Patrick's face, reading determination beneath exhaustion. "You need rest, too. After." The old trader didn't argue. He'd seen that expression before, in other fighters, in other men who pushed past what bodies were meant to take. He moved to Patrick, gesturing at the blood covering him. "Clean up," Gamba said. "Then eat. You're no good to her dead." Patrick looked down at himself. The blood had soaked through his clothing in places, dried stiff in others. His hands showed dark stains between fingers, under nails. Gamba prepared a basin with hot water from the pot Patrick had boiled. He set it on the smaller table with clean cloth and harsh soap. Patrick removed his shirt slowly. His shoulder hurt each movement, but the swelling had reduced. He washed mechanically, cloth across skin, water turning pink, then red. Clean cloth. More water. The pendant swung free as he leaned forward, catching firelight. Gamba's eyes fixed on it again. His expression shifted. "You still wear it openly," he said quietly. Patrick's hand moved to the pendant, fingers closing around familiar stone. "Word will spread," Gamba said. "Already spreading. The mountain ghost, the one who survived." He paused. "Some will see it as honor, recognition from a master." His eyes hardened. "Others will see challenge, proof that outsider was taught secrets." Patrick released the pendant, letting it rest against his chest. Gamba studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly, accepting the choice. Patrick finished washing, pulling on the clean shirt Gamba offered. Gamba ladled soup into a bowl, setting it before Patrick at the table. Steam rose, carrying scent of meat and mountain herbs. "Eat," the old trader commanded, "then tell me what happened." Patrick ate slowly, each spoonful deliberate. The warmth spread through his chest, fighting the cold that had settled deep in his bones. When he finished half the bowl, he set the spoon down. "The compound was a trap," he said. "The guards we eliminated were bait. Jin Luo was also around." Ganba's expression darkened. "Jin Luo, the chain man." "Yes? And?" "He ran, wounded. His guards didn't." Silence settled between them. Gamba's eyes moved to the blood still darkening Patrick's boots despite the washing. "All of them?" he asked quietly. "Most of them." The old trader absorbed this, his hands wrapped around his teacup. "And the general?" Patrick met his eyes. "We fought, hand to hand. He's alive." Gamba leaned forward slightly. "Why?" "Because he offered honor. One fight. Clean," Patrick said. "He could have sent all his men, could have overwhelmed us through numbers. He didn't." "The old code," Gamba said softly. "I didn't think anyone remembered it anymore." "He does. And you spared him for it." Patrick nodded once. Gamba sat back, processing. Outside, the village continued its quiet chaos, the mountain adjusting to new reality. "The boss wasn't there," Patrick continued. "The general said he left, took the monk, went somewhere hidden." "The monk," Gamba repeated. His expression grew darker. "Brother Hale." Gamba set his cup down carefully. "Everyone in these mountains knows him. He was monastery student, many years before you." Patrick's hand stilled on his spoon. "Older than you," Gamba continued, "by 30 years, maybe more. Trained in the same discipline, the same forms." He paused. "But something broke inside him, some teachings he couldn't accept. Came to the mountain, started taking contracts." "For the boss?" "Yes." The boss recognized what he was, saw the value in someone who could move like that, who could kill anyone. Ganba's voice dropped. They've worked together for years. The monk protects him, handles problems that require discretion. Patrick's mind worked through implications. The boss had someone trained by the same skills, someone who understood the same principles, the same discipline, someone who might recognize Patrick's movement, his training, his nature. Where would they go? Patrick asked. Ganba rose slowly, moving to the shelf where his map remained spread. His finger traced mountain paths, searching. If the monk suggested it, his finger stopped on a location deep in the northern peaks. Here, the old monastery. Patrick stood, moving to study the marked location, remote, defensible, isolated from villages and trade routes. It's been empty for years, Ganba continued. His eyes met Patrick's. If the monk took the boss there, it's because he knows that ground, know every room, every approach, every place where advantage exists. Patrick committed the location to memory. The path, the distance, the terrain. How long? He asked. 2 days, maybe more if weather turns. Ganba's expression hardened. And it will turn. Storm's coming. I can smell it in the wind. Patrick looked toward the window where darkness pressed against shutters. His body felt the truth of Ganba's words. The temperature is dropping. The pressure is shifting. Mountain weather is starting to change. She can't travel, Ganba said, gesturing toward Leon's unconscious form. Not for days, maybe a week. Patrick moved back to the table, looking down at Leon. Her face had regained slight color, the initial shock passing, but her breathing remained shallow. Her body fights damage and blood loss. Ganba studied him. The monk will be ready. He'll know you're coming. Yes. Ganba moved to the cabinet again, reaching the very back, pulling out something wrapped in oiled cloth. He set it on the table, unwrapping layers carefully. Inside lay a sword, not mountain sword. This was different. The blade showed Damascus patterns, folded steel creating ripples. The guard was simple but elegant. The handle is wrapped in ray skin beneath dark cord. This belonged to Shan, Ganba said quietly. He left it here, years ago, said someone would come for it eventually. Patrick's hand moved toward the weapon, then stopped. He meant you, Ganba continued. The boy who survived, the one he trained in isolation, the one who carried his teaching back into the world. Patrick's fingers closed around the handle. The grip settled into his palm like it had been shaped specifically for his hand. Why do you have it? Patrick asked. Because Shan knew, Ganba said simply. Knew you'd come back. Knew you'd need it when you did. Patrick drew the blade slowly. Steel sang. The edge showed no imperfection, no wear, maintained perfectly despite years of storage. When you face the monk, Ganba said quietly, you'll need every advantage, every tool, every lesson Shan taught you. Patrick held the blade up, watching light play across the steel. The monk is older, Ganba continued, more experienced. He's used the discipline in ways you haven't, killed with it, refined it through violence. Patrick lowered the sword slowly. But he broke from the teaching, Ganba added, used it for profit, for power. Patrick sheathed the blade carefully. He set it on the table beside his own weapon. 2 swords now, one that had carried him through compounds and violence, one that had waited for him to return. Rest, Ganba said. Both of you. The mountain will still be there tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that. Patrick moved to the bed Ganba had prepared in the small back room, but before lying down, he positioned himself where he could see the main room, where he could watch Leon's breathing, monitor for changes. Ganba understood. He settled into his chair near the fire. Outside, the village had gone quiet, the excitement fading, life returning to its familiar patterns, and somewhere in the northern peaks, in an abandoned monastery where discipline was born and broken, the final hunters waited. The boss who had ordered everything, and the monk who had trained with the same master. Tomorrow Patrick will rest, would let his body recover, would watch Leon heal. But the day after, or the day after that, the path would pull him north again, toward the old monastery, toward the end. His hand found the pendant beneath his shirt, first wear by Shan, now by him. Recognition of something passed down, Patrick's fall asleep quickly. The room remained still. Ganba's breathing came slowly and steadily from his chair near the dying fire. Leon lay motionless in the other room, her chest rising and falling in the shallow rhythm of healing sleep. Outside, the village held the silence that came before dawn. Patrick rose carefully. He dressed in the clothes Ganba had cleaned. The blood had come out mostly, but dark stains remained in the fabrics. Evidence wouldn't wash away. The pendant settled cold against his chest as he pulled his shirt closed. Patrick moved to the door, opening it slowly. The hinges made no sound. He stepped outside into air that bit through clothing immediately. The cold hit his face like a blade. He closed his eyes. For a moment, he stood on different grounds, higher, steeper, the monastery courtyard where Shan had watched him train every morning for years. The memory settled over him. Patrick moved to the open space beside Ganba's garden. His feet found their positions without thought, muscle memory taking over. His breathing deepened, slowed. Each exhale releases tension, each inhales drawing focus inward. He began. The movements flowed, controlled. Each transition is perfect. His injured shoulder pulled, but he worked through it, stretching torn tissue carefully. Strike, block, step, turn. The forms Shan had beaten into him until they became more natural than walking. Patrick's hands moved through empty air, but in his mind's eye, he fought opponents, tested balance, refined timing. The physical meditation that had shaped him from broken child into something else, something dangerous. Time disappeared. His body moved while his mind emptied completely. No past, no future, only the present moment's perfect execution. When he finally stopped, the sky had begun to gray, the darkness retreating slowly toward the sunrise. Patrick settled onto the cold ground, crossing his legs in the meditation posture Shan had insisted upon every sunrise. His breathing steadied completely. In, out, in, out. The world around him came alive with sound, wind moving through distant trees, a stream somewhere below the village. Birds began their morning conversations. The sun broke over the eastern ridge. Light spilled across the village in slow waves, touching rooftops first, then walls, finally reaching the ground where Patrick sat. He opened his eyes as warmth touched his face. Doors began opening. Voices carried across cold air. The village waking to another day of survival and routine. Patrick stood slowly, his body warm despite the freezing temperature. The meditation had burned away the surface exhaustion, revealing the deeper reserves beneath. He walked back inside. The smell of tea reached him before he'd fully entered. Sharp, familiar, mountain herbs mixed. Ganba stood at his small stove, pouring hot water into 2 cups. He glanced at Patrick, then back to his work. "Watched you from the window," Ganba said quietly. "Those forms. Haven't seen them in years." Patrick moved to the table, accepting the cup Ganba offered. "Shan taught you well." Ganba settled into his chair with his own tea. His eyes studied Patrick over the steam. Patrick drank, letting the heat spread through his chest. Movement in the other room drew both their attention. Leon emerged slowly, one hand braced against the doorframe. Her face still showed paleness, but her eyes were clear. Alert. "You should rest," Patrick said. "I've rested." She moved to the table carefully, lowering herself into a chair. "How long I was out?" "Until morning, about a full day." Ganba poured a 3rd cup, setting it before Leon. She wrapped both hands around the warmth. "Your shoulder," Patrick continued. "Ganba stitched it, gave you antibiotics, but you lost blood. A lot of it." Leon's hand moved to the bandaging beneath her shirt, feeling the neat wrapping. Her medical training assessed the injury without seeing it. Deep tissue damage, muscle torn, but clean work on the closure. "Thank you," she said to Ganba. The old trader nodded once. Silence settled. They drank tea while morning light strengthened outside. Patrick set his cup down. "The boss is at the old monastery, 2 days north. The monk took him there." Leon's eyes sharpened despite her weakness. "How do you know?" "The general told me." "You talked to him?" "We fought." Patrick's voice remained flat. "He survived. Told me the boss left with the monk and Ganba figure where they are heading." Leon absorbed this. "And then you left." "Yes?" She studied his face, reading the decision that had already been made. I'm going alone, Patrick said. You'll stay here, recover. No, Leon's voice carried immediate protest. You can barely stand. Patrick's tone allowed no argument. You lost too much blood. Your shoulder needs time. In 3 days. In 3 days, you'll still be weak. Patrick leaned forward slightly. And I won't risk you dying in those mountains because your body couldn't hold through another fight. Leon's jaw tightened. Her hands were clenched around the teacup, but her face showed the truth beneath her protest. She knew he was right, knew her body's limitations even as her mind rejected them. Contact Chen, Patrick continued. Tell him to find an extraction point near here, somewhere hidden. We leave in a week. A week? Leon's voice carried something dark. You think this ends in a week? Patrick's expression didn't change. It ends when the boss is dead. And if he's already gone? If the monk moves him before you get there? Then I keep hunting. The words settled heavy between them. Ganba spoke quietly. The boss might leave. The mountain isn't kind this time of year. Storms are coming. He won't stay longer than he has to. Patrick's hand moved to the pendant beneath his shirt. Then I won't waste time. Leon tried to stand. Her legs shook badly, refusing to support her weight. She fell back into the chair, breathing hard, her face flushing with frustration and shame. Patrick watched without expression, not cruel, simply factual. You see, he said quietly. Leon's hand pressed against the table. Logic against pride. She knew recovery timelines, knew blood loss effects, knew her body couldn't survive what was coming. Finally, she nodded, accepting reality. Contact Chen today, Patrick said. Make sure the extraction is ready. And you? I leave tonight. Patrick stood slowly. The storm Ganba mentioned will come tomorrow or the day after. I want to reach the monastery path before it hits. Ganba studied him. Traveling during a storm is death. So is waiting. Patrick moved to where his packs lay, beginning to sort through supplies. The boss won't expect pursuit this fast. He thinks I'm trapped by weather. Ganba rose slowly, moving to his cabinet. He pulled out dried meat, preserved vegetables, rice cakes wrapped in oiled paper. Mountain food are designed for extended travel in harsh conditions. Take these, he said, setting them on the table. And this. He produced a small metal flask. Medicine for pain. Don't use it unless you must. Patrick accepted both, packing them carefully. The path to the old monastery, Ganba continued. It splits twice. First at the red marker stones. Take the left path. Second at the frozen waterfall. Take right. Patrick memorized the information. And Patrick, Ganba's expression hardened. The monk knows that ground better than anyone alive. He trained there. He knows every stone, every hiding place. I know. Do you? Ganba's voice carried unexpected intensity. Because walking into that monastery alone is how you die. The monk doesn't fight fair. He fights smartly. He'll use everything he knows against you. Patrick's hand rested on his pack. Then I'll have to be smarter. Ganba studied him for a long moment. Then he moved to retrieving Shan's sword, the blade he'd given Patrick the night before. Ganba said quietly. Now it belongs to you. Use it well. Patrick accepted the weapon, feeling its weight settles across his back beside his own blade. Leon watched from her chair, her face carrying the frustration of forced inaction. Be careful. Patrick looked at her. I'll see you in a few days. Not goodbye, not farewell. Simple statement of return. Patrick moved through the darkness at a pace that would break most men. The mountain path stretched ahead, barely visible under starlight. His legs burned, his lungs pulled cold air in measured rhythm. The weight across his back, both swords, supplies, everything he'd need settled into familiar pressure. He'd left Ganba's village as the sun fell. Now, midnight had passed, and he continued climbing. Left at the red marker stones. The painted rocks appeared through the trees exactly where Ganba promised. Patrick took the left fork without slowing, his boots finding spot on loose stone and frozen earth. The wind picked up. Snow began falling. Not the gentle drift of mountain beauty, the storm Ganba had predicted. Patrick pushed harder. His breathing stayed controlled despite the pace. Years of high-altitude training prepared him for this. The mountain might kill unprepared travelers, but he wasn't unprepared. He was home. The path narrowed. Cliffs rose on his right, darkness dropping away to his left. One misstep meant falling, but Patrick's feet knew this terrain. Different rocks, different trails, but the same principles, same awareness. Hours disappeared into movement. Step, breathe, step, breathe. The frozen waterfall emerged from the storm like a ghost. Ice cascaded down rock face in permanent suspension, caught mid-flow by temperature that wouldn't release until spring, right at the frozen waterfall. Patrick took the right path, leaving the main trail behind. Patrick found an overhang. Not quite a cave, but deep enough to provide shelter from the worst weather. He settled beneath rock that had probably sheltered travelers for centuries, perfect for hiding. The storm intensified. Snow covered everything now, making each step uncertain. Visibility dropped to arm's length. The wind howled through narrow passages between cliffs. He didn't sleep, just rested. Let his body recover while his mind stayed alert to sounds beyond the storm. When dawn approached, the snow stopped. The wind died. The mountain exhaled, finished with the storm for now. Patrick emerged into gray morning light. The path ahead showed fresh snow covering old tracks. Nothing moved through here recently. He continued climbing. By late afternoon on the second day, the monastery appeared. Stone walls emerged from trees and rock like they'd grown there naturally. The structure sat on a plateau carved from the mountain itself, protected by cliffs on three sides, and the narrow approach Patrick now studied. No guards visible, no movement, no smoke from fires. The place looked abandoned. Patrick knew better. He circled wide, staying in tree cover, observing from multiple angles. The main gate sat closed but not barred. Windows showed darkness inside. The courtyard remained empty. The monk and the boss were here. Somewhere. Patrick found shelter in a small cave system below the monastery, far enough away to avoid detection, close enough to watch. He settled in as darkness returned, eating cold meat, drinking from his water flask. Rest came easier now. His body had adjusted to the pace. The mountain had accepted him back. When his eyes opened, light filtered through the cave entrance. Morning had arrived. Patrick moved to the open space outside. His breathing deepened. The forms flowed. Each movement is precise, each transition controlled. Strike, block, step, turn. Shan's teaching alive in his body. When he finished, Patrick settled into meditation. Crossed legs, straight spine, hands resting on his knees. The world simplified. Breathing, heartbeat. Awareness expanded outward until he felt the mountain itself. His eyes opened. Patrick stood slowly, checking his weapons. Both swords are secure. The knife at his belt. Everything is positioned for quick access. The pendant rested against his chest, stone carrying warmth from his body. He looked toward the monastery above. Stone walls, empty courtyard, where the monk had learned the same lessons, then corrupted them. Patrick began walking up the path, toward the old monastery, toward the final confrontation, the final showdown. Patrick's boots crossed the threshold. The gate stood open, welcoming but empty. His eyes adjusted to the light. The entrance hall stretched ahead, no decoration, just stone and shadow. He moved forward. His breathing remained slow and controlled, awareness of what was in front of him. Listening. The courtyard opened before him. Square, centered, surrounded by covered walkways where monks had once walked. A figure sat in the center, back turned toward the entrance. The monk's hair fell to his shoulders, tied back with simple cord. Dark robes draped across shoulders. His staff rested beside him, deliberately placed beyond immediate reach. Patrick circled slowly, his steps silent on stone. He moved around the courtyard's edge until he faced the monk directly. Brother Hale didn't look up. His eyes remained closed, hands resting on his knees in meditation posture. Patrick studied him. Older than expected. Lines carved deep around eyes and mouth, scars visible on his hands, but his breathing showed perfect control, his posture straight in absolute discipline. Recognition settled in Patrick's chest. This man had learned and mastered the same forms, had walked the same path before choosing violence. Patrick removed his pack carefully, setting it aside. Both swords followed, placed within reach but not in hand. He settled onto the stone facing the monk, crossing his legs, mirroring the meditation posture. Silence held between them. Minutes passed. The wind moved through empty corridors. Somewhere distant, a shutter creaked. Brother Hale's eyes opened. He studied Patrick's face with calm detachment, reading what sat before him. Young, controlled, carrying familiar discipline in his stillness. "You move like a monk," the monk said quietly. Patrick said nothing. "I heard the stories. The mountain ghost. The boy who survived the mountain." Brother Hale's expression remained neutral. "I didn't believe them. Thought they were village superstition." Brother Hale studied Patrick thoughtfully, a flicker of curiosity in his calm eyes. "You've become a legend among the villagers," he said, his voice steady. "They speak of a boy who emerged from the mountains shaped by solitude." Patrick shrugged, the corners of his mouth hinting at a faint smile. "Legends are built on fragments of truth and imagination. I'm just a survivor." "But survivors carry stories," Brother Hale countered. "They're weighed down by more than just their past. I wonder what tales you've brought back with you." Patrick shifted slightly, his expression reflecting a mixture of amusement and caution. "Some stories are better left untold. They're not all about heroism. Many carry darkness." Brother Hale's stare remained steady. "Darkness gives shape to the light, but it can be a burden. Have you figured out which part of your story you want to share?" "Perhaps only the parts that teach," Patrick replied, his tone measured. "What good is it if it doesn't serve a purpose?" "Purpose can be a heavy chain," Brother Hale remarked quietly, "especially when others attach their expectations to you. How do you carry it?" "Carefully," Patrick said, his voice a whisper in the cold air. "I'm learning to navigate without losing myself in others' tales." The monk's eyes hardened. "I adapted it, made it practical, useful in the real world instead of isolated meditation." "You corrupted it?" Brother Hale laughed, the sound carrying no humor. "Corrupted? I survived. I thrived. Everything I learned about control, about precision, about ending conflict, I used it, made it matter." He leaned forward slightly. "And I can teach you the same. Show you what those skills become when freed from pointless philosophy." His voice carried invitation. "Join me. Work with the boss. You'd be valuable, respected, paid beyond what most men see in lifetimes." Patrick's expression didn't change. "Think about it," Brother Hale pressed. "You're young, strong. You've already proven yourself against trained fighters. Imagine what you could become with proper guidance, real application of your skills." The wind moved through the courtyard. The cold air promised another storm. "Is the boss inside?" Patrick asked. Brother Hale studied him, then nodded once. "Yes. I told him to stay in the main hall until this is finished." "Then go." The monk's eyes narrowed. "Walk away," Patrick continued. "Return to the monastery. Honor your original training, the code you swore before the corruption." Brother Hale's laugh came louder now, genuine surprise mixed with derision. "Honor? You think honor feeds you in these mountains? You think discipline alone keeps you warm through winter storms?" He stood slowly, his movement carrying controlled power despite his age. "The boss showed me reality, showed me what strength actually means when separated from useless meditation." He moved toward his staff, lifting it with practiced ease. "And he'll show you too, after I deliver you to him." Patrick rose to face him, his hands empty but ready. "The boss doesn't want you dead, boy. He wants you to be controlled, useful. He sees potential." Brother Hale's grip tightened on his staff. "I'll break what needs breaking. Then he'll rebuild you properly." Patrick's breathing deepened. The familiar cold clarity descended. "Or," Brother Hale continued, his voice dropping darker, "you die here, and the boss takes his time with that doctor you've been protecting, uses her to draw out your friends, your family, everyone who matters." Patrick's eyes never left the monk's face. "He knows about the grandfather," Brother Hale said, "about the estate, about everyone you've tried to keep safe. You die today, They die tomorrow, slowly, painfully. He smiled without warmth. The boss is very patient when it comes to revenge, especially after you killed his son. The words settled between them. Get ready to die, boy. The monk's voice carried absolute certainty. Patrick stood. His hands remained empty, relaxed at his sides. Brother Hale watched him, reading the choice. Patrick stepped away from his swords, leaving both blades on the cold stone. His movement carried no hesitation. Brother Hale's eyes narrowed. Then he nodded once, respect crossing his face. He leaned his staff against the courtyard wall, rolling his shoulders. They circled. Patrick's breathing settled into the rhythm Shan had drilled into muscle memory. Each inhale extended, each exhale released tension. The cold air sharpened his awareness. Brother Hale moved first. A testing strike, hand driving toward Patrick's centerline. Patrick shifted, minimal movement, redirecting the force past his shoulder. His counter came immediately, palm strike toward the monk's ribs. Brother Hale blocked, his forearm meeting Patrick's wrist with accuracy. They broke apart, circling again. The monk's eyes studied Patrick's stance, his weight distribution, the way his hands remained open but ready. Recognition deepened in his expression. You learned from someone good. Patrick said nothing. Brother Hale lunged forward, faster now, testing Patrick's reactions. A combination came fluid. Years of practice, you can tell by his motion. High strike, low sweep, elbow following through. Patrick moved through the assault, block, deflect, evade. His body responded before his mind processed the threat, Shan's training inside of him so deep it became instinct. He countered with a strike toward Brother Hale's throat. The monk twisted, catching Patrick's wrist, attempting to lock the joint. Patrick's other hand came up, breaking the hold before it could cause any damage. He drove his knee forward, forcing separation. They circled wider now, both breathing harder but controlled. Brother Hale's frustration began showing. His shoulders tensed slightly before each attack. His weight shifted fractionally early, telegraphing intent. Patrick saw each movement before it manifested. No prediction, pure awareness. The monk's body told stories before his hands moved. Memory flashed. Shan's voice in the frozen courtyard years ago, patient and relentless. Feel the shift before the strike. Read intention in breath and balance. Brother Hale attacked again, combinations flowing faster, trying to overwhelm Patrick's defense through sheer volume. Patrick absorbed each strike, redirected force, countered when openings appeared, his movements never wasting energy. The monk's breathing grew heavier. Age and accumulated injuries started showing. His combinations lost crispness, gaps appearing in his defense. Patrick pressed forward. A faint high drew Brother Hale's guard up. Patrick's real strike came low, driving into the monk's ribs with accurate force. Brother Hale staggered, recovering quickly but pain flickering across his face. They separated again. Brother Hale's jaw tightened, frustration hardening into something darker. He moved suddenly, breaking the engagement, striding toward his sword. Patrick turned, walking to his swords. His hand closed around the grip of his own blade. Shan's sword remained on the ground. Brother Hale lifted his sword, swinging as it cut air. He spun it once, displaying control, then settled into guard position. Patrick drew his sword. The blade whispered free. They circled again. Different now. Distance increased. Both weapons extended their reach, changed the shape of this fight. Brother Hale struck first, sword sweeping low toward Patrick's legs. Patrick jumped back, sword deflecting the follow-up thrust aimed at his chest. Metal struck reinforced wood with sharp crack. The monk pressed forward, sword moving in complex patterns, attacking from multiple angles, high, low, center. Each strike carried decades of training. Patrick's sword met each attack, blade work precise, never overcommitting. He read the rhythm, found the gaps, countered when Brother Hale's momentum left him vulnerable. Their weapons clashed repeatedly, the sounds echoing across empty stone. Patrick drove forward, forcing Brother Hale back toward the courtyard center. His strikes came faster now, testing the monk's defense, looking for weakness. Brother Hale blocked, redirected, but his breathing heavy now. Sweat beaded on his forehead despite the cold. Patrick moves left. The monk committed to the block. Patrick's real attack came from the right, blade cutting across Brother Hale's arm, opening a shallow wound. The monk hissed, staggering back. Patrick pressed. Another combination. High slash, low thrust, spinning strike that Brother Hale barely deflected. The monk's sword swept wide, desperate now, trying to create space. Patrick moved inside the arc, too close for the sword reach. His sword point drove forward. Brother Hale twisted violently, dropping his sword, his hand shooting out to grab Patrick's shirt. The fabric tore slightly. Something swung free from beneath Patrick's collar. Shan pendant caught light, ancient symbol spinning on its cord. Brother Hale froze. His eyes locked on the pendant, all aggression draining from his posture. His face went pale. "How did you get that?" Patrick stepped back, creating distance, his free hand moving to the pendant. Brother Hale's stare remained fixed on the pendant, confusion, and something deeper, recognition or fear, crossing his face. His guard dropped completely, sword forgotten at his feet. "That pendant, only student of Master Shan." His voice carried shock. "Who are you?" Patrick's hand moved. He bent quickly, fingers closing around Shan's sword. The blade came up smoothly, weight different from his own weapon but familiar weight from hours of monastery practice. Brother Hale's face changed again, understanding dawning cold and final. The pendant, the sword, the precision of Patrick's movements. "No, you can't be." Patrick moved forward, both swords in hand now, Shan's blade extended. Brother Hale reached for his sword, survival instinct, overwhelming shock. Too slow, too late. His mind still processing what the pendant meant, what the sword meant, who Patrick was. Patrick struck. Shan's blade drove forward with absolute accuracy, cutting the monk's chest deep slice through the bones. Brother Hale staggered. His hand reached toward the pendant one last time, not in attack, but recognition. His knees buckled. He fell. His body hit the ground face first. Patrick stood over him, both swords held ready, breathing controlled. He watched until Brother Hale's chest stopped moving, until absolute stillness confirmed what had ended. The courtyard held silence. Wind moved through empty walkways, carrying cold promise of continued winter. A sound broke the quiet. Movement from across the courtyard. Patrick's head turned. A figure stood in the shadow of the covered walkway near the meditation hall. Older man, dark suit, gray hair immaculate despite mountain weather, hands visible, empty, held slightly away from his body. The boss. His eyes fixed on Patrick, reading what stood before him. The two swords. The blood. Brother Hale's body cooling on stone floor. The pendant is still visible against Patrick's chest. Fear flickered across the boss's face. Controlled, but unmistakable. Patrick's grip tightened on both swords. Shan's blade still carried Brother Hale's blood. His own weapon remained clean, ready. He stepped forward. Patrick moved across the courtyard. Both swords are still in hand. The boss remained still, hands visible. His eyes tracked Patrick's approach, but his feet stayed planted, calculating, reading what came toward him. "Your son," Patrick said. The boss's jaw tightened. Nothing else moved. "He collected money from a restaurant. 2 women trying to survive." Patrick stopped 10 feet away. "Protection money." "Everyone pays." The boss's voice carried no apology. "In this mountain, in the city, everyone contributes to order." "Order?" "Yes." The boss straightened slightly. "Structure, system. Without it, there's only chaos." Patrick's grip shifted on both swords. "I left, walked away from the city, from all of it. And I sent people after you." The boss's expression hardened. "You disrespected us. The Triad never forgives that." "You're not part of the Triad." Silence dropped between them, heavy and absolute. The boss's eyes narrowed. "Careful, boy. Even to them, you're a traitor." Patrick's voice remained level. "You took their methods, their reputation, built your own empire using their name." He stepped closer. "You made this personal when you killed Mike." He was in the way. The boss's hands lowered slightly, casual dismissal in the gesture. "Protecting you, interfering with us. What did you expect?" Patrick's breathing deepened. "The girls," his voice dropped. "Were they in the way? 2 women running a restaurant. You kidnapped them, threw them in a hole in the ground." The boss laughed. The sound echoed across empty stone, genuine amusement mixing with contempt. "You think this is about them?" He shook his head. "Boy, you understand nothing about leverage." Patrick's hands tightened on both sword grips. "I know your weakness now." The boss's smile widened. You care about those girls, about your friends, about all the soft connections that make men vulnerable." He gestured toward the monastery around them. "And you came exactly where I wanted you, where I held them, where you're isolated, exposed." They were innocent. The boss's laughter came harder now, real mockery in the sound. Innocent? No one is innocent. Everyone serves a purpose. Everyone can be used. His eyes locked Patrick's face. "Those girls brought you here. That protect the doctor? She'll bring you somewhere else when I need it. Your grandfather? Another lever to pull when the time comes." Heat flooded Patrick's chest. The discipline Shan had built, the control that had held through years of isolation, began cracking. "You think you're different?" The boss pressed forward verbally, sensing the shift. "You think killing my son, killing Brother Hale, killing everyone I've sent makes you special? You're just another weapon, and weapons get used or they get destroyed." Patrick's jaw was clenched, his shoulders tense. Everything Shan had taught about stillness, about separating emotion from action, began breaking up under the boss's words. "I'll find every person you care about." The boss's voice dropped lower, intimate and threatening. "That doctor, your grandfather, the restaurant women, everyone, and I'll use them, break them, make them scream until you come running exactly where I want you." Patrick's head turned slightly. Movement caught at the edge of his vision, reflection in the meditation hall's wooden frame, light sliding across metal. The boss's hand moved. A small pistol appeared from inside his jacket, compact, deadly at this range. His finger found the trigger. Patrick spun. The world slowed, not supernatural, pure trained reaction, his body moving before conscious thought could interfere. Shan's sword swept horizontal. The blade caught light as it cut through cold air. The boss's eyes widened, his finger squeezed. The gun fired. The shot went wide, cracking stone beside Patrick's head. Shan's blade connected with the boss's neck. Steel cut deep, cutting through flesh, through bone, through everything that held life in place. The boss's head separated. His body remained standing for a heartbeat, suspended in the moment between living and dead. Then his knees buckled. His headless body collapsed forward. His head hit stone first, rolling twice before stopping. Blood spread across the stone, mixing with Brother Hale's, soaking into cracks that had held rain and snow for centuries. Patrick stood motionless, both swords still raised, his breathing ragged now, control and returning to normal slowly. The gun lay beside the boss's hand, still loaded, still dangerous to no one. Wind moved through the courtyard. Somewhere distant, a bird called. The monastery held silence, broken only by natural sound. Patrick lowered both swords. His arms felt heavy. His chest ached from breathing too hard, from holding rage that wanted release but found none. He looked at the bodies. The monk who had learned discipline, who had walked paths like his before choosing corruption, before deciding strength, justified violence without purpose. Patrick sheathed his own sword. Shan's blade he cleaned blood from steel and returned it to its sheath with slow respect move. Then he walked toward the meditation hall, leaving the courtyard and its dead behind. Patrick stood on the ridgeline 300 yards from the monastery. His pack rested at his feet. Below, the monastery compound spread across the mountainside, ancient stone, empty courtyards, meditation halls that had held centuries of discipline, and two bodies that would freeze before anyone came looking. Patrick reached into his pack. The flare gun Ganba had insisted he carried emerged, cold metal heavy in his hand. 6 flares remained, more than needed. He loaded the first one, aimed toward the main hall where the boss had waited, where Brother Hale's corruption finally ended. The flare was launched, bright arc through gray sky. It struck the roof, embedded in old wood that hadn't seen proper maintenance in years. Fire caught immediately. Dry timber, ancient beams. The flames spread fast, consuming the structure that had held so much darkness. Patrick loaded the second flare, aimed toward the courtyard. Another arc, another impact, more fire blooming against stone and wood. He fired the remaining flares methodically. Each one finds a different building. Each one ignited something that had already rotted from within. The monastery burned. Smoke rose dark against mountain sky. Flames consumed walkways where monks had once meditated. Fire ate through halls. Patrick watched it burn. His face remained neutral, but something in his chest felt lighter. Not revenge completed. Relief. Patrick shouldered his pack, adjusting the weight across his shoulders. Both swords rested secure on his back. Patrick walks along the ridgeline, following paths only he remembered. Behind him, the monastery continued burning. Fire rose higher, visible for miles. By tomorrow it will be nothing but ash and stone. By next week, snow will cover even that. Patrick walked forward, putting distance between himself and what had ended, moving toward whatever came next. Peace at last. Leon sat alone on Ganba's porch, watching the village return to its rhythm. Her shoulder was still wrapped beneath clean bandages, but the sharp edge of pain had lowered to manageable ache. She could move now. She could move without exhaustion pulling her down. The village had absorbed what happened, old women still whispered as they passed, their eyes sliding toward Ganba's house before looking away. Farmers carried baskets along familiar paths. Children ran between buildings, their laughter carrying across cold air. Life continued. Leon's hand moved unconsciously to her wrapped shoulder, feeling the neat stitch beneath the shirt. 6 months ago, she'd been in a university classroom, worrying about medical exams, about internship placements, about graduation requirements and career paths that felt monumentally important at the time. Now she sat in a remote mountain village after rescue surviving kidnapping, gunfights, assassins. After watching Patrick move through fights, she thought about Patrick's life. Lost as a child in these mountains, surviving the impossible, trained by a master in isolation, returning to a world that didn't know how to hold him. The thoughts of it pressed against her chest. She wondered if he was still alive, or if she'd already seen him for the last time. Movement caught her attention. Ganba emerged from inside, his hands wrapped around a steaming cup. His eyes moved immediately to the mountain ridge, reading something in the terrain that Leon couldn't see. He stood there for a long moment, perfectly still. Then his expression shifted. "There," he said quietly. Leon stood quickly, her shoulder hurt. She followed Ganba's look toward the tree line. A figure emerged from the trees, pack across his back, both swords visible at his sides. Patrick, dirty, tired. His face shows the accumulated exhaustion of days without proper rest, but calm, absolutely calm, as if he'd only gone for a walk. Leon's breath stops for a moment. Relief flooded through her chest. Patrick crossed the open ground toward Ganba's house, his boots leaving tracks in fresh snow. He stopped at the porch steps, looking up at where Leon stood. Their eyes met. "You're late," Leon said. Patrick's head tilted slightly, his expression unchanging. His eyes moved briefly toward the mountains behind him before returning to her face. "I took a different path." That was Patrick. No explanation, no emotion, just simple statement. Leon wanted to ask 1,000 questions about the monastery, about the boss, about what happened in those mountains while she recovered here. He'd done what he wanted to do. The rest didn't matter. Ganba descended the steps slowly, his eyes studying Patrick with the careful assessment of someone who'd seen too many fighters return from mountains. "Come inside," the old trader said. "You need food, rest." Patrick nodded once. He climbed the steps. He stepped onto the house without ceremony. For a long moment, no one spoke. Leon studied him carefully. His clothes carried stains of ash and dried blood. Fresh cuts marked his forearms, and exhaustion rested behind his eyes in a way. Ganba looked at him once, then simply said, "You should wash." Patrick nodded. Inside the small wooden house, nothing had changed. The same worn table, the same kettle, the same rough wooden basin. Patrick removed the clothes that had carried him through the final battle. He washed slowly, letting the mountain water remove days of blood, smoke, and exhaustion. For the first time in weeks, there was no urgency. Leon quietly cleaned and rebandaged the wounds she could reach, while Patrick dressed in the spare clothes Ganba had prepared. "Deep bruising along the ribs," she said. "These cuts need better closure." Patrick remained still under her attention. "You fought someone trained, not a question. Someone who knows what you know." "Yes." She resumed work, wrapping clean bandages with careful pressure. "You're lucky these aren't worse." Outside, Ganba tended the fire. In the small kitchen, rice steamed gently. Fresh vegetables simmered in simple broth. The smell drifted through the open doorway, carrying with it something Patrick had almost forgotten: peace. The three sat together in silence while they ate. No one asked questions. No one spoke about the monastery. Ganba's chopsticks moved steadily. Leon ate slowly, her shoulder still limiting her range of motion. Patrick finished everything placed before him. Only after Patrick finished the last of his tea did Ganba look toward him. "It is over?" Patrick kept his eyes on the cup. "The monastery is gone." Ganba waited. "The boss is dead." Another quiet moment. Patrick nodded. "And the monk?" Patrick's jaw tightened slightly. "He chose to die with it." No triumph entered Patrick's voice. Ganba lowered his eyes. "The mountain has taken back what belonged to it." Patrick said nothing. The silence that followed was heavier than grief. Ganba eventually reached for the teapot, refilling Patrick's cup. "You have had enough." Patrick looked up. "You should sleep." For once, Patrick didn't argue. He finished the tea, rose slowly, and disappeared into the small room. Within minutes, he was asleep. Outside, Ganba and Leon remained on the porch. Neither spoke. The mountains had become quiet again. Stars appeared overhead, sharp and cold in the clear night. Leon pulled her jacket tighter, feeling the mountain wind. "He'll be all right," Ganba said finally. Leon studied the old trader's face. "You've seen others come back from things like this?" "I've seen what the mountain does to men." Ganba's eyes remained fixed on the distant peaks. "Some it breaks, some of it shapes. That boy was shaped long before today." "He's not a boy." "No," Ganba's expression softened slightly. "He stopped being a boy years ago, but he's still learning what that means." Patrick woke before sunrise, though later than he ever had in the mountains. His body felt heavy, muscles slow movement after days of continuous strain. But his mind was clear. The three shared a simple breakfast. The stress of the previous days felt more distant now. Ganba poured tea without comment. Leon ate one-handed, favoring her injured shoulder. A satellite phone vibrated softly on the table. Chen had sent coordinates, a pickup point, no explanations, only time and location. Leon folded the phone closed. "It's time." Ganba secured the remaining supplies. Patrick shouldered the few belongings he intended to keep. Leon took one final look at the village that, for a moment, had become home. When everything was ready, the three began walking toward the meeting point in comfortable silence, leaving the village exactly as quietly as they had entered it. They reached the clearing nearly 20 minutes before the helicopter arrived. Afternoon air carried pine scent. Beyond the ridge, mountains stretched endlessly beneath cloudless sky, untouched by everything that had happened during the past weeks. No one spoke. The sound arrived before the helicopter itself, a low thrum rolling through the valley, growing steadily louder. Patrick straightened first, eyes tracking the distant movement above the tree line. Leon stepped beside him, shielding her eyes against afternoon light. Ganba remained perfectly still, watching the horizon with the patience of someone who'd waited through countless mountain storms. The helicopter crested the ridge, black against pale sky. It circled once low, the pilot reading terrain before committing to landing. Wind exploded across the clearing as the aircraft dropped lower. Snow kicked upward in swirling clouds. Pine branches bent and shuddered. The rotor washes flattened grass and sent loose stones skittering toward the tree line. Patrick turned his shoulder against the blast, one hand securing his pack. The helicopter settled onto the ground. The engine wind down slowly, rotors still spinning as the cabin door slid open. Chen emerged first. He wore the same jacket, the same expression. His eyes swept the clearing once assessment before settling on Patrick and Leon. He nodded once. No words, just acknowledgement. The former detective stepped aside, positioning himself beside the open door, waiting. Patrick removed the satellite phone from his pack along with the spare battery wrapped carefully in cloth. He stepped toward Ganba and placed both in his hands. "If you ever need me," Patrick said quietly, "I'm a phone call away." Ganba looked down at the unfamiliar device before gently trying to hand it back. "I have lived my whole life without one." Patrick didn't move. "Keep it." Ganba studied him for a long moment before allowing himself a small smile. "The villages already speak of the mountain ghost." Patrick remained silent. They say he appeared from the forest, Ganba continued, freed their children, ended a darkness that had lived here for generations, and disappeared again before anyone truly saw him. He looked toward the mountains. They are grateful. Patrick lowered his eyes. Another silence settled between them. Finally, Ganba slipped the phone inside his coat. I suppose an old man can learn one more thing. Patrick allowed himself the faintest hint of a smile. Ganba looked at him carefully. Will you ever return? Patrick lifted his eyes toward the endless mountain peaks that had shaped his life. If the mountain calls, Ganba smiled. It always does. Neither man said another word. Leon stepped forward, her back straight despite the injury. She stood before the old man without hurry, letting the moment settle before she spoke. Thank you, she said quietly, for everything. Ganba's deeply lined face shifted not into a full smile, the kind of softening that came from genuine recognition. Doctors heal bodies. His eyes drifted toward the mountaintop rising beyond the tree line. Mountains heal everything else. Leon reached into her pack and withdrew the medical supplies she'd carried through the mountain's bandages, antiseptics, suturing materials, antibiotics, everything she'd kept close during their journey. She held them out toward Ganba with both hands. Please, take these. Ganba looked down at the supplies, then back to her face. He shook his head slowly. I have lived without such things. I know, Leon's voice remained steady. But I've seen the villages during this trip. Many people here need them more than I do now. Ganba studied Leon for a long moment, reading something in her expression that went beyond the immediate gesture. Finally, he accepted the supplies with careful hands. You will return, he said. Not a question. Leon met his eyes for a long moment, then lowered herself into a slow, deliberate bow. Something earned and meant. Ganba returned it without hesitation, the same depth. Two people who understood that some things could not be said through language, only through silence and the careful use of the body. When they straightened, nothing more passed between them. Nothing more was needed. Patrick picked up his pack. Leon climbed aboard behind him. The cabin door slid shut. As the helicopter lifted from the clearing, Patrick kept his eyes fixed on Ganba. The old man never waved. He simply stood exactly where they had left him, hands folded behind his back, watching until both helicopter and sound disappeared beyond the mountains. Patrick continued looking through the window long after Ganba could no longer be seen. Some goodbyes did not need promises. Only remembrance. The helicopter banked west, following the valley away from the mountain. Chen sat in the co-pilot seat, occasionally glancing back but asking nothing. Leon sat beside Patrick, her injured shoulder braced against the bulkhead. Her eyes tracked the terrain below, the villages they'd passed through, the paths they'd walked. Patrick turned from the window. Your grandfather knows. He's waiting. She paused. He's happy you're coming back home. Patrick nodded once. The helicopter continued west. Mountains gave way to foothills. Foothills flattened into valleys where civilization resumed. Small towns, roads, power lines cutting across landscape, the world returning. Leon watched Patrick's face as the terrain changed, saw something shift in his expression, not fear, just recognition. The quiet understanding that peace never lasted. As the helicopter climbed above the mountains, the silence inside the cabin returned. Only the steady rhythm of the rotor blades filled the space. Leon watched Patrick sitting across from her, his eyes fixed on the fading mountain range below. He looked exhausted now that the adrenaline had finally disappeared. His body remained perfect still, but the weariness had settled deep behind his eyes. She hesitated before speaking. What will you do when we reach the city? Patrick answered without looking away from the window. I want to see Lena and May. They deserve to know someone came back for them. Leon nodded. They're alive because of you. Patrick remained silent. Outside, the mountains slowly disappeared beneath the clouds. Nearly 2 hours later, the skyline emerged through the evening lights. The helicopter never headed toward the airport. Instead, it banked toward the city's largest medical center. The pilot received clearance immediately. Within moments, the aircraft settled gently onto the hospital rooftop landing pad. Before the rotors had completely slowed, Chen opened the cabin door. "They're expecting us." They crossed the rooftop and entered the private elevator reserved for emergency transport. The intensive care wing was unusually quiet. A senior physician met them outside a recovery room. "They're both stable." Patrick stopped. "May we see them?" The doctor nodded. "From here." He guided them toward a large observation window. Inside, Lena and Mai rested in separate beds surrounded by quiet monitors and infusion pumps. Their injuries were healing. Their faces looked peaceful. But neither had opened her eyes. For a long moment, Patrick simply stood there. The doctor spoke carefully. "The physical injuries will recover." He paused. "The psychological trauma is another matter." He glanced toward the sleeping women. "They've endured long captivity, physical abuse, extreme fear, and repeated chemical sedation. The medication is being reduced slowly. We can't stop it all at once. Their bodies need time to recover." "How long?" Patrick asked. The doctor exhaled quietly. "Months." He hesitated. "Possibly more than a year. And some patience." He looked down briefly. "Never returned completely to who they were." Silence settled over the hallway. Patrick never looked away from the glass. "Whatever it takes." The doctor turned toward him. "Whatever it costs." Patrick finally met his eyes. "Bring them back." The physician nodded once. "We'll do everything medicine allows." Patrick looked toward Chen. "I'd like weekly reports." Chen nodded. "I'll monitor everything personally. And send them to me. You have my word." Patrick returned his attention to the room beyond the glass. "I will come back." He didn't say when, only that he would. An hour later, Chen's sedan rolled quietly away from the hospital. No one felt the need to speak. The city moved around them, unaware that an invisible war had ended only days before. Ahead, the private airport came into view. Beyond the security gates, Alexander Khan's Gulfstream waited alone on the runway, engines already humming softly. The journey home was finally beginning. Chen parked beside the aircraft and stepped out. Patrick and Leon collected their few belongings from the trunk. For a moment, the three simply stood together. Patrick looked at Chen. "Thank you for everything." Chen smiled faintly. "I didn't do very much." "You did more than you think." Chen's expression softened. "I'll visit Lena and May every day if I have to." Patrick looked at him. "I've already spoken with your grandfather. He won't spare any expense. The best doctors, the best specialists, whatever they need." Patrick nodded slowly. "They deserve another chance. They'll have one." Patrick extended his hand. Chen shook it firmly. "When they're ready," Chen said, "I'll tell them you came back for them. I'll come see them myself." "I know you will." Leon stepped forward. "Thank you, Chen." She bowed respectfully. Chen returned the bow with a quiet smile. "You've taken good care of him." Leon glanced toward Patrick. "He made that easy." Patrick almost disagreed. Instead, he remained silent. A member of the flight crew lowered the boarding stairs. "It is time," Chen said. Patrick picked up his pack and climbed aboard. Leon followed close behind. Neither looked back. The cabin was quiet in a way Patrick had almost forgotten existed. Soft leather seats, wide and unhurried, warm amber lighting. The familiar smell of polished wood and cool recycled air, the kind of stillness that belonged in expensive things built for comfort. He sat with his hands resting loosely in his lap and noticed, almost with surprise, that there were no weapons within reach, no blade tucked to his side, no footsteps approaching from somewhere he couldn't yet see. Just the low, steady hum of engines preparing to carry them somewhere else. As the aircraft began to taxi slowly toward the runway, Leon looked across the aisle. She had settled into her seat, everything pack stowed, eyes calm. "So," she said. Patrick looked up from the window. "So." The corner of her mouth lifted. "I suppose this is where our paths are separated." Patrick nodded, not as acknowledgement of loss, but of fact. Neither of them had ever pretended otherwise. "You'll have patients waiting," he said, "and you'll have a grandfather and his giant corporation." A faint smile crossed Patrick's face, brief but genuine. That sounds exactly right. Leon leaned back into her seat, tilting her head slightly, studying him the way she always did, watching a thing she couldn't fully understand, and had made peace with that. I think you'll be all right, she said. Patrick turned back to the window. The terminal buildings were already sliding past, growing smaller. I think so too. Neither of them said anything else after that. There was no reason to. The silence between them had never been awkward. It was simply the natural state of two people who had learned, through the same kind of training and the same kind of loss, that words were only necessary when nothing else would serve. They had carried enough between them over the past few weeks. They didn't need to carry it into words now. The engines roar. The aircraft accelerated down the runway, and then the ground was gone. The city lifted away beneath the roads, becoming thin gray lines, buildings dissolving into the wider pattern of the land, the whole dense, watchful place shrinking until it was just texture, and then nothing at all. Patrick rested his head back against the seat. His eyes closed slowly, without resistance. For an instant, in the space behind his eyelids where the mind goes when it finally let go, he saw Master Shan, standing beneath the old pine trees at the edge of the courtyard as he had stood 1,000 mornings, still, unhurried, the white of his hair against the dark branches, not watching with expectation, just present, the way the mountain itself had always been present without demand. Then his mother, younger than memory usually made her, smiling as she reached him, her hand open, unhurried, his father standing just beside her, not speaking, only watching. The expression on his face was something Patrick had spent years trying to name, and now, finally, he understood it. Pride. Simple, uncomplicated pride. Patrick's breathing slowed. The long, coiled tension that had lived deep inside his chest, threaded through every hour of the past weeks, present even in sleep, even in stillness, finally, quietly, released. For the first time in longer than he could honestly remember. He slept and there was no one left chasing him, no threat waiting for him, only the hum of the engines and the dark sky. You have been listening to Patrick, The Mountain Shadow, written by Z.A. Kim. Thank you for listening. If you enjoy this audiobook, please consider leaving a review and following Z.A. Kim for future Patrick adventures.